let's get it underway. Single player, load game, and back to part 12. The excitement is long gone, man. When was the last time there was excitement? No time to lose, put up the wall. Oh god, that was grim times to the factory. Anyway, now is not grim times to the factory, now is the time for glorious expansion. We have been stuck in this little box for far too long. Sure, we made this little token gesture of expansion, but that was 90% to grab this stone. Although on reflection, this copper and iron has been carrying us since we have almost truly exhausted our backup copper ore. Our backup iron ore is performing admirably well. There's a few bits drying up here and there, but still a good 2 million there. The initial ore patches are all gone. The coal, the stone, the iron and the copper, all kaput. So now it's purely external sources for us. And we need a bit more for our factory before we start going ham on making green circuits. And I would specifically quite like that 6 million copper and that 7 million iron. Seems to be the most reasonably achievable in its big chunky amounts that should keep our factory sustained. Well, for the rest of the game really, because once we grab that, it's all about producing goods that allows us to produce the circuits, because this is only mass production 2. Very soon we are going to need, and we might as well tag it now, mass production 3, which we are almost 5% of the way through after playing this for how long, game? 23 hours. Terrifying proposition. But we have a lot of things set up and set up moderately well. Our mall ensures that we have access to just about everything we could ever need. I'm sure there are some things missing. For example, I'm quite certain I'm not actively producing electric mining drills, so we're going to fix that. I would like electric mining drill, beep, boop, there we go. It requests what it needs and it outputs. I shouldn't need that many of them, right? They stack to 100, so that's 500, 1,000. Honestly, who needs more than 500 of them? Not that they're that expensive to make. But let's not waste our resources here, especially since we're struggling on the sprockets big time. Looking forward to bringing in the extra iron and ensure that we always have sprockets going. There's a few things to clean up before I go in the expansion, but the expansion is one of the first things we will be doing. One thing is, I'd really like to optimize this a little further. So I'd set this up, and then, as is always the case with Factorio, I went to sleep, and then I started thinking, this could be better. And indeed it could be better. There's a slight flaw with this. So we had it set up with a wire condition that the inserters will only insert one bit of fuel cell into these only once the backup steam has dropped down to quite a low amount. What was it, 2,000 steam? Yeah. So all the backup containers full of steam have to be low before they insert. The problem is the inertia in the system means that this will not insert just one fuel cell, it will insert the maximum amount of fuel cells it can until the steam has built back up. And because it needs to come up to temperature, the temperature needs to flow into these need to turn into steam, the steam needs to be backed up into the pipes. That's too long. It's not like electricity where everything is instant. This one's got too much inertia. So I have something that might be considered a brilliant plan. The logistical request is going to be for only one of these fuel cells into each of these. Now that alone does not solve my problem. You might think it would, but it doesn't. So it should only bring over one. The problem is my bots can carry up to 4 of these things at once, and they're too dumb to only carry one when I'm telling them to give 4. So, what we do is we immediately regret our setup of the wiring condition. I think I'm going to rotate you guys around for now. Why are you guys... Ah, I see, you were part of my replacement theory. Right, so now 4 come over. That's a shame, because I only want 1. What do we do about this? Well, this is what we do about this. I'm gonna steal these power cables for a little bit and migrate them ever so slightly. Still gonna give them the same wire, and of course I don't have any wire. You know what, I should always carry wire on me, just keep 200 on me at all times. Yeah, 200 is 200 is a bit excessive. How about we make it 150? That way if I somehow get extra, it won't clog up with another inventory spot. And I think some bots are coming over with it right now. Yeah, there we go. That's the stuff. So now I can reset the wiring condition on you. You actually lost your wiring conditions, didn't you? Oh, that's a damn shame. Anyway, bring that back. And I think you were over to there. Good. 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 It can be kind of hard to tell where everything is set up here, can't it? But yeah, it's showing the steam amount there, which is good. So now we just rig it up to all of you. Okay. There we go. And let's make sure once again they're stuck to 1. Oh, they kept the condition. Oh, that's very nice. Anyway, so sure, when the condition is ripe, they will shove the... Is that about right? There we go, there we go, there we go, and there we go. When the condition is right, they'll still shove 1 over. The problem is they're going to shove all 4. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move away these lights for 1. Don't need to worry about... And you know what, I'll grab all of these. All of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have fast inserters. And the inserters are... Let me shove you there for now. The inserters are going to have a wiring condition of their own. I love playing with wires. Not so hot on the little machines that do calculations, but wires themselves are cool. And you are also going to override to just 1. And your enabled condition is that when you read that there is more than 1 fuel cell inside here, you shove the fuel cell away into this active provider chest. And I don't have to wire that every time. I can just copy and paste, 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 because that way the wire gets added for free and the circuit condition is remembered. So hopefully this works. We can actually watch it in action real soon, I'm sure. If you want to know how to solve this issue, Jake, insert the wire the inserting inserter to the removing inserter, have it activate once. Tick mode with a removal... yeah. He saw it and disregarded it as a wall of text, which is not wrong. You're right, it's not wrong. Also, this is more fun to figure out than read a solution to. Right, so now that ensures that whenever fuel cells are delivered, these guys bring it down to just 1 fuel cell, and then once these things need to be fueled, they will get precisely 1 fuel cell. So, why don't we test that out? I'm going to flush all of the steam out of the system, boom, and that makes this condition active. And it's going to be a bit of time before the bots bring over 1 more cell. It's possible they bring over 1 more, and these things get 1 more. Oh, and this is where we spy a problem. You weren't actually flipped the right way around. That's why you check your work. The bots are coming over with the cells. Will this fill up in time? It does. It hits 2,000. You empty that down to just 1. Just 1. There we go. And on top of that, we can make sure that this forced provider chest also grabs the depleted uranium cells that come out of the nuclear reactor. Come to think of it, do they even make those right now? Well, they must do. I was just wondering if you need the tech to produce them. Is it called depleted? Well, it's uranium something. Here we go, used up uranium fuel cells. Hardly a big deal. They only give you some of the crappy non-spicy green rocks when they're done, so it's not much of a priority. The top right inserter is facing the wrong way. Oh, that's... excuse the hiccups there. Yeah, that's the one I fixed, right? Going in, going in, going in, going in, going out, going out, going out, going out. Or you can just mouse over the reactors to check it. Excellent. There we go. Pretty happy with that. Which means that old blueprint was a bunch of naff, and we're just going to delete it, because now we have a better homemade blueprint. Junk. Wait, what? I thought when you hit shift, it made it into a blueprint. There we go, he knows what he's doing. Alright, exquisite. Truly horrifying. What the hell is horrifying about my nuclear reactor there? It very efficiently outputs a great amount of power, although I've immediately seen another issue with it. When I moved around those power poles, yep, I cut it off a bit. So it needs a little bit of connecting. Why don't I just make it nice and symmetrical with my good old tiny, tiny power poles? A neat trick about blueprints I only learned a week ago is select new blueprint contents in the blueprint menu. Select new blueprint. Ah, perhaps you mean... I'll wait till these things are put down. Get rid of that. I think it's all made. Good. Upgrade items and entities. I don't doubt Kalpa, but I don't see anything about it here. Anyway, I don't need to. Like I said, we don't work much with blueprints. I'm just saving that so that I can look back at it and then find more things to nitpick about the design. How's that coming along with my miner drills? Pathetically, all because of a severe lack of sprockets, but that's okay. Right, let's go and answer the biter question. One thing that I thankfully will not have to do is bring out a hefty amount of... what's the word I'm looking for? Pipe work. Because I do want these walls made of flamethrowers and of lasers. They need to complement each other in the face of Big Biter, or Behemoth Biter that's soon to come. But piping out oil, oh, that would be a big pain. We're going to locally produce our oil for our walls. There's a very conveniently sourced oil source here that will take care of West Wall. And look, North Wall has its own crude oil supply right there. I can supply both of these, I'm sure. Oh, well, even more oil here. You'd almost think I built these walls around the oil. How about East Wall? No good oil source for you, is there? Not that I can see. Jinx, if you're hard of seeing, it must be pretty tough to know where the resources are on the map here. Damn, you would have been good for the wall. Do we push it out just for the oil? No, we don't. I'm certain there is oil that we can source for this somewhere here. Yeah, look at that. The crude oil there can work for South Wall, and we can just pump it up over there for East Wall, no big deal. On a pre-made blueprint, such as the one you had before... I'm not seeing it. Right. What are we going to do? Well, I'm going to get rid of all these fuel cells for one. They're cramping my style. And I'm going to shove them into here. Look at that. You don't need Covarex. This idea that you must have Covarex going is just bizarre. We are getting plenty of spicy rocks because the rate at which they're made into these is massive. 10 for one spicy rock. Each one burns for 200 seconds and generates ungodly amounts of power. So yeah, no need for Covarex anytime soon. Covarex is fun to set up. It may be completely unnecessary for most bases though. In fact, I'd just say completely unnecessary altogether. Uranium patches are just so rich. Right. One thing I need to do is actually design the wall that I'm going to be building. What's your problem? It's lack of oil, isn't it? It is absolutely lack of oil. And I do think that petroleum gas is ticking down. Well, all the more reason to expand. So that oil even being used for. So I should take a relatively safe part of my wall and get designing. Maybe I should make it chunk aligned. Yeah, let's be really fancy, will we? You trees, go away. Oh, no, stuff in the way. It's hard to find just a quiet part of my base to build on. How about right here? If I just get rid of you and have you link up like so. Wait, where are my personal bots? Where are my personal roboports? Oh, I never did build those fancy damn roboports that I wanted. Another problem to fix. After we make the wall. Come on, we're getting too distracted here. So. Let's shove both of you in. Get my own personal bots to pick these things up. Thank you, please. There we go. Thank you, please. Right. Wall. It's kind of a blessing this is outside of the Roboport range. Oh well, let's take it from the top then. Because that means the robots won't start building this for me while I'm busy planning this. So what are we going to have? Well, naturally we need a whole heap of wall coming out. And how many layers of wall are we looking for? I probably will have bots take care of a lot of this, but even so, triple wall seems about right. The thing is, that's quite a lot of wall. It's like 100 wall, I think. That's going to add up pretty quickly. Let's have it on double. Not sure I can trust just double wall. Right, how about our flamethrowers? I do want this to be fairly chunky, although that will make it quite expensive. They're going to need to come down like so. How many of these things am I looking for? Perhaps I could have them... like so. And I appreciate that this is quite... I want it to be even on the jump. Oh, wait, no, that adds up pretty well. That works pretty well. And then I can add lasers in the middle bits here. No, it doesn't add up well because I messed up the spacing there. I don't want any of these things to be adjacent to each other because adjacency causes problems. But this also makes it hard to power it using my glorious tiny poles, although the tiny poles I'll probably put out in front. Yeah, because those won't draw aggro. At least I don't think they'll draw aggro. Because I can put them like so. Although one broken pole is bad news. Yeah, that just doesn't quite work. Perhaps a bit of calculations are in order. A chunk is 32 wide, right? Right? A chunk is 32 wide. What's 32 nicely divisible by? Well, 8, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I leave a gap of 4 on you... then you're going to go along like so. That's not the end of the world, although I would like to center you a little better. Yeah, something like so. Now, how about putting down our laser turrets here? I guess I could have those touch, that's not the end of the world. And I do need a bit of density for this. Maybe 2 flamethrowers per pipe segment. I don't know, this backed up with the lasers seems sufficient. Because the main thing about the flares, the flamethrowers is doing area of effect damage on Big Biter and below, and the lasers are there to kill behemoths. Don't know if it'll be enough, but I gotta remember I can't make this too expensive. Do I need to remember that? Possibly. 1 flamethrower per max. Length of pipe is more than enough on mixed defense wall. 1 length of pipe. I don't know what he's getting at, but seldom do we really know what Kalpa's getting on about. Right. Oh, that's actually a buildable spot. Oh, didn't know that. What do we do about you? How do we power this monolith? It's just too short to reach all of these parts. Do I use double small poles like that? Or do I finally bite the bullet and start using medium electric poles? I don't want to use medium electric poles, I'm not the biggest fan of them. How many do I have in my logistics setup? Not enough. Wait, why do I only have 50? Do I not produce them, or have they been gobbled up by something? If you weren't so cheap, a single substations? Good grief, look at the cost of those things. They're 100 plates each. No way, Jose, am I doing that. Where in the world are my poles? Oh, why did it say that I was probably looking in the wrong logistics network. Okay, I get like 1,000 of them. It would be very trivial to use them. But I do have 5.2 thousand small electric poles. Yeah, go on. This is small pole country, and our defenses will emulate that. Use the big goy poles or the substations. Ew, I'm not using the big ones. Nah, go small or go home. Does mean I'm gonna have to carry a lot of these things. So there's my defense. Those do reach the wall, right? Oh, and then some. Alright, sweet. What is the range of this? I worry a little bit that the... Oh, what is the range of a big old spittery guy? There's a big spitter. Range... Does it even say range? Range 15. And I think a behemoth spitter is even more than that, probably 16. So I'm actually going to want to move this back a bit so that the buggers have to get to the walls before they can attack you. Did I even move you back at all? You're there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. That should be sufficient. My main fear is that they stand here and spit the wall while they're outside of my range, but I don't think they're going to manage that. And if they do, well, it's going to be a pain to move all these things forward. I don't know about that. I haven't set up a proper wall defense in a long time, but surely this will be a-okay. Anyway, what I will do is grab this blueprint of the whole square. That wasn't the blueprint. I need to remember to hold shift for these things, because I'm too lazy to reach down and actually press the create blueprint button. Chunk. Aligned wall defense. Must snap to grid. Must be absolute. And there we go. We can shove this down on... Wait, what? Still works. Not only that, we can turn it. Oh hey, not bad. Not bad at all. You put the Y snap to 16, not 32. You know, that works out in a way even better. And then again, it doesn't snap up and down this way. Doing corners might be a little awkward. Maybe I should design a corner. Nah, we don't do corners. Will we do corners? Let's get debug view off. Straight line, straight line. Yeah, this is going to need a bit of cornering, isn't it? Or we could just do a line across like that, but what a waste of space here. How does one even do a cornering with flamethrower turrets is beyond me. Hey, where'd my blueprint go? Perhaps I didn't actually save it. Snap to grid. Ah, yeah, you're right, you're right. Well, 16 actually I think does work pretty well. Make it absolute. And make it my... aligned wall defense. There we go. I think the problem was I didn't actually shove it into my inventory. Now, dare I make some kind of corner? I'm the world's biggest fan of doing corners. They're always a weak point in any design. Well, I've already gotten you made here. I mean, really, what I'll be doing is taking this thing and turning it around in some manner. This bottom bit's going to be created by bots, but not much I can do about that. What can I do for such a corner? Well, I don't want it jutting out like that there. Perhaps a good thing to do in the corner is double up the defenses like so. Never carry any bleeding pipes on me. I really should. They're useful for so many things. My OCD always triggers when people don't use solar power because solar is free and maintenance free in 99% of games. Yeah, but it also uses up a ridiculous amount of space. Nuclear is so powerful and is functionally free. Space is a resource too, after all. Sure, it's infinite, but many things are functionally infinite in this game. The few things that are truly infinite are things like water and, well, sunlight. And oil. You know, might as well say, why don't you use oil to power everything? Oil is infinite and free. Just costs energy, which oil produces. Right, little concerned about this weak point here. Also concerned about... well, just this corner in general. Corners are a pain. I could just go ham on corner defense like that. Gonna attract some aggro, that much is for sure. And it won't get that much coverage from the flamethrowers either. There's also the idea of having the corner be a bit more cornery. That's probably not very good or cornery, is it? It's kind of ugly as well, though. I guess that could be considered working. I don't particularly like it, though. And I certainly don't like this. The power poles would be easy pickings for you. There we go, that solved all of my problems. Except for the power pole not actually connecting up here. That solves all of my problems. Potentially. And are you chunk-aligned? You look pretty chunk-aligned to me. Yeah, I'm not very satisfied with this, but it's going to have to do. Chunk, aligned, corner wall. One of the lasers is not powered. Yeah, you're right. This one doesn't get power, does it? Such an easy solution. Snapped grid, absolute 32, 32. And it can be rotated around. Easy-ozy. Alright, I can believe that. Alright, believe in the wall that we have made. Someone has to. Getting out there. I need to load up on a lot of materials for heading out. Spidertron. It is time to switch out your casual attire for night on the town. That means actual power production, actual shielding. I will take care of our defense. Although I will also want some more Spidertron. I'd really, really like to upgrade my personal Spidertron things. Do I not have the wherewithal to do that? What do they need again? Steel, batteries, gear wheels, circuits. 10 seconds crafting time. 5 of them needed, but I already have 5. So I think I could do this. That's just a fat stack of batteries, a fat stack of steel, and I think it was sprockets as well, right? Of course it was. Everything in this world requires sprockets. Sprockets which I seldom have. One of these days the sprockets are going to back up. Just one of these days. Come on, let's actually focus sprockets for a change. My need for them is too dire. At least this doesn't require sprockets, so as long as I just keep poaching all the sprockets and denying my bots them. There are better ways to do this, I know. In fact, here's a better way right now. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, see, those can be changed into the upgraded chests, but wood and iron chests couldn't become logistic chests. Didn't need to know that. To make it less maintenance dependent, would it be an idea to put some power and pipe redundancies further back in the blueprint? I don't like using pipe redundancies on my blueprint. My idea is that the blueprint should never need redundancies because everything will get repaired or replaced. Which does mean putting down little Roboport things to take care of it, but I like to think it'll be able to survive long enough not to need that quite so quickly. Right, 2 of you Mark II Roboports should do me fine. That's low density and processors. I could request my bots to do it, but it's actually faster for me to just walk over and marvel at my huge amount of blues. Alright, well, let's increase the buffer further. I needed 2 sets of 100 of these. This is not a cheap recipe. And how many of these things was it? 20 each. Done and done. Right, there we go. That'll allow me to carry around 50, and I do have 50 construction bots, and they'll be able to help me out with the construction. It would be nice to have more, but that's just generally the theme of Factorio. Now, to load ourselves up for things that we need on our endeavour here. I think I'll just dunk all of my stuff, generally, and then figure out where to go from there. I will need laser turrets, flamethrower turrets, my radars. I'm about to slot that in, so I'll keep you. Shouldn't need gates, like, at all. Spidertron doesn't need gates, it just walks over walls, so that's no big deal. Anything else here? Not really, although Spidertron remote is nice to have on me. I'll need my electric poles, we're going to be building a lot of those. There is an argument that says bring your power over there with big electric poles for a change. I know I've been very miserly with them. I was liking the idea of just having this long path of very scatterbrained looking small poles, but perhaps now is the time to finally do a bit of expansion with the big pole. You know, it's outside of the base, no one needs to look at the ugliness otherwise. Just give me a whole load of those so I can expand a lot with them. Give me pretty much, you know what, one of the problems we have here is not enough of you. So there we go. More, wait, wrong one, no, we don't care about those. You, care about you, of course. There we go. Get this filth off of me. Shove you into here so you can, no, not there. Shove you into there so you can gobble up all of my personal battery power. These things build up a huge buffer and use tons of power. Guess that means I'll take you with me. I don't think we need any more of this. My own constructo bots are going to be helpful for this. Alright, that makes a lot of sense. Now I can load up on the things that matter. I'm going to need a lot of wall. Spidertron, carry loads of wall. Other than that, I'm going to need a load of pipe to grounds, flamethrowers, and... Wait, where's my all-important blueprint? There we go. Pipe to ground, small pole, and the turrets themselves. Pipe to ground, small pole, and the turrets themselves. Where are you at, turrets? I know I set you up here somewhere. There we go. I'll just take all of those. No good reason not to. Did you save the corner blueprint in your inventory? Of course I didn't. However, there's a way to get it back. There we go. Chunk-aligned corner wall. I wonder if there's a way to make this look better. Something like that. Now it looks like a corner. Hey! That's nice. And then you, I can just put 2 of them. Now it looks like a normal wall, corner wall. Beautiful design. Yeah, just give me all those flamethrowers. And radars are a good idea to have on me as well, considering that I will want to know what's happening out there. Radar, radar, radar. I know I made them. There they are. Alright, splendid. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but let's get to work regardless. You can do the same with Control V. Control V? Wow! Thank you, Ave. We're learning so much about Factorio around here. I like to explain what I'm doing because there are going to be people that don't play this game and don't really understand what I'm up to. But don't take me as being an authority on this game. As is evidence, there's plenty that I don't know about this. Spidertron feels so slow without her extra pair of legs. Hold on, am I taking damage standing on that? How in God's name is Spidertron not fire immune? You're made of low density structures and steel, and you're immune to damn near everything else. Not nukes, though. Right, well, I'm making my first mistake already. I'm not dragging my power out with me. I'm going to bypass this aggro area first, though. So, I'm going to set you up and bring you along here. This should not attract any of the Biter's Wrath. And I like to just go by the lakeside. Generally, biters will not aggro on power poles, unless they're already mad as a hatter. Actually, that was a big frustration in my first ever attempt at this. Everything... Whoa, we got artillery already? Oh no, no, I wasn't planning for that. I thought that tech would take much longer than it did. Oh, crumbs. Now there's going to be pressure on me to also do artillery. Well, we will get there. For now, though, what else can we focus on? Logistics 3 will clear some bottlenecks. I do need to, in the end, research all of these, so... So... Where's the improved laser damage? That's locked behind infinite science. What a shame. I don't use physical projectiles. It's hard to justify most of this. We've got to get into space science, since I will need that eventually. And we don't really need faster robot speed anytime soon. Faster robot is one of the other infinite sciences in the game. So you can pour an endless amount of resources into making your robots faster. Insignificantly faster. Where's my wall, by the way? Oh, we've still got a ways to go. Okay. Glad I brought a lot of these things then. Oh boy. Sorry, biters, but you're in the way of good old-fashioned expansion. I'll have a word with the planning committee. We'll get you relocated to somewhere that you're going to love even more than the old city of Biter Town. There we go. A few stragglers in their nail houses. They've got to go as well. And with a click of a button, I realise I didn't bring any repair packs with me, so I better not need to repair anything. Nor do I have the gubbins to make it. I guess we just go straight north with you now. It's not going to be very straight. Late game I like to have a very rigid and uniform power and everything grid. So the power and the power grid and the radar grid and the robo grid are all in a nice chunk-aligned setup. The big problem with that is bleeding radars. They have practically no range. I should be grateful that there's no behemoths here. Behemoths would actually be giving me a hard time right now. But my lack of repair packs is going to bite me in the bum real soon, I think. We could always ghetto set up some, I guess. Don't need to take out all of you, but I do need you to take a step back. Don't want you tripping over my copper cables now, do I? Yeah, that's what I thought now. Are you gonna bother me? That's what I thought. Know your place, biter scum. Oh, I actually went past the north wall. Sorry, sirs, this is actually your turf. Where did I say the wall would be? Right about there. Okay. Right about these guys, who I said could mind their own business. Well, I'm gonna make it my business. The idea of these explosive rockets doing even more damage does appeal. How much does it cost to make my explosives better? Quite a bit. We're a ways off space science, so let's focus on more big bad boom. This does not affect artillery power whatsoever. Nothing does. It's flat damage, but it's big flat damage. And its area of effect. And surgically precise. Alright, north wall just goes along here, no big deal. So then you know what, maybe I'll even put these, unthinkably so, onto my hotbar. Was there anything I came here specifically to claim? There's no iron or anything, so I could actually set this back a bit. And like so. Ah, I forgot something very important actually. Cliff explosives. Okay, I'll need to go back and get those then. That is very important. Can't actually do half of this stuff without cliff explosives. You are over there, okay. And I sincerely doubt you're going to reach here. There you go. Ugh, yeah, look at all these poor cliffs getting in my way. That's actually a marginal problem, because the biters could come over here and start nibbling on this stuff. So how about for now, we just pretend that that isn't there. At this stage of the game, that takes an ungodly amount of time. I spent entire nights cleaning up biter bases. What, you mean just going around and slaughtering them with Spidertron? It does take quite a bit of time. That's why we make artillery. And then when the artillery doesn't reach, you have a couple of options. You can spend huge amounts of science making the artillery have the reach to get there. Or you can put the artillery on wheels and bring it over with locomotives. Alright, there we go. So I'm coming back to clear out a bit of my inventory. Maybe grab more big electric poles. I use more of those than I thought. Shove a bunch of this stuff. Oh right, I can't shove anything to Spidertron. Spidertron's full of walls, so that's okay. The more we build, the more we're going to chew through this. But I do want 100 repair packs and a fat stack of cliff explosives, which I am actually shy on space for. So I think I will ditch some... probably flamethrower turrets. Flamethrower turrets are pound for pound the thing I use the least of here. So the bots can have some of them back. Spidertron and robots. At this stage I consider I don't have enough production for effective use of artillery. The artillery doesn't come cheap. That is true. Whereas Spidertron destroying bases is pretty much free. But it's the nature of Factorio, right? It's about finding a way to automate things. Hand feeding is always free, but you want inserters, despite them costing resources and energy, and being slower. It's all about that scaling. Alright, back we come. My Logistobots go and empty out my inventory. And I try to make sure I actually have the thing. What did I even come back here for? Where did I automate cliff explosives? Here we go, right at the top. So, I'm gonna want more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 cliffs? Not enough. I want an end to cliff kind. I'll ditch a few of my pipe to ground to do stack pretty well, and I have a ton of them. They can probably be equal to the poles, and I want some... You made any more of these for me? Boink. Repair packs, of course. Yeah, I'll bring 2 stacks of repair packs. There we go. Much better. Yeah, I know I can flush things out, but... Oh god, there's some as well. I don't feel particularly comfortable relying on my bots too much to take care of my trash just yet. And there's something about the trash slots auto-trashing and then having the bots come over. I do wish there was a little button that just says, "Don't pick these up, bots. Wait until I hit this button." But there are improvements coming to auto-trashing and logistics in general coming in the 2.0 update, which I am pretty excited for. There's some things that I think are a bit yeah, but so far Woob can do no wrong. Just wait until they do wrong before I reverse that idea. Oh, we're getting there, Sky the Death. We are absolutely getting there. But this job can be done by one Spidertron, no doubt. This I actually think is a considerably bigger undertaking, so this is going to be a multi-Spidertron job. I reckon 3 should be fine. Yeah. The 2 backups will probably have 1 less shield, and I'll give them 2 laser turrets instead. Maybe I could drop down an exoskeleton. This slotting is so small compared to this. Although, is it really that much smaller? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 wide. So it's 10 by 6 as opposed to 10 by 10. Oh, it says down there. Right, could have just used my eyeballs. Unthinkable though. All my bots are with me. Right, get back to work. And no mistakes this time. You see cliff, you blow up cliff. It's a little risky to go further here, so we'll take care of these errant biters ourselves. Don't want to destroy that valuable forest. I always feel bad destroying forest. Oh wow, jinx. Well, don't feel bad about destroying all their homes here. Grab a big old cup of biter tears. These lasers do about 100 damage a shot, and they shoot almost 5 times a second. And there is no such thing as damage resistance against laser. Which is weird, I'm kind of surprised. It does make lasers kind of an answer to everything in close combat. I don't need to think even, I walk in, and lasers auto-target and do massive damage. Kind of crazy. I suppose the best resistance against it is just have a ton of health. And Behemoth Biter does that pretty well. You know, maybe multi-Spidertron might not have been the worst idea ever. This is getting a bit oppressive. Not to mention, God knows what this is doing for the evolution. Sorry, I brought backup rockets as well. Although I don't know if Spidertron auto-reloads on those. Love that area of effect damage. Single target rockets just cannot compete. By Christ, those are some huge biter faces. Deathworld, baby. And it does get bigger. We did a multiplayer with the biter sizes, just everything biter related, cranked up to maximum, which is 600%. You didn't have to stray far from the starter area to have nothing but wall-to-wall biter bases. I still fondly remember the push for Africa. We were in dire need of iron, and we just flamer push. I think it was flamers. I don't think it was lasers, was it? Would have been flamers. Just constant pushing through Africa to get the African iron that we needed. Damn good fun. Right. Keep on keeping on. Do need a bit of no man's land between the wall and the fighters, otherwise they're just going to be perma-aggroed, and they will chip away at that wall until I set up automated defences for it. Good heavens, maybe I did set my wall standards a bit high, but we said we'd do it and we'll get it done. This is notably really chewing away at my my armor's battery, and I did not bring my backup nuclear reactor for it. Nuclear? What's the reactor in you? Fusion reactor. What kind of fusion could it be? I wouldn't claim to know. Alright, that was pretty costly for me. What did it do for evolution? Ooh, oh boy. That's pretty high. We are going to be in Behemoth City quite soon at this rate. That's a scary, scary proposition. Still, it's nice to have my bots build this instead of having to dare lift my own fingers. Do you remember which world scale did you use in multiplayer? I do not. The number 6 seems to rise in my head, but that could mean anything. God, and this is just one segment of wall. Then again, it was one of the most one of the most far out parts. We're almost there. We just need a little bit more of a push through all of this. How about another section of wall? I do not ever want my robots out and about when I'm fighting. They are easy pickings for the Biter Menace. If you start seeing any green bug, you know that Behemoths have arrived. And Behemoths arrive at evolution factor 0.9. They're a big deal. A really big deal. You know, there's an argument that says, why even push this any closer? You've made a corner, put it to use. And we could do that. Just pull this back a bit. Hey, there we go, my little lasers are helping out now. And my power armor will be grateful to get a rest. Well, actually it won't, because the roboports are going to gobble up the batteries as well. I really should have brought my other fusion reactor. Shouldn't be difficult to suss out looking between the two, which... Oh god, what is this? Map to grid... Absolute... I thought you were chunk-aligned. I was pretty sure I made you chunk-aligned. What if I make the height 16? There we go. But now you're off for some reason. Oh, what have I done with this thing? Can I also make you 16? Although the thought occurs, now you don't turn the other way, do you? What do I do to make you an inner wall? Curse my lack of planning here. One argument is, don't worry about it. Just shove down more wall. Huh. Now I'm confused. Didn't consider having to make a wall that that bent back out. New Friday Factorio out within 2 minutes, and it's out now. Excellent. Alright, tell you what, I can just build this and then figure out the corner part in a moment. Also, sorry to say, but all of these trees are just going to go up in flames if I don't take care of them. This pains me. Or as we learned from Fishlip's game, I'm in so much pain. New combinator mechanics, ooh. Not very experienced with combinators, but I do like them. If I was more familiar with them, I wouldn't have had a problem setting them up to make my my old boilers work properly. There we go. I have completely drained my battery now. I really need a second, or even third, nuclear reactor on me for when I'm working my my bots half to death. Now, what about you? Let's clear a bit of space for our mines. How do I corner you internally? I mean, really? Really, there's not much to it. It's just a case of how do I bring you two together? Couldn't I just continue to bring these down until they touch? Does the power cable make the corner? It does not. I guess the power cable's there. And of course I didn't carry pipes on me. Yeah. Might be another thing I go back for, but I want to go back for power anyway. Even so, this won't make it without some pipes, so we just go and find a pipe, a single little bit of pipe. And then we say this corner will be all pipe all the time. And this is what a corner defense looks like. Did it include that corner piece there? I think it did, didn't it? So it would be something like that. Snap to grid, absolute, 16, 16. Not bad. How did you solve the corner pipe problem in your standard blueprint? Solve? Oh, I just did that. But that's that corner pushes out quite a bit. This one kind of pushes in the other way. So. I think I'll just draw this one to look a little differently. Wait a second, can I even do that? Is there such thing as like a blank spot? Maybe that would work. There we go. Kind of sets in the other way, although I'm not a big fan of that. What if it were wall, space? None of these are blank though. That's kind of blank. Alright, one last switch to this, I swear. Blank, wall. There, just to make it very obviously different from that. Nice. Although now that I think about it, that would look better if it were grey, or perhaps even black. There we go. No, that looks too much like a wall. Alright, stick to white. Alright, good enough. Right, back once more, this time for power and pipes. Power for our suit, that is. I drained the suit faster than I'd imagined. Never concave, or is it convex? Concave caves in like a cave. Convex? I don't know. Forms a bulge like you're flexing? Alright, well, at least theoretically North Wall works out fine. I love just seeing this blanket red part that shows any biter that steps here is getting killed. Oh, I'm not so sure. Wait, why are the little bits of energy connections there? I don't recall having bits of power pole coming closer out. What's happening there? Was something off in my blueprint? You! Oh! Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. No, Spidertron, make a more direct route. And then the Logistibots scramble to grab my wood. Bye bye, raw wood. It gets shoved over there, but one day that wood can aspire to become a genuine power pole. Since this is pretty much the only use for wood, why don't we shove you full of, what does it stack to, 50? 500, 1,000? Why don't we stack you up to 2,000 bits of wood? That way it keeps you from clogging up the yellow boxes. God, I love seeing Logistibots get to work. Oh, it stacks to 100. Well then, you know what that means. Double her up. Go ahead, use that power. I never checked to see if the nuclear was working as intended. It's going to be difficult to catch it. But we did test it by flushing out the steam, so I'm pretty confident it'll work. It's just testing ground is not good enough. Good to see our red belts finally backing up. Splitter situation looks good, so we're going to double up. Actually, just make me 500 splitters. And double up the undergrounds as well. And then goodbye sprockets, so they're going to disappear. That's okay, that was the plan. What did I come back here for again? Someone surely remembers. I believe that's something to do with power, but also pipes, so I'll grab both of those. Pipes, come with me. I shouldn't need a lot of you, but I'll grab a little bit of you. And I left my backup power here. So what I'm going to do is, if I can ever spare it, I'm going to double up my power production. And by double, I mean not double. They're quite expensive, but I am making loads of processing units these days. Unthinkable, I know. Big fat buffer of blues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bit. There we go. Then when I'm not fighting, I'll have quadruple power output, which should fill in the blanks for my my bots getting too much power. Can't be having that. Alright. I feel low on wall, but that's okay. Spidertron is dripping with wall. So once more onto the breach. And as for you, there you go. Look at that power grow. I don't even need to spend any power wandering around, because that's Spidertron's job. Good time to try out the Replace Blueprint Content button. Forget not the wooden box. Forget contents? What? You have lost me, Kalpa, but you often lose me. Let's go and trot over that one poor biter that's sitting there unloved. Fill in the blanks on that corner. And then we wall you off, and I'm going to bring the power around here. Now this is going to be painful. And this will absolutely incense Big Behemoth Biter. The death of these is going to summon Behemoth Biter, and he is going to be livid with me. If you want to redo your flimsy power pole in your wall blueprint... flimsy? What are you trying to say about my power pole? Wait, where the heck did my Spidertron go? Come back! How in God's name did I slip out of Spider... I must have hit some kind of button there. whilst foaming, thinking about Kalpa. Come back, my legs have atrophied to jelly, I don't know how to run anymore. Look. Really wondering what I did press there. My hotkey for getting in and out of vehicles is one of my side mouse buttons. Did I fat finger it? No, it's very clicky, I would have noticed it. The Spidertron would be hard-pressed to die on an excursion. 3,000 health and 3 Mark II shields, which have excess power. Poor worm. The worms, you can completely kill them, and they will still complete their attack before realizing they're dead. Alright, bots. There we go. Pipes to carry that oil that I don't have. Now, surely people will not abide this power pole being in the wrong place. How did that even happen? Will I just manually fix all of these? Probably faster than doing it any other way. As we know, Factorio is a game all about overcoming raw industry through the power of handcrafting, hand feeding, and hand altering. There'll be enough space to bring roboports and radars up here. Throw a radar periodically along the wall. Now that you've manually fixed it for one chunk, you could replace the blueprint contents button. I haven't found that button though. I don't doubt that it's here somewhere, but I can't see it. I can't seem to like shove that over here. You haven't found it because you don't want to find it. Snap to grid, description, icon, rename, select new contents for the blueprint. Ooh. Could I select you for it? Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. But I bet... Ew. Ew, did that save it? Right, I think I understand now. You completely overwrite the blueprint with this, don't you? So now... Oh god, it's meant to be chunk-aligned, but I half-chunked it. That was my problem. Ah, it all makes sense now. Oh well, doesn't matter. Half-chunks are still fine. They're still chunk-aligned after all. There we go. Now that looks considerably better. Is this going to work? Like a dream. Oh, nice. Very nice. I wonder if the corners are goofy. Kind of. Do I want to tolerate that being where it is? Kind of need it there. You're kind of a mess on your own. That's fine. Quite so, Jake. Quite so. Freaking Galpa. There we go. We can't super force anything, but we can have our bots get to work. I'm moderately scared of Behemoth Biter. A little bit because I'm not sure if my defenses back home could hold up. Fire on its own against Behemoth Biter isn't going to hold too well. You know what? In the early days of Behemoth Biter, it should be okay. So let's believe it'll be okay. This is really an insufficient number of bots. I should have 2 more personal roboports so 100 of them can get to work building. I don't need to move manually, I can just wait for them to do their job and then go, proceed, Red Baron, proceed. Also, Red Baron, the situation with the radars. Yes. Let us have further radar coverage from here. Which won't work, because I started from the wrong end in terms of building this. Excellent. They're powered, they're not oiled, but that's okay. The oil will come from here, right? And I didn't bring a pump jack. I should have brought a pump jack. That's okay. The lasers themselves will suffice. The only thing I'll have to kill are expansion parties. My pollution doesn't reach this far. I know there's Alt-R for disabling your robots, but that does not work for me. Need the wall here. You're in the way. This calls for eradication. All too easy. All too clinical. Now, where do we set you up? Makes sense to me. Sorry, sir, your home is forfeit. Wasn't much of a home, though. More of a hovel. You're not powered at all, but I'm still going to start building this. My amount of walls is going down, so... fill her up. I don't need to fill this in with wall, it just makes it more vulnerable. Seems I took too much wall. With all of his impractical advice. He's never had to fight Deathworld Biter. I long for the day that he does. Maybe he has sleepless nights over it. He goes to bed going, yeah, I'm so good at Factorio, and then he closes his eyes and just visions of the bugs, and he doesn't know what to do. Wait, I'll just grab my blueprint for this, and oh no, oh no. Right, I want to bring you over as well. And you'll be powered. Again, this laser defense on its own is quite flimsy. It's not too bad. It would be too bad if we were at the stage where I had no upgrades to laser power. But I have plenty of upgrades to laser power currently. Wouldn't be able to just go and massacre bugs as easily as I do if I didn't. Because these things would only do 30 damage instead of 100 damage. Big upgrade. Also, again, I can't stand how tiny the radar range is, but I want all of this within radar, so I always know what is happening along my walls. There we go. I want these pump jacks so much. How much do I want the pump jacks? I want the pump jacks a lot. I don't really need to refill on anything though, but I do want the pump jacks. Because I want this wall to defend itself with fuel pretty soon. Go and grab the pump jacks from there. And poor Spidertron, do I have your spare legs on me? Oh, that's a shame. I could have pulled your legs out and pulled your fusion reactor out and given you another couple of legs to get us back faster. All the while, though, we are chewing our way towards mass production too. I want to make sure the factory is still running, though. There are problems with yellow science because of problems with low density structures, because of problems with plastic and with steel. The steel problem will be solved when I grab access to this iron ore. The plastic problem will be solved by funneling over all this crude oil, and I'll just connect it up with this. The fluid pressure will keep everything running. Isn't that right, Nits? For my factory lit. Yeah, plastics and steel in high demand. Wouldn't be the worst idea to make steel outside of the factory, but we're not at that stage. We're at the kill-all biters stage. While we're at it, I wouldn't mind some artillery turrets. Do I have the gubbins for that? Of course, I would also like some artillery. Artillery needs explosives and explosive cannon shells. I don't make explosive cannon shells, but I could. I do make radars, and explosives are buffered. Although lots of them get turned into explosive rockets. And other ones get turned into other things. That's okay, I can put a little bit of pressure on my stuff here. Right, make me... trying to think of the best way to do this. Don't output them into here. Instead... Oh, I shouldn't be picking these things up. I'm going to clog up my inventory. And there was a few things I wanted to grab. I can't forget the pump jacks, but I'm sure someone will yell at me when if I go back without my pump jacks. Is that all I wanted to grab here? Possibly, but I do want one long-handed inserter. I'll grab it from you. I have absolutely no use for explosive cannon shells personally. But grab the gubbins for it and then turn it into artillery shells. Actually, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this requesting explosive cannon shells. It means if I accidentally have any lying around, you will grab them. And there we go. Now, these stack to only one, so one chest is... well, it's not great. Can we get rid of these, please? No, no, not on me, you fools! I don't want any of that garbage. What I get for not turning off my own Constructo bots. Ew, ew, get this garbage out of my inventory. Electric furnaces, solid fuels, science, a handgun. Madness. There we go. We'll get the artillery shells going. And what does it take to make you? Quite a few things. Grab those things. What do these stack to? Probably 10, so one set of them will be sufficient. This is our ultimate answer to biter kind. Alright, sweet. Grab the pump jacks and let's go. Where are the pump jacks? Well, why even think about it? Why not just tell my beloved bots to give me one full stack of 20 pump jacks, please? How goes the purging of the Xenos? We're walling them in to be stuck with us. So we wall them in here, then here, 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 and here. And then we just annihilate all of these biters. It's far more expensive to do it with artillery though, so I'm a little on the fence about using any artillery here. But it is doable. That was never a question, it was always doable. I got my 20 pump jacks, which is more than I need. And I've already got the pipes and the power for pump jacks, so that's okay. I do want a fistful of efficiency modules though. There's actually a few things I want to do with efficiency modules. I want to make all of my... oh god, right, I've been missing a trick here this whole time. Let's grab a stack of these, and everything that can have them should have additional prod mods. Make more from... oh, no, 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 not like that. Make more from less. Regrettably, I don't know of a way to do this in an automated fashion. Even the upgrade planner won't upgrade an empty module slot to a not empty module slot. But there we go. This will consume more power, which isn't a problem now that we've got nuclear. It will produce more pollution, which isn't a problem because we're about to bring the evolution to the point of no return anyway. And we have reasonable enough defense, I like to think. Actually, I can just press Z for this, can't I? That's the spot. Right, any more for any more? Yeah, absolutely with the red circuits. Someday these will be better prod mods. Someday. At least putting in Prod Mod Mark II wouldn't be a big undertaking, but I always find that the upgrade to Productivity Module Mark II is really tiny compared to Prod Mod Mark III. It's an increment of 2% more production, whereas Prod Mod Mark III is 4, I believe. Alright, what else do we want to mod up? Do I do black science with these? Of course I do. All science gets the productivity modules. I probably missed blues then. I did not miss blues. Did I miss anything? I'm as surprised as I am. If I watch all the VODs, I'll be able to play Factorio. My own mum could pick up and play Factorio without any hand-holding. You'll be fine. This is a little less fine, though. The blues aren't flowing. This is a sure sign. Actually, why even have them come down like that? Reds are the only one that really need to go in like this. So the reds could just come along to here, get their buffer, and then still go out to here. And all of this is unnecessary now. There we go, that should fix a problem or two. Can't imagine I need more efficiency modules than this. Let's just clear up the backlog here. Why are there blues here? Just because there was blues on the line, I think. That should solve it. Don't mind me, just fixing my own mistakes. Alright, there we go. Reds seem to flow in here just fine. You're not necessary there. I think Deathworld Marathon's the only way to enjoy it. Yeah, but you can't do 100% on Marathon. And that's not it's too difficult, it's purely impossible. Alright, that seems to work out just fine for keeping the modules flowing. Which is, I can't believe, look at all these backed up reds. Never seen such a thing. So close to Behemoth Biter. Right, anything else I need to worry about before I get moving? Maybe grab a few more flamethrowers? Nah, the main point would be laser turrets rather than flamethrowers. Not to mention, they're going agonizingly slowly due to my lack of steel. It's okay, I should have the resources to pen the biters in with me. There was something else I wanted. I got my pump jacks, got my extra legs. I don't think I have the wherewithal to make 2 more roboports for myself. Fluid tanks? I shouldn't need fluid tanks, but that's a pretty good idea. It is a pretty good idea. Add me 50 of those, please, my bot friends. One thing I'd like to do is add a bit more efficiency modules to all of the things in the factory. There's no good reason not to. I have a bajillion of them, and they're doing literally nothing. Not even figuratively nothing. They are straight up doing nothing. This is such a shame. Why is there no way to automate this? I will never know. Sure, it's difficult to handle this. Even designing how to handle it, let alone implementing it, seems like it would be tough. But they do difficult things over at Oob. Maybe they'll come up with a solution to this in 2.0. But right now, changing out the modules in... well, it's not even changing. Straight up just adding modules into assemblers, or anything really, is a royal pain. These don't need it, they're already maxed out. Same with you. You use prod mods, but you do not. I'm adding one more because the maximum efficiency you can get is minus 80% pollution and energy consumption. And each of these level 1 efficiency modules adds a minus 30% to power consumption, which linearly affects pollution. The old assembly machines could only carry 2 modules. These max level assembly machines can carry 4. But the 4th one would be wasted, so I'm just shoving in 3. Of course, mega bases scoff at the idea of using efficiency modules at all. I kind of scoff at the idea of using efficiency modules on you. I'm gonna make an about turn on this. And actually, I have an idea. I have a great idea. I'm gonna give you all of these, and I'm gonna set an upgrade plan to go from efficiency module to prod mod. It's a pretty low level boost in productivity, but we make so many sprockets that it would really add up. For example, this machine has made 20,000 sprockets. It would have made 16% more sprockets if it had these, and sure, it would guzzle down energy and pollute. But hey, it's something for nothing. Well, pretty much nothing. Don't tell me you're done already. Oh, baby, look at that artillery. Well, if it was that easy, make me 50 artillery turrets. Gears are more expensive, but the same number of crafts. What? Seeing the light of productivity. Well, I wouldn't use prod mod on sticks, that's for sure. I could be convinced to use it for copper cabling. But that's when I'm at the decadent level. I might be decadent in terms of power, but not on everything. I keep saying this is not a mega base run of Factorio, but those 20 million circuits, which, lest we forget, the whole reason we're doing everything right now is to make our way towards making 20 million green circuits. The factory must grow to meet the ever-growing needs of this growing factory. Alright, I think that's everything modded up, because all of my assemblers around here, we don't have any errant ones sticking out. Hello, hello, some of you are on the way out. Moduled, moduled, moduled. And yeah, you can make higher level... Ooh. I dare not have my... Get away, dare not have my flamethrowers being made without maximum productivity. Not productivity, efficiency. Look at that. This thing only consumes 75 kilowatts and produces as much pollution as a furnace. A moduled furnace, that is. I'm saying those are low. Alright, grab these efficiency modules off of me, grab these prod mods off of me. It's time for me to get back to work. Baron, enjoy your new legs. Because I want to get back on the front lines lickety-spit. While we're at it, let's wall you back up. Wall myself back up. I'm glad I started buffering these aeons ago. Probably going to find that that's too much walled out. Right. Let's go. We're going to bring oil to this. It's going to need a lot of pipe to grounds, but we can manage that. Our explosives are even stronger, which is good, because the biters are about to get a lot stronger. Alright. Oil for the walls first. This oil, just one pump jack is honestly going to take care of all of this wall. Of that I'm certain. These things barely consume any resources. Oh hey, Tyrion! Boy, you know, just reading that name makes me want to watch people squirm and play Mario. Don't know what it is. Any idea how it could have come to that? After suffering through so many weekly one punishments, punishment games, and long punishments, certainly gives me an appetite for having other people have a miserable time. This isn't doing any harm to anyone, so I can just leave it by there. Oh, I was meant to bring the prod mods over for the pump jack. Well, I'm not doubling back for that, it's not a big deal. Okay, pump jack. One tiny little pump jack is surely all we need. I'll just have you latch into our power supply from here. Oh, I don't like that setup, but it's not about what I like sometimes. No. Don't need to worry about this too much, so let's not overthink it. I didn't bring landfill. Am I gonna... Oh god, that's actually a problem. A very potential problem is not having brought landfill with me. How can one man forget so many things on his expedition? There we go, and let's make sure that you are well oiled. It's just going to back up on the oil. It is adjacent to you, so there's a nasty chance that it could get destroyed. Too nasty a chance, frankly. There we go, that's just to buffer the oil. The flamethrowers will grab the oil. It will come out the other end. It says you don't have oil, but trust me, you're getting oil. And then we're going to make sure the oil comes along here. Didn't bring landfill. Well, one of the things about landfill is if I only need a few bits of it, I can make it on site. This is why I don't tend to like oiling up or using flamethrower turrets for my main wall defense, because it is a bit of a scutter to set up all these pipes. However, it's Deathworld, and there are behemoth biters soon coming along to ruin my day, so I really can't afford to be picky. Go. Just going to drag you down a bit so you don't draw too much aggro. I think I missed a spot because it's telling me there's no oil in the system. And there's the spot I missed. There we go. Fine, I'll fire up Factorio. That's the spirit. So there we go. One crummy pump jack should keep them going. And it's going to produce a minor amount of pollution here. How much? 10 pollution per minute. That's actually not so minor on a desert. I wonder if that's actually going to trigger any attacks. Maybe I really should have brought some prod mods over here. Ah well, a concern for future, Jake. Right, you'll take care of that. As for me, you done good. I need you to remain powered up for this situation. With this all taken care of, it's time for us to expand. This biter, Holiday Home, is actually good for me. They will never be able to attack me, but they will consume pollution. And these Deathworld biter bases... Well, actually, I don't know if that affects the rate at which they consume pollution. The thing is, they need less pollution to send out attacks on Deathworld, which is pretty hardcore. God, that was all worm and practically no base. Same with here. I think, I get the feeling that worms like forests. I could be imagining that, but it just feels like if there's forest, there will be worm. So I'm just clearing these out so that when I walk by with my electric power poles, it shouldn't cause too much of a kerfuffle. Why are you powered off? Oh, it's not powered off, it doesn't have its oil yet. That's okay, that was just one bit of wall. That will still occasionally happen, especially since I don't have lasers on my main base wall. So what's happening? You are grabbing the oil, and now you are grabbing the oil, and then you will, and you will, and you will, and so on and so forth. And this one poor pump jack will continue to work hard to fill them up. And once they're full, it shouldn't be a problem at all in any way. Right, big old power pole. Let's go. Making mistakes here. I need my bots to take care of this because I can't. Just make space for the junk. The thing is, I can't just place down a power pole in the middle of the forest, but my all-powerful bots can. They can take care of my woes, no problem. Look at that. Grabs wood, places pole. And they're probably wondering why I would have ever had a problem. The only downside is I need to stop and wait for my poor slow bots to catch up every now and then. Is there a limit to how strong the bugs can get in this game? Yeah, behemoths are the strongest bugs in the game, and they don't really get any stronger. You know what, we're out of the forest, I don't need to rely on my bots here anymore. Dump, 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 dump. Turn off bots, kill bugs. Look at that, they're even looking at the power pole but not aggroing on it. Good little bugs. They know their betters. I don't need to kill all these bugs, I just need to push them back so that they have a problem for my power pole expansion. Although one might reasonably ask them where their problem right now. I suppose a stray bit of acid could hit it. This is some aggressive power poling. Alright, should be able to start from around here. Go along here and down and sorted. Practically speaking, they shouldn't have to deal with any bugs, although some might sneak up from the underbelly. You guys gotta go though, right? I do appreciate this little seaside town you have, but it's gotta go. There's no space for your home in my grand design. Bip boop, done. Maybe I can actually chunk a line at this time. And that should even link up nicely. This extra power will be necessary for all these bots getting to work though, so they can have it. NIMBY. NIMBY. If I had to make a guess, it's not in my backyard. And that is a guess. It's just a very good one. And if that's not what it means, it's what it should mean. Okay, perhaps I was a little too gung-ho in switching out my power. Are you guys getting power? No, there were a few missing spots there. But now it looks good, and look at that lovely straight line of small power poles, as it should be. I've even got enough space to completely extract that iron. But speaking of space, that is exactly what these bugs are taking up. Get out of here. Nice to see that my Spidertron Red Baron knew to automatically reload the explosive rockets when she ran low. Oops, and I forgot to turn off my bots, so two of them died trying to repair me. Trying to repair Baron. There we go. Thinking about it, there's such an overlap in lasers that any expansion party should be cut down by those. Honestly, bringing up flamers at this point is overkill. Oh, a couple of them actually made it back alive, despite all the chaos there. That's cute. Right, that'll have pushed them back plenty, so we can get back on to work. Going and agonizingly, like 2% slower due to the lack of the bots there, maybe even 4%. Can't believe you built these walls with the laser turrets facing the wrong way. What are you talking about? Laser turrets are omnidirectional. But you know that, Nix. You're having a Swedish yoke. Ooh, those fighters are quite close, aren't they? Aren't they just? But I'm not about to turn around here. Come on, wall, prove yourself. Defend yourself against the biter menace. That is very close. I'm going to double back and set up radars, because clearly we don't know enough about this area. Know your enemy and all that. Let's do a halfway house here. I do need the extra power. Look at my battery power already down at 63%. The hatches are open. Right. Need me some radaring. Curse the incredibly low range of these radars. Need a whole bunch of them for perfect coverage. I really thought that launching a rocket would in some way help with radar coverage, but nope. Alright. How's that non-aggression pact looking, my biter friends? Is it good? Is it good? Whoa, you didn't like that, did you? This will not stand. You have violated the NAP. There we go, that should reasonably take them back. I don't even have to lift a finger here, right? My automated defenses can show us what they're made of. Yeah, they just look at these things and they die. Excellent, as it should be. Right, when am I arcing this down? Actually, now is it? Maybe around here is a good time. Yeah, about there-ish. The biters broke a treaty. How could they? The monsters. A treaty signed at gunpoint, no less, that they couldn't read and wouldn't understand anyway. Little concerned about this. This is a major weak point. I probably should have designed my corner much better. But I'm not even sure if I've done this kind of design before. Normally I just drag a big wall and pack it shoulder to shoulder with laser turrets, and that is it. But usually at the point of doing this in a mega base that I've made, I have pretty much infinite everything. The stuff we have back home is far from infinite. Look at that poor lackluster amount of steel. And the plastic is all but gone. It's very sad, I know. Whoa, look at these guys. Let's see if my halfway house can take them down. I don't have a lot of lasers on me. Wait, what the heck? What the heck just happened there? Oh well, I won't claim to know. Kill them all. Did I pick up my armor and get rid of my inventory bonus for a second? I thought they fixed that. Granted, that did used to be a problem. Actually, I'm certain they fixed that. Because it's a mistake I used to make all the bleeding time. Like I'd left click instead of right click on my armor, take it off and then drop my inventory. But they fixed that by adding the hand thing. There would be a hand slot in your inventory for things that you are temporarily putting in your hand. And no, they didn't fix it. Wow. How about that? You're going to be a constant nuisance for my wall, so forgive me, you do have to die. And we are a tiny, tiny amount away from Behemoth Biter. Right, there we go, that should rein in the troubles. Although, will I need to drag this down here? No, West Wall has its own source of oil. Although thinking about it, I wonder if I need to add a little bit of protection on you from this side. I might do that. I might just rig up a little bit of laser turrets to defend you until such time as you don't need it. Alright, well in that case, just give me my stuff back, please. I want it. Entity on the ground. Bots. Go and grab it for me. Because I'll have missed some of it, no doubt. In part, thanks to your series, I finally managed to win a round of hard mode FTL. Well done. I was thinking about FTL lately, not that I want to play it, but I've been watching a fair bit of Slay the Spire, and I've actually been surprised myself at just how engaging it is to watch. And it made me think maybe that's kind of what was so nice about FTL. There's something about that kind of gameplay. That said, Slay the Spire A20 continues to cause me nothing but harm. I have tried and failed A20 so many times. I have ascended A20 once, but I died before even reaching the heart. I beat the final boss of Act 3, and then when it came to heart, nope, I was just pasted to the wall by the sword and shield. What's your thoughts on the Factorio DLC? I'm excited for it. Woob have done no wrong so far. Of course, that's always what you say before someone does wrong. Now, how do I set up west wall? So that's north wall done. Done and done right. Well, not entirely. I haven't shrewdly fed you that oil. Let's do that, shall we? Away you come. In you go. So if you like Factorio, but all this slog is just like, ugh, why am I watching this? I cannot recommend Michael Hendricks stuff enough. He takes all... I mean, how long have I been playing today? Like 2 hours. He would have condensed this 2 hours down to 5 minutes. And it would have been just as fun and engaging. He's a great Factorio... I wouldn't even say streamer. He makes videos. Right, you need to come up and feed us the oil. Why do I hear you? You must die. Well, the pollution is actually definitely going to get you from here, so I really need to do you in. Hey! We got it! We are now a very small percentage of the way towards our final goal. 5% there. You could set up an artillery if... Yeah, I'm planning it. You'd think this would get tiring, but there's just something about stomping on these little buggy bastards' homes that feels so good. All the hours of oppression that they put me under. And now the shoe is on the other foot, because even if I run out of explosive rockets, I have their demise automatically put into boxes for dispersal. And when we get to the artillery party, it's going to be even better. I will start up the artillery once I've closed in the box. I've decided, yes, we will use artillery. I'm unlikely to have enough artillery though, and I do want to keep this production going. I need to think of a solution to that. First and foremost though, I do think you're going to be in a bit of danger, so... Oh, the poor little guys want to fight, but they can't because they have no power. I defy you to tell me why I need medium pulls. At this point it is just defiance on my part though. Medium pulls would be a good idea. Yeah. For one, they wouldn't have this problem. Both of them won't reach here. Is that really true? I mean, the reach is definitely far enough. Actually, I wonder why you won't reach over to both of them. There we go, that works better. Right, up you come. Just stomp this down on the biters, even deleting some of them from underfoot. And then bring up the fuel. Yeah, Michael Hendricks is 12-hour... I didn't watch the 12-hour thing, I watched the whole damn thing as it was being made. A brilliant recommendation. Well, this is less brilliant. Yeah, thank you. Little bits of cliff here and there, continuing to be my ire. I can even look past how Dutch the man is, that's how good his content is. And while we're at it, I want to buffer this fuel, and I may as well just buffer it right here. There you go. Alright, he's here. Somewhere, Behemoth Biter is waiting to attack. I'm quite convinced this is good. Well, actually, it's lovely and green around here. There's a reasonable chance that the pollution won't actually spread far enough. The problem is if they set up a little expansion party around here, but these laser turrets are ready to fight and die, I'm certain. Yeah, I won't even wall you in, you don't deserve wall. Maybe someday, but not today. Right. That takes care of northern matters. What about west, 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 and south? Fortunately, all the west walls are tiny. The question is how we bring power. How do we bring civilization to the west? I could drag power directly out here, start from the south. Not the south-south, but the southwest. And then there's this really convenient area to bridge the power over. Hit the oil, protect the oil, and then the oil up for everything. Not a bad idea. Not a great idea, but it's good enough. Alright, with that in mind, let's thread a needle. Need to stomp over there and clear a bit of the path on the way. Is this vanilla or hard modded? I'm considering playing the game. Oh, don't consider it, just do it. Actually, put a bit of consideration towards how much you have commitments or like your free time. Because Factorio is one of those games that you sit down and you go, okay, I'm just gonna... I've got a spare hour this evening, let's expand the factory. And then it's suddenly 3 AM because you realise that your blue circuits weren't keeping up to date, so you needed to expand your production of reds, but oops. You were low on plastics, which means you needed to expand your oil supply, and well, while we were there, we needed to actually go and get another... we needed to go and get another oil field, but the oil field was covered by biters, so you need to expand your production of, I don't know, explosive tank rockets. And then you're like, well, I'm sick of the tank, let's use Spidertron instead. What does Spidertron need? Oh, I need to research these things. And then it's not 3 AM, it's 3 AM the next day. It's so good. Civilization wishes it could be this one more round. There he is, there's Behemoth Biter. And unceremoniously he died extremely quickly because he was the only one in my laser target. Even Behemoth Biter is not standing up to 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 personal laser defenses. The problem is when Behemoth Biter makes up 1/3 of your attack group, you get bogged down real hard. There we go. We upgraded the power of explosives, so it's good to see them just cleave away through biter bases. Squishy, squishy. Especially the worms. Damn the power of those worms, especially early game. So, I'm thinking power comes out, straight to west wall, up and across. That makes west wall the first bit of wall that we do. Hopefully nothing's getting too destroyed here. I can't tell by the fire if Behemoth Biter was there. But Behemoth Biter will always make it to the walls, and he crushes walls like they're not even there. He is so immensely powerful. Maybe I'm bigging him up a bit much, right? We have the defenses to take care of Big Biter. My base is not going to be under threat. He is but an inconvenience to me. As I trod along his homes, kill his little expansion bases. I never played Factorio back when you got science from killing biter bases. But that's something that strikes me as difficult to automate. And it doesn't sound scalable either. But in a way, the spirit of that lives on in the defense segment, where you have to rush making a rocket, and you have a predefined, like, walled base at least. Killing the biters there gives you points to spend on science upgrades. But yeah, it doesn't strike me as a well thought through idea. I read the Friday Factorio facts about them, but I picked up Factorio just before it came out of early access. That's right, I betrayed my no early access rule for Factorio, and it is, I think, the only game that I have betrayed my no early access rule for streaming. I do not stream early access games. Now, people can force me to stream them. That's different, though. That's not my choice. Wow, sprockets are backed up! Which means iron is backing up, which means steel is flowing. Which truly means that it is oil that is our problem now. Maybe I should have prod modded the oil rather than efficiency modded. Whoa, no, no, no. I want to keep those. I thought we were going to get rid of actual trash. Over here, let's make sure that we are walled. No, not to there. To you, Red Baron. Carry all these walls. We shall carry some more. Maybe that's a few too much more, because I want to have more laser turrets, which are probably also struggling a bit. Oh, not as much as I thought. That looks good. Looks damn good. Probably even have a few flamethrowers then. What a world I live in. Okay. Okay, feeling relatively good about going back out an expansion party. But I think I do want those productivity modules. Ditch some of you and grab some prod mods, which I think are hanging around here. Ew! Efficiency module Mark II? Why do I have 4 of those? Why do I have 4 of those? I actually don't have an answer to that. Alright, back to it. If there was one game worth playing in early access, it's Factorio. Well, in a way it's not, because, sure, Factorio was great, but it was so good at 1.0. And I want to save up all the excitement for a game for its 1.0 release. I hate that trickle feed of, oh, we got some new features, oh, we just fixed this and that. It's like, just give me the finished thing. Let me enjoy the finished game. I have too many damn games to play to constantly be thinking about your one little hobby project. Does bother me a fair bit. But what doesn't? Right, let's get this power flowing. We have to go through trees right now, so I'll let the bots take care of that. Poor bots. Could have upgraded them to be even faster. Okay, if you lack space for the wood, I'll give you space by putting that away. Once I'm free of the forest, I can do this more manually. That's right, wanting to do things manually in Factorio. So I just bring you straight out, we hit west wall. It would be nice to just get south wall done. Am I greedy enough to go for that 10 million ore, though? It strikes me as a lot of work that I don't have to do. Iron is not the problem here. Copper is the problem. So that's a lot to do for little gain. So yeah, south wall's probably going to be along, down, along, down. Yeah, easy Ozzy. Greed is good. Greed is indeed good, and if this factory was something I was planning on taking to the mega base levels, then yeah, that would certainly be a consideration. Oh wow, we were able to find a hole through all that for our power pole. This Factorio guy is something else. Forget your lazy engineers back home. This guy throws down power poles and doesn't afraid of anything. Okay, so nice. Remember when dealing with a biter base like that required us to get a load of disposable turret guns and a load of ammo that I didn't want to spare the iron for? Grim times. Let's not romanticize them. Let's put you here. Bots, get to work. Splendid, although I don't like these guys existing here, so I might take a bite out of them. Well, I've seen that power flow, as well it should. You get away, go over there, make sure that we have this looked after. And of course... Sorry, I'm on the planning commission, and that expansion of yours was not approved. Tear it down. Is there any specific reason why using grid-aligned walls? I just find it really clean. Oh, there's Big Biter. I wish we had a way to just pause the game and view his stats, but instead we're just going to watch him die. But he got to the wall and he took a few nibbles before the... Oh, I must have had a little construction bot left flying around over there. He tried so hard to get back to me, but I think that spitter killed him. Not spitter, worm. In any case, we shall have our vengeance. They have once again broken the non-aggression pact that we have. They're going to have to die. Been playing a fair bit of Avorion lately, and whilst the diplomacy in that game is skin deep at best, I did actually enjoy a period where I had an enemy, but the enemy had such a large industrial area that I really wanted to start trading with, that I actually signed a non-aggression pact with them. It cost me about 10 million credits, and it still paid off. So yeah, I've actually fallen back in love with Avorion, but I don't think it's a game I want to stream, because it's a lot of just... I don't know. It's just something I want to chill out to. Not saying I don't chill out to my own streams, but you know, some rare games I actually enjoy playing off-stream more than on-stream. And I've been streaming so long that streaming has become part of my love for games. Because it's one thing to enjoy a game, it's another thing to share that love with someone. Oh, that sounded a bit soppy, didn't it? Or maybe even a bit creepy. But the feeling is true. God, we cleared out more of this than I was intending to. What's my artillery going to have left to clear up? If you feel like a game is not to stream, remember us watching you make the perfect Hanzo. Ah, but the perfect Hanzo was great for streaming. There was a little bit of sadism in it because I just knew how horrible the whole experience was. And there were people that really wanted something else to be streamed. I think at that time we were still in our Europa Universalis days. So it's like people coming along thinking, oh, do we have the new EU campaign? It's like, yeah, I'm playing this economic campaign. Ooh, with the Hansa. Ooh, playing as Lubeck. What a manner of speaking. And then out comes Patrician 4, and almost nobody is happy. But I'm happy. Excuse me, I keep getting choked up here. I need to grab some water. I shall be recht back. Zoe Thundersock says I made it up to episode 119 of Hands. I should pick it back up. Why? Oh, my days. There's something wrong with some of you people. Perhaps even most of you people. Right, again, I don't think you are all that safe as you are, so let's make sure that you are safer. I got no problem spending a few of these, just to solidify your position. Because you will produce some pollution. It's more to keep you safe from biter expansions than anything else. You're not joining up with this thing. Whatever. It's just small power pulls, it's hardly an expense. That's the whole reason I like to use these things. Right. I'm just going to drag you straight down. Whee! There we go. Now we've got the power. We just need to bring the oil out. This whole local oil idea, I haven't tried it before. I'm not sure if it's going to be a good idea or a terrible idea. I mean, in general, I don't think that bringing oil for the defences is a great idea to begin with. Trains would actually be a better solution, and yes, I am actually advocating for trains in this regard. You're going to be split north and south regardless, aren't you? No, they've got their own oil. So really, you're only going to be going south and along to here. And probably south all the way to South Wall as well, so you've got a ways to go, oil. Alright, well, let's try and take you on a less wooded path. Again, the biters shouldn't aggro on these. They'll only really aggro on these if they end up being a nuisance for them. Ew, now I have to double back a bit because I've made this boo-boo. Oh, that's okay. I can live with boo-boos. Resist, Jake. All we need is a museum train. Actually, not so. We have an achievement to get called the Trans-Factorio Expressway. Plan a path of 1,000 tiles. However, I think it only right that we use our museum train for that. So if I go this whole... Let's get rid of you. Maybe we should track that and get it done today. My achievement speed has been lackluster at best. Oh. Yeah, we'll do that today. Can't have anything stop us. There we go, and... I don't really want to put you down over there, that's way too out and about. Might get some unintended attention. Let's bank you up here. And there we go, now we have fire to take care of this choke point, and it is a choke point, so it's kind of good to have the concentrated fire. That said, it's going to be hard-pressed for half of you to actually get involved in that fight. Yeah, lots of time for achievements while waiting on a 20 mil. Yeah, part of me is thinking that I don't even need to expand in this direction, but it would be nice just to finish off the wall around us, even though it's taking quite a bit of time. That's okay, we all came into this knowing that this wasn't going to be a short run. Actually, maybe not. Probably plenty of people thought that it was over after the first 8 hours. And now that we sit here at a time of... Oof, 26 hours. Perhaps it's dawning on people just how long a run this really is. Right, how far along do we go before we go down? Down to about there from the next part over. Assuming the cliffs don't get in our way, but why would they? They were only slaves, Ramesses. The slight problem with dragging pipes around is they, unlike power poles, they won't default back to an earlier position if you break the line dragging here. Right. Along, down, along, down. This will certainly be a test of my cornering, I think. Which I still don't think is very good. Could we even call it chunk-aligned? Oh, maybe. Anyway, it's meant to go along first, at least. Not super happy with the position on you. I think we'll start you out. I don't like this because the biters have this area to come along and get me, so they can concentrate their forces better. From here, on the other hand, donk, 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 donk. Get to work, get rid of these bits here, and you. Would have been a short run if you gave up after the first few Oh yeah, it certainly would have. And I was very close to it. I really didn't. I did not think that the situation was salvageable. And I still feel the heavy burden of having had to die and load a save. That always weighs pretty heavily when I play. Save scumming is something I try to avoid in just about everything I play. And it's leaving me with this question of, am I going to do it again? Am I going to be unable to live with myself and have to do this once more? I'm starting to be really glad that I brought long power poles. Imagine the sheer number of small poles this would have been. The left flamers are not getting oil. They look pretty oiled up. If you mean this one, well, I haven't finished troubleshooting it yet. There we go. You would probably also benefit from having a little buffer over here. And I would benefit from making sure that there is a... There we go. Make sure that there's a fire break here. Oh, well actually there's an achievement to burn down a huge forest, so we might also get that one done today. All these achievements to do, Jings. Right, so I need you to... Oh, man. You're going to be an internal corner, aren't you? Something like there. This is why I like chunk aligning. This is so clean. Can we cover all this with radar? No, we can't, because radars are terrible. Probably going to be one of the first things I focus quality on when the expansion comes out, is having radars that don't suck. They're so short in their range. Oh, come on, bots, get to work. I think next time I go back to restock, I'm going to make my second personal roboport. I have the sprockets for it now. Backing up on reds. Heavens knows I have all the processing units I could ever need. The only possible problem, really, is low density structures, and whoa, off go the bots. We've got a problem here. Right, when last I checked the borderlands here, this is my territory, and you're on it. It's okay though, I have an explosive solution to the problem. Back to work, bots. Tear down those ancestral biter cliffs. Yeah, doubling up the amount of bots I have for this would be super sweet. It will reduce the space for other things, so I'll sacrifice 2 personal lasers and it's going to chug through my power even more. But we're not worried about that, right? Why would we be worried? I'm a little worried about the power not flowing here. What's going on? Why do you not connect up here? There's a problem with the corner. Why did it not present a problem back here? I don't know, maybe because I did a little bit of a custom job on it. Don't know, but I don't like it. Well, whatever. It's not like we're gonna use that crappy corner much. Okay, we need to turn inwards now, and then down once more. Sorry, 10 million iron, but you're not for me. Now, what was that thing someone said? Was it Control V? Yeah, there we go. Cool, very cool. Why does this not line up? What is this? Oh god, that's half chunked. Interesting. There we go. Now we're on to something. Still has problems though. I'll see. It's because well, I'm sure there were reasons for it. I don't have a big problem manually fixing a thing or two here and there. The show must go on after all. And as long as the power flows and the pipes continue to bring the Texan tea over, then all is well. These sad little bases, compared to the big bases we were dealing with before, this was an expansion base. So the biters, by now, roughly every 5 minutes they come out and do an expansion like that. And unfortunately, it doesn't scale with Deathworld. It would be cool if it did, but it does not. How far out are we going to bring you? It doesn't really matter, just bring you out like so. And I'm going to very quickly run out of power if I don't slam in my fusion reactors. All of these bots don't even have to follow me. I could rig up Spidertron with their own personal roboports and stuff, but Spidertron's grid is so small, she would have trouble supporting a lot of bots. And I don't want to keep switching her out for combat and for bots. It's not a big deal to do it for myself, but how could I subject Spidertron to that? Well, the answer is I cannot. Right, so this is a problem because it lacks this here. So let's see if we can't use Kalpa's giant brain here. Select new content for the blueprint. Hang on. It does have that bit there, okay. There you go. Now it's got that extra power pole, although it's missing one here. Isn't it? No, it never had that one to begin with. Maybe it should have. That seems about right. 16, 16. Yeah, there we go. Now it shouldn't cause us grief ever again. And I can just bring the wall dum 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 straight down. You get 5 Spidertrons following the Spidertron, that way you get 6 grids for building. Yes! I'd also have to build 6 Spidertrons though. I probably have the gubbins for that. But the one red Baron is sufficient for now. I will build additional Spidertrons for the entirety of East Walling. But West Wall only needs 2 more chunks done, and we are done with this. Then we get to have our fun with artillery. It's like Space Ghost Coast to Coast fun with Moltar, but a lot more bugs dying. Yeah, leave it as Moltar. I think there was a lot of humor in Space Ghost Coast to Coast that just flew right over my head. Well, I don't think that, I know that. The whole show just made no sense to me. We need one temporary east wall down for expansion base so it's truly surrounded. I'd hardly call sticking out a tiny little Florida panhandle from here much of a wall. Besides, it's already rigged up with my electric system. And well, there is pollution here. So not having flamethrowers here could be a bad idea. But this pollution is soon going to reach nobody because everyone's going to die. And well, actually there's a very strong argument for turning this into one of our nice chunk-aligned defensive walls. What's your problem? Your problem is that this is an awful, awful place to be. Can I make it less awful? Probably not with 11 landfill. But I could try. So these are adjacent, right? So adjacent, adjacent, and... Plump. There we go. At least you work now. This corner is very, very vulnerable. Especially since expansion biters are likely to come up here. So with that in mind... I'm just going to shower you in a little extra something. Using my all-powerful tiny poles. There we go. That won't help much, but it should help a little bit. So too with having you here. Well, maybe. Anything's possible, right? A little bit of an ugly solution there, but I didn't like the look of that corner one bit. Let's shed some light on the situation. These radars are real power hogs. I wonder how they... Look at that, they're my 4th biggest power consumer. I don't get it, right? Radars do nothing to help in the fight, they just give you vision. But they are abusively expensive and weak. Not in terms of materials to make them, they're something like 30 plates, right? They are 32.5 plates to make. But that 300 kilowatt consumption for a range of, what is it, 5 chunk radius? You put it down here and it is a 1, 2, 3 chunk radius. They're just so pathetic. Yeah, well, what can you do? Well, you can bicker and moan is what you can do. Okay, this wall comes down, and then the final wall gets done, and everyone is happy, especially me. Question, where do I get oil for this? Solution? No oil. Let's just use power instead of oil. Part of my reason being... okay, I don't have a good reason. I just don't want to bring oil over here. Radars in real life are very power hungry. Yeah, and the real life Spidertrons that we have are really expensive to make in factories as well. Behemoths are going to give you a run for your money, but I think we'll use this anyway. Oh, this should be a job for my guys. Get rid of that, bring that over there. Don't besmirch my small power poles. Get rid of you, and God, I have no idea where you set up from, but I'll just grab you like so, and throw you down wherever makes sense. Main downside of this is how expensive it is on my... You don't tile well, do you? There's something a little bit uneven about you. Well, that's more on me than anything else. Yeah, so you tile there. Yeah, this is expensive on me using my my laser defense things. On top of that, they have a not insignificant passive consumption of power. Even when they're doing nothing, they use 24 kilowatts. So now, they are my 3rd biggest consumer of power. How in the world will my half a gigawatt of power production keep up? I do not know. It'll just have to do its best. How far down does this have to go? I might have brought this wall out a little too far. also has to prove itself against a bit of the biter menace. Alright, don't want to overthink this either, just slam this down on the corner too. Alright. Now, these are biters that are gathering for an attack. They have been peeved by my pollution for too long. And there's Big Biter once again. Can we actually see his stats for a little bit? Even if you have them on screen and you pause, it gets rid of it. This game does not have a very nice pause screen. Anyway, he still falls. I apologise to anyone who I made think that that Behemoth Biter was going to be a considerable problem for us. He certainly would have been pre-Rocket. If Evolution had somehow brought us Behemoth Biter before I had finished the 8-hour rocket launch, it would have been a nightmare. I didn't have any weapons that would be able to take care of Behemoth Biter during that. Which is why, of course, you play this sometimes with Evolution stacked to 100% from the get-go, but that is for Mad Dutchman. And I am not Dutch. I might be a little mad, but I'm not Dutch. Okay, give us back a few of those walls. That is now this wall complete. I am unsatisfied with it not having any Roboport coverage, but that would be trivial to set up. I'd only need 1, 2, maybe 3 Roboports around here, and then this will be automatically defended. Unlike the other walls, this one needs automatic defenses sooner, because it gets pollution-based attacks, and it has no fire, and the fire is really good at taking out the bulk of them. Should I do that right now? I think I will. And hopefully someone can remember what I said I was going to go back to the base for, or what I would grab when I'm next in the base. I'm sure it was something, but I can't remember. Was it landfill? Will I need landfill? Will I want landfill? There's nothing indicating that I could want landfill, and I'm also quite certain that I don't make landfill. There's no landfill in my network whatsoever. Is there raw stone? I don't actually want to make it over here. What I want is that once everything else has taken stone off of the... once everything else has had its fill of stone, and you are the biggest stone consumer, then I want a tiny little landfill set up right here. You just come on up, out to here. Do I even have a stack inserter? Wow, look at that. One single stack inserter in the whole base, and now it has a friend. Actually... No, I did not want to pick that up. Oh, I have prod mods on me. Okay, never mind. Not prod mods, but efficiency modules. 1, 2, 3. Make me landfill. And very slowly... Ew. What happened to all my yellow inserters? I got rid of them all and now I regret it. I missed them. There we go. That'll take care of automated landfill. It wasn't worth keeping it over next to the mall because this thing consumes 20 stone per landfill, and that just would have kept the bots working endlessly for no good reason. This is something much better belted. Something I realized recently, says Nix, is that you can use the in-game chat as a to-do list, since it saves between sessions. Ooh. Hadn't considered that. This is too slow. So I'm going to pick up this whole thing and move it up by 2. love just being able to make designs and redo designs. A big thing that Factorio does right is that anything you do can be undone at 0 cost. Even if you shove all the materials into an assembler and have it 95% done, and then you think, wait, I don't want to do this, you can cancel it and get 100% of all of your stuff back. Place something down in the wrong place, pick it back up, no loss. It's great. The only exception to that in Factorio is landfill. Once you put it down, you are married to it being there, but that is being fixed in the update. Yeah, as Hunter NL. Oh god, more Dutch. Yeah, exactly. Getting fixed, and we love to see it. You don't deserve this. I'm gonna downgrade you. I hate seeing inefficient use of fast inserters. Might see a running theme with my base. I don't like using expensive stuff when the diminutive will suffice. Blue inserters over yellows. Red belts over yellow belts. I was running on wooden boxes for a long time too. I mean, look at how much worse these yellow ones are, but the rate of production here just doesn't match up. Every second I make 2 landfill, and you guys do a rotation in about a second, and you carry 3 at a time, and there are 3 of you. There's no good reason to be using fast inserters with their monolithic 500 watt minimum consumption, and you have 400 watt minimum consumption and 13.6 active consumption. But I haven't run the numbers because the thing about fast inserters is they're only active for about half the time that you are. So I guess the true active consumption is only double that of a regular inserter, not quadruple like it looks. Well, it's not quite quadruple. Anyway, I haven't run the numbers and I'm definitely being asinine about it. There's no question about that. We come and top up on laser. Why are there no lasers? Because there's no steel. That's right, no steel is getting buffered anymore. That's a problem. Okay. It's not like science production is a concern for us. I'm going to take you off the main belt so I can have my everything made once more. Look at those arty shells. What are you short on? Explosive cannon shells, because you also need steel. Yeah, go figure, steel remains our problem, but steel will be solved once the wall is up, because then we're going to start bringing in all of this iron. In fact, we have to think about how we're going to process that iron. I think I'm going to, as a priority, saturate some of my belts. Because we have the reverse problem of what we had before now, where... oh, wow, that even outputs there as priority, doesn't it? Yeah, we have the problem where the iron ore patch isn't getting completely exploited, whereas the other ore patch is getting exhausted. And it's kind of surprising to me that the ore patch of iron that's away from the base is getting exhausted sooner than the one that was right next to the base, but... I could do this in reverse, but I don't particularly want to. That's going to make things very messy very quickly. What I really should have is an 8-to-8 balancer. I don't have one, and I don't know how to make one. So... I won't. Do you think that the mining drone mods is balanced? I don't play with many mods, so I couldn't tell you. The only mods I ever use for Factorio are quality of life mods. And even then, I have no problem playing vanilla. Right, oh, that's right, I said I was going to automate the defense of that wall, because that is important. For that, I'm going to grab a fistful of roboports, which I'm sure I made around here. There we go. I'm also going to increase the amount of roboports I make. I'll actually put it to 100. I will want these down the line, and yes, that's expensive on stuff, but we can deal with that. This also is begging for a little more coverage on radar. Do you want the blueprint of the 8x8? Nah, we've done this with 0 blueprints so far. Let's keep this a completely blueprintless run. For no better reason than I want to do that. I can still remember my fledgling awkward times playing this game, not understanding simple balancing concepts. I was trying to design a balancer and people saying, stop, Jake. This is a solved problem. They were right, but I'm very hard-headed on these kinds of things. I'm going to bring you out. I actually don't need any of this wall. Well, not necessarily. I mean, they could sneak in here and cause me some grief. I'll keep the wall for now, but I do absolutely need to expand the Roboport coverage so that all this is looked after. I'm going to keep it close-ish to the... Oh, why am I doing that? Place the thing down properly. I'm going to keep it close-ish to the walls, even though that has its downsides. I want them to be protected by the lasers in case the biters come along from this end. Absolutely need you down here. Thunky, thunky, thunk. Keep you powered. Powered. Did I reach you? Nice. And Austin powered. You're already covered there, but let's have some redundancy. So there we go. Now all of this is automatically defended in case pollution attacks hit you. The pollution also spreads here, but I've largely killed everything here. Let's try and keep it that way. Finish off wall, and then we begin with the artillery. Well, by begin with the artillery, I mean... it's difficult, actually. What comes first, grabbing the resources for the base in order to make the artillery, or using the artillery to secure the goods needed for the base? This game is full of catch-22s. It's also full of me just stomping all over little biter homes. Yeah, now that I have red belts, I don't need to rely on old crummy yellow belts, although it is still cheaper and no less efficient to use yellow belts. It's all working fine, the radar's all working fine. I should probably radar you as well. And then just 2 little tiny bits of wall, and we will have this entire area sealed. In fact, I want to mark everything that's in the area, because I'm pretty sure there are elements of it that I missed. So... I mean, why would I not label the stone? It's not important, but... let's make it feel important. Hell, I labeled the oil. I'm going to label the uranium. It's not that important. Hello, this is the copper I've been waiting on. 9 million, which actually rounds up to 10 million, but I'm rounding down if it's lower than 7. It will be more than 10 million thanks to our efficiency research. Nobody cares about coal, least of all me. We got 4 million iron ore over here. Oh my, all this stuff's going to be inside my walls. It's exciting stuff. I think I saw 2 million copper ore here. And 4 million iron ore here. Already took note of the oil. Yeah, I am still copper starved though, which is a bit of a concern. 2 and 6. Which is going to add up to more than 9. All over there that we don't care about. Yeah, this is the big copper mine for us. But is that really the only significant copper that we get from here? I guess there's 3 million over there, and 4 million here. I think that... that 4 million and 3 million is going to have to combine with a 7 million for a plates workshop over here. A chip workshop over here. It's relatively flat land with which to do it. That's good. That 9 million can combine over with this, and we'll have even more made over here. We're going to be doing local production. This stuff is not coming back to the base. That's too far to go with my belts, and yes, I'm belting it. Because train lovers can just go and do one. Oh, I need to bring the power over here. Well, let's ensure that there's a method to bring it over. Workshops are saying good morning all. Well, certainly not morning here in Hungary, but that's alright, it's winter time. There's no more good mornings. It's finally getting chilly over here. Had to wait for November to have to... well, actually, I'm still wearing shorts and t-shirts, so maybe it's not that cold. My landlord has such a baffled look in his face whenever he spies me. And he always remarks, "Are you not cold?" Well, no, I'm not. He also might not be saying that. He speaks Hungarian and I don't understand it. I understand maybe like 5 words of Hungarian. Igen, nem, köszönöm, nem problem. Is there anything else one even needs to know? Probably not. I don't even know how to say please. Right, still have my pump jack, my wall stuff. This is could almost be considered a problem. There are a lot of biters here, and I need to really get in their face. But that's okay, I have 400 explosive rockets to help make my point. And good, I have all of my explodies. I just managed to forget the button to fire a rocket. What's the button to fire rockets? I did it a few seconds ago and I can't remember what I pressed. C, maybe? Yeah, okay, there we go. Holy smokes. Is this early onset of Alzheimer's? I was watching the rocket fly and thought, I need to fire another one. And then I didn't know what it was. No, it's not F, it is C. Huh. How about that? Oh wait, I'm going further south than I need to go. This is West Wall. Although there's a very good... Oh, it's spacebar! There we go. Spacebar is what I'm pressing. C just felt so wrong. I was a young man when I started streaming. Now I'm just some old, crumbly wannabe. Well, at least I get to become what I've always loved. Just need to get into a fight with Big Red Automaton and lose one of my arms. Right, there we go. That should push out the wall sufficiently. Are you guys an attack group? No, you're just perturbed by me blowing up your home. Get over it. You can easily make another one. Right. Here's our wall. There are many like it. There we go. Bots, get to work. Have you done the achievement for destroying the hives by running over? Yes, and it was very important to get that one before Behemoths arrived. Because the Behemoths would have utterly destroyed my tank. Whereas my tank has survived this entire campaign without blowing up. Wait, where is that achievement? Here it is, steamrolled. Kind of hard to make out that picture, but that is a tank rolling across a destroyed biter home. Yeah, only 10 achievements to go. Pyromaniac shouldn't be difficult to get. I will need to double up my reds and blues production, but I might... I don't want to make any promises here, but I might set up a train, bear with me, which brings the many, many millions of green circuits that I'm creating and takes them back to my base. And that way I don't have to do any production of greens in my base. Which is going to save a lot of iron and copper for everything else in the base. And you're all going to learn that I am god-awful at making train networks in this game. Really pitiably bad at it. Right, here's our little oil source. Our little lifesaver. Our little Yoko. If I just have you and poke you out down, that'll be fine. Dump. Don't wanna praise the big power poles too much, but they have been doing a lot for me. Well, that's certainly going to cause problems, but there you are. Let's keep an eye on you. And let's make sure that oil... Wait, you're pumping oil, but it's not going anywhere. Do you have a storage of oil? Where's it going? Now you're waiting for space? I guess you do fill up with oil then. So if I put this in here, bloomp, it immediately fills up. So there must be like an invisible storage bit here. Fascinating. We're all learning so much about Factorio together. Except for the people that already knew this. I think I can bring you straight down from here. Lovely jubbly. And on top of that, let's make sure you keep a buffer. Out of my way. There we go. Non-standard setup. Actually, that's too non-standard. I don't like it. Get away. With this in mind, I will have the buffer tank here. And there's really no problem just having this be pipe. Yeah, it looks unprofessional. There we go. Leave that gap for walking around. Not that I ever walk outside of Spidertron again. And now you have fire and energy and everything you need to keep the wall, the penultimate wall, done. One last wall and all this is ours. No light oil for flamethrowers? No, I believe that light oil for flamethrowers is a terrible idea. That 10% damage is not even worth caring about. It does have a 10% damage bonus if you use light oil for your flamethrowers. But yeah, that is completely not worth caring about. And it is much, much easier to run out of light oil than it is to run out of raw oil. You could have some mistake with your circuit conditioning. I'm not even sure if it's possible to have perfect circuit conditioning for making sure that you always have light oil. Because what if your production of, or what if your consumption of petroleum just completely goes away? You will eventually back up on light oil. Wait, isn't that a good thing? No, you'll back up on petroleum, which means that light oil won't come out. So no. For the 10% bonus damage, it is absolutely not worth that at all. Even though buffered oil will last forever for flamethrowers. Flamethrowers barely use any oil at all. Lump. Well, the whole run is meant to be lazy bastard. Of course we're going to be as lazy as we can be. Right, this west... Whoa, where were you hiding? 7.9 million copper ore. And I was just saying, gosh, we lack copper ore here. Well, this will not stand. The planning committee must once again play a game of Scopa with the biters. For this is business. Man. It's hard to put into words how delighted I felt. Like, I felt like a kid at Christmas when I saw Dennis Wolf type in chat saying, "Oh, I just got back from Italy, and I feel an overwhelming urge to play the Nancy Drew Venice game." And I was just thinking, oh my days, I don't know what I was thinking, but there was a lot of glee. The idea that someone comes back from that thinking, I will stream Nancy Drew for everyone's enjoyment. I love it. And it's kind of a sick, perverse enjoyment. And I know that. But it's so good, how can I deny it? Fortunately, talking about how much I enjoy it is business, which means we may not discuss it until you have once again defeated me in a game of Scopa. There we go. You might notice it's getting a little harder to kill the biter menace that swarms me. That's because the behemoth biters that are inside it are chewing up my lasers for so long that the other biters are being unlasered, and that's not very good. Alright, so I absolutely want that copper. The positioning of this is not ideal. Far from ideal. Well, let's do a little bit of planning, shall we? We'll take an ideal point in the... Oh, hello! This is not ideal because of the water. This will do, though. Shove you out and... down to about there. This shouldn't be done without power, and I neglected to bring power over. Let's solve that now. Also, we'll clear up any stragglers. That big biter base to the west needs to be deleted. What, this? It is big, though. Really, really big. It's shoulder to shoulder. Well, I mean, all these are big as well. We're not going to find not big biter nests further out. The only ones that aren't going to be big are expansion bases, and those are different. Oh wow, I can't believe it found a little space to throw down my power pole there. Alright, here we go. Get to work. Here we have this radared up, shall we? Oh, I said I was going to get more construction bots when I was back at base. That's what I said. Well, it doesn't matter. I can use those for the other expansion. Now, though, the biters are stuck here with me. And it's going to eat my power, so let's make sure that we have the power. I just love seeing the robots get to work. It's just such unfeeling, unthinking mastery. Right, how are we bringing you in? I think we go here to bring you out. I think I tapped X and reversed those. I need to extract this, which means the wall needs to come out quite far. Well, this won't be without its problems, so let's get to work. All the dead biters. Shouldn't be laughing, but it is funny. One uranium patch is more than enough for a whole game. Oh yeah, I think even my ultra mega base is still using the one ore patch that I found in Denmark. I played with a real world map projection. So good. I mean, the map creation in Factorio is perfectly wonderful from a great gameplay perspective, but it has that kind of civilization game problem for me where it's just blech. None of this land means anything to me. Okay, let's back away a bit. Those worms are looking hungry. Whereas when I had a projection of the real world, it was actually mechanically worse for the game. Because of the way the water was all set up, the cliffs didn't run right, it didn't use rivers correctly. But there's just something about working with a map that I recognize that adds a lot to it. Because where are we right now on the map? It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have any defining features to it. It's just a chunk of land. There's water around it, there's resources on it, but when I was playing with a real world map, it felt good to go, alright, now we're entering into Venice, and Venice has all the oil, so we're gonna set up da-da-da-da-da. Just added something to the experience. It's the same thing I've talked about when playing with characters when doing Motorsport Manager. Okay, I'm getting really bogged down here. Move it, Spidertron! I'm glad this is the last wall on this side because it's getting a little hairy. The acid slows down Spidertron, see it clinging to Baron. Our Spidertron is called the Red Baron. That might not have been immediately obvious. There will be attacks here. The pollution will definitely spread over. We're going to have to solve this in an eloquent manner. We're even running low on my explosive rockets, but fortunately they're doing their job of pushing the biters back. Boom, boom, boom. I wouldn't say explosive rockets are expensive, but I wouldn't call them cheap. One explosive rocket costs 4.5 plates, and a bunch of explosives too. I'm going to need to up my production of explosives. What the hell are you all doing here? Dying, it seems. Alright, there we go. I can't conceive of needing any of these researches anytime soon, but people are going to chew my legs off if I don't properly do Kovarex. So I guess we'll get you operational. And that'll be our last tech for a long time, because it's no longer necessary, is it? Except for the achievement. I will need to get all the research done eventually. In addition to that, I need to get... This isn't going to line up properly, but I can fix it. I also need to get enough research done to get the minions achievement, which is to have 100 bots following me. Construction and logistic bots don't count. They have to be the combat bots that nobody ever uses in Factorio, because they suck. They suck in a lot of ways. They're kind of expensive. They automatically die, whether or not they've been used, after about 45 seconds, I think? Might be even shorter for the crummy ones. Yeah, 45 seconds and the Defender capsule just dies on you. Making one of them costs 20, 40, 50, yeah, 55 plates to make one. And they die to biter and spitter attacks very easily. They're just awful. And to make matters worse, they come really late in research. You need blue science to get them, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think I'm mistaken, although I can't see them on my research here. But I am seeing them. Am I actually wrong? No, I'm not wrong. But I am also wrong. You don't need blue science, you need black science. Even still, though, getting these after black science, that's competing with flamethrowers. And that's not happening. I'm not taking those over flamethrowers. No way, no how. Why is there an angry worm? Oh, there's the angry worm. Well, you know what, angry worm? You can just sit there and be angry for... Oh, no, no! Violating my NAP once again. There we go. This whole land, the biters are stuck here with me. How will we sort out our artillery? That's the question. Right, there are a number of problems with setup. Let's get rid of some of this wood, because it's... I don't know if the fire could ever spread here just from a burning biter, but I'd rather not take the risk. Plus, I want all this wood for my wooden poles. I've got a voracious appetite for them. We're like Rome with oil. There are bound to be problems with the setup, not least of all right here. Is there a turret in the way? I don't recall that being a problem before, but let's just go and fix it on the corner. Part of the problem is that I can't see. Let's just deal with that here and now. That'll do. Can't imagine why it wouldn't. Destroy capsules are not bad, Jake. You use them like a wrecking ball and smash through denser biter bases. I have tried that, but I find that they die way too easily. And boy, have I tried that. Right, can we do this again? If I just get rid of you. And then have something like that. Oh, but then I don't have an extra bit of you here. So obviously there's problems with it. Wait, why are you off by one? Don't tell me I never fixed my design. No, it seems fine. I just think the corner has problems. Anyway, I do think my corners are crap, but that's probably not a problem. Bring over the oil, and then just call this job done. And we figure out how best to deal the artillery blow to our foe. I don't mind putting down extra somewhat superfluous radars here, because this is a land that I want to know more about. Plus, I'm going to want front row seats when we blow it all up with artillery. You need to be pushed back. You are way too dangerous where you are. Liking how quickly these 4 portable fusion reactors fill up my batteries, though. Did I acknowledge this copper? Yeah, 2 million copper here. We're going to want this cleared anyway, so we'll just strafe around. The easiest way to deal with a biter nest is just strafe around the outside of it. You'll keep chewing away at the biter bases, whilst the biters generally won't be able to catch up with you. And then sooner or later there'll be no bases, so to make more biters, and then you just ravage what's left of the biters themselves. I call them biters, but you know, there are spitters and worms as well, but I'm just putting them all under biter. And now, dead. There are no small biters that are ever going to be produced anymore. Once you reach a certain point, it's all medium, big, and behemoths all the way down. I don't really want to deal with this part right now. This is a bit big, and because of this positioning, I can't scrape around it particularly well. I just wanted to chew it back a little bit. So, that's one of the reasons that I quite like watching people around here also do this challenge, because they'll tackle it in different ways. Also, some people will feel the pride too hard and refuse to use blueprints as well. Alright, there we go. The walls all line up. West wall, west wall, west wall, south wall. I like it. I like it a lot. Bring over the oil and this job is done. And if people don't use blueprints, then I'm more likely to see original designs, which is what I'm really here for. How do we bring you over best? Over, along, up. It's not going to be pretty, especially because this has to go through forest. It's forest. Kind of easy way to solve this. Just stomp these down like so. And then my little bots will take care of it. If you'll recall, way early in the game, one of the bigger problems was dealing with this precisely. Building in the trees, whilst simultaneously not wanting to just destroy all the trees because they're very valuable for pollution. Well, now trees have a different value. I need 10,000 of them in order to get the burn down loads of trees achievement, and I think I will do that real soon. There's a lot of trees that I wouldn't mind burning down now. Oh, there's a problem. Bomb coming down. Da-dump, da-dump. I think I've gone too far. It's no too far. Only not far enough. Am I back here yet? Kind of. Not even the cliffs deign to get in my way. Well, one of the many things I am is glad that I automated the creation of underground pipes. One thing I've learned from playing this is just how many bleeding pipes and underground pipes you make. In a normal game, you just handcraft them whenever you need them, at least in the pre-rocket times. But not the case. Not so the case in Lazy Bastard. And automating pipes, although they're very cheap, you need so many of them they end up guzzling up a lot of your iron. Okay, looking good. The wall is complete. Every bit of wall has flamer, turret, power, oil. The only thing it really lacks, which it could do with, is logistical roboport coverage for repairing it, but that's quite expensive, so I won't bother. This is probably the weakest part of my wall, but that's also not a problem. Do you have radars in there? I want that radar. I want every bit of wall covered with radar, so I know exactly what the biters are up to when we go on the offense. Also, I want you guys dead. You're too close to everything. With a relatively small base like that, I've got no problem just stomping our way in. How many flamers can one pump supporter with biters get really angry? Pretty much all of them. Flamers only use 3 units of oil per second of firing. So even if your defense was nothing but oil, as long as you set up a buffer, 1 pump would be fine. There you... Oh, God, I didn't put efficiency modules on you. How could I be so careless? I mean, this guy's going to be working hard, but the flamethrowers themselves buffer 100 units of oil. So they'll be able to fire for half a minute unabated, and they're not going to be firing for half a minute. The biter menace is long dead before then. The real test comes when you're using artillery. Nice reminder, though, I definitely should set up a buffer for oil here. I have a buffer for oil here, but fluid dynamics being what they are, I would rather feel safe having you here, shall we say. I don't want you adjacent to this because of the potential for damage. There we go. Look, there's already 10,000 oil in the system. How many flamer seconds is that? It's a lot of them. Right. God, that's still a lot of them. Artillery is going to be a very expensive solution to this problem. Set up our... I'm going to put an efficiency module on. No, actually, I don't care enough to do that. Head back, make sure that we have radar on here, and then finish up our glorious plans. There is quite a temptation to rejig this wall to have my my other setup on it, like the setup that I've just created with all of the lasers. I am sorely tempted. I don't know how that would end up working out for me though, because I've got things like this that are baked into the wall in a very unpleasant manner. Would also cost a fair bit of lasers. The fire seems to be doing fine on its own. Besides, once we kill enough of these things with artillery, they're not exactly going to bother us again. Flamers should be nerfed. Ooh. Controversial opinion, because flamers are very, very expensive. Oh, hello. One little biter decided to stroll over here. Don't know what his game was. He didn't feel the pollution. I think these are just lost biters. It's like, my home used to be here. What happened? Oh, I don't know. But you've got my thoughts and prayers. Actually, take the stone and turn it into landfill. It's like the easiest way to dispose of stone. Stonen. I don't like that. You're too much of a target. I will just bring you back like so. Yeah, the cost of making a flamethrower, especially early game, is very prohibitive. You've really got to plan for it, he says, not looking at the flamethrowers. Look at that. 40 bits of iron, that's nothing. 30 bits of steel, that's not nothing. 5 engines, that's absolutely not nothing. Engines are actually quite cheap to make in terms of resources. Look at that, it's only 9 plates for an engine. But they're very slow to make, so that necessitates actually setting up a whole load of assemblers for them. And right after sprockets, engines were the second thing I automated the production of, just so that I'd have access to my glorious flamers. And you've been making me flamers ever since. I gave you a short break at one point, but now you just get back to work. There's temptation to put a speed mod on you, but there's something I really like about this, just slow production here. Slowly but surely you'll make me all of the flamethrowers. You are strangled by steel, but what in my base is not? Staggeringly, actually, now that I'm using up excess stone for... Ooh, this is actually a problem. Kind of. Maybe it's not. But because stone prioritizes the main bus, and the main bus always eats all the stone for landfill, It could be that stone ends up getting squeezed a little too dry. Solution to this is not to care. I'm sure I will eventually get another stone patch. He says, looking at the map, wondering where the stone is. Well, I'm sure it's still not a problem. Stone bricks aren't that highly in demand, especially since the need for science has died off. Do you need any landfill? It's not about needing, it's about having. And I will have 4 chests of landfill, which is actually probably going to drain this stone mine dry. But you never know when I suddenly go, I want to have... Let's say, for example, I do want to have a proper, tileable solution to nuclear. I will probably want landfill to make a straight edge of water, so that I can trivially pump all the water down. Because my idea for a tileable nuclear solution is, since this is a relatively straight patch of water, is just make it here such that it can go boom, 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 boom. I like the look of that, because any tileable solution would have to be at most... Is that 10 tiles? 10 tiles wide. So I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30... Play our cards right. 40 nuclear reactors along here. Now, there is no way I will need that much energy. I'm just jiving. But what if I weren't? What if I believed in my nuclear solution? Also, I want you there. I want you there. Yeah. Poor explosive cannons. My starvation for steel is currently causing too many problems. Well, what does one do about that? I need these, but I need this land to be safe, and artillery is how we make things safe. I don't want to set up another wall, especially a temporary one. I don't know. Do not know. Tell you what, first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to mine this stuff out, and I'll set up some very basic laser defenses. I still have lasers, right? Because without more iron ore coming in, my steel is too starved. Give me that. That'll do. How about the walls? Yeah, that'll also do. Wish there was a way to sort these inventories the same way your own inventory gets sorted, because they end up such a mess sometimes. Especially when you trust logistic bots to take care of it, and never ever trust logistic bots. There's a lot about this defense that leaves me uneasy. Alright, let's not worry about it. Let's instead grab our mining module, our miners and our efficiency modules, and some belts actually. Thinking about that, I probably have too much wall here. And we've completely saturated these things with walls, so the obvious thing to do is to just delay any possible problems down the line and shove all the walls in here. You can still keep some of the other walls. I want these mining drills. I want a boatload of belts. What kind of belts, though? How about 4 more yellow belts? And we'll condense them into... What do I do with you? This forest is in the way. 2 in the way. I have a solution. Honestly, Shotgun, you have served me very well for a long time, but there is no more conceivable use for you anymore. Away you go. Similarly, there is no conceivable use for yellow ammo. Honestly, red ammo is still too pathetic for me at this point, but I'll take you. And I need to grab myself some steel and sprockets. Hardly a problem, he says. Oh yeah, I made a little bit of steel here. Wow, steel's actually buffering up a little bit. Amazing. Give 10 of those. It was 10, right? It was only 5. Where'd it go? It's 10 of you. And wow, that's a very cheap way to make a flamethrower. A flamethrower on its own is insufficient. What I really need is... oh, this is a little awkward. You are going to take this straight from the source. Yeah, it's going to be priority for you. What's my best way to do that? I have a cheeky idea here. It is very cheeky. Stab you there, you there. Copy you. Shove you here. Not here. 1, 2, blunk. 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, buckle my shoes should be fine. Do I have any pumps around here? Yes, I do. Pump. Power for pump. Where are all my inserters hiding? Curse my lack of yellow inserters. I regret upgrading everything to blue inserters now. I did the mass blue upgrade because I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted to have everything that needs to be blue. But there we go. And finally a red chest. Thunk. Thunk. Are we inside the logistics network? Barely, but yes. And oh, crumbs, you need steel. I didn't know that. Should have known that though. But that's easily sorted because I just need to grab a blue here. Shove you here. Maybe here. Shove you there. The bots will bring it over. Is that inside a logistics network? It is not. So instead you go there. I can't set this just yet. I wonder, can I? Let's see if that set the blue chest. It did not. Okay, it needs to physically be there. Now you request steel. Request like 100 steel. This thing's... it's fine. Anyway, you get priority for the oil. This is the first thing that drinks oil. And it's going to make me flamethrower ammo for my personal flamethrower. How much does flamethrower ammo stack to? Would be convenient if it told me. It's either 100 or 200. Either way, let's have a big fat stack bit in case we want to go on some burning fun. And let's track a new achievement. Apparently, 97 trees have died to fire. That's likely from flamethrower turrets. How do you fight fire? Oh, with more fire. I can see this causing problems for my poor solar setup. Hey, did that actually take? Jings, I don't know why California has so many problems. Look how hard it is to start a forest fire, even with an honest-to-God flamethrower. I don't want this burning down my solar farm, so let's just make sure there's a fire break here. Shouldn't be a problem with it burning down anything else, though. There we go. This is insufficient, obviously. I might lose some construction bots to the fire, because they're going to fly through it and try to take care of these poor wooden poles. Of that I'm quite certain. So I might have my own bots take care of this. Burn what you must, but spare my infrastructure, please. I want it going up in fire too. And look at that lovely, thick, smoggy pollution. It's real as well. And it's actually pollution that will trigger biter attacks if it ends up going over to them, and it easily can. Buildings can't catch fire, but the fire can still touch them and do damage, which is undesirable. Also, the fire hurts my bots, and some of them actually die to the fire. And it gets worse because they're flying around trying to repair each other, whilst in the fire and dying more. There's a quality of life mod I use, fireproof bots. Because otherwise it's just very agonizing to use bots and fire together. You might say it's a bit of a cheat mod rather than a quality of life mod, and you're probably correct, but I don't care, it's how I prefer to have it. Fireproof bots. So this looks like it's going to end up being about 20% of the fire that I need to start. Fortunately, there's plenty of forest around here, and I'm going to need the space to set up some things. It's kind of a shame though, because I will actually want them to absorb some pollution. But it's an achievement to go for, so we keep it tracked. You're there just to remind me to set up a Trans-Factorio Express. Some trees survive the fire. Don't really know how or why. But they're too spread apart now to really worry about... Ooh, I don't want to pick them up. Too spread apart to worry about setting fire to them again, so I won't worry about it right now. Burn the forest on the biters. I don't know how effective that is. I've never tried killing biters with forest fires. Doesn't strike me as something that would work very well, but I could be surprised. Right. A little distraction, but that's all it was. I need that iron ore. Oh, right, one of the things I was coming over for was belts. In fact, in general, couldn't I tidy up my... Well, forget tidying up. I need goods, don't I? I've got my mining drills. I need my modules. Because I'll always be using efficiency modules for miners. There's no good reason not to. They're such power hogs and pollution hogs, so I might as well keep them running a tight ship. I do think I want to bring it back with yellow belts, though. It's just such a long way to go with reds. So I can have you come down to 4 yellow belts of iron ore. Bring you along here. And then I condense you into 2 more red belts of iron, which feed into 2 more steel smelter areas, which means all this is going to head upwards. But we don't have it all covered by the network. So let's fix that a little bit. I don't even need to do anything of this by hand because the bots already have access to those goods and can just dunk them down for me. In fact, the bots could already set this up for me so that it's all peachy keen for me to come back to. I wonder if I could even do that. Let's see if this would work. If I just grab all of this and then flip, rotate, rotate. Are you going to work? Not if I Parkinson slip my hand for it. It's all within the building network. Oh my god, they're like reverse locusts. There we go. Burn the trees, make room for production. While we're at it, these cliffs are definitely going to get in my way. While we're at it, clean up any of these burnt trees. They look rather distasteful around here. I should be like Aku. Keep one well-maintained tree to remind everyone what I could be doing to them. Samurai Jack was so good. A rare case of something having... I wouldn't even say a remake, but the final bits of Samurai Jack were really good. Felt like the show aged a bit with its audience, as well it should. Well, adult cartoons are the best ones. Who doesn't remember Adult Swim? Before he was Archer, that glorious voice was that creepy coach guy. Right. Is there anything else I need? Yeah, I keep forgetting my mountain of belts that I want to bring back. Spidertron, you're going to be full of it. So will I. There we go. I will need undergrounds and such as well, though. So you can keep a few of these. I'm going to need... Let's see, maybe 2 stacks of splitters and 1, 2, 3, some stacks of undergrounds. Let's go. SJ. SJ? Don't know what you're talking about. And I am impressed at how quickly this got thumped down. Remember how much of a pain it was to set up our early smelter routine. No blueprints, but we did make it on the fly, so that was okay. And I still didn't get my upgraded double-numbered roboports. And you're running out of explosive rockets. All bad news, but all things that can be fixed. No need to design anything. We already have a functional design here. Let's do it like... So, 14? 14 is not a good number. Not a good Factorio number. 16 is the right Factorio number. But it doesn't pop out at the edge. 8 is too small. We'll work with 8 anyway, though. We work with small poles, we can work with small ones of you. And look at that, you fill this up. No, well, not actually. Not right. Not right at all. There's a lot I don't like about this. We'll have you stamped down here first and foremost. Snap to grid relative. Okay. Can't put away blueprint. Well then just shove it in the ground or something. There we go. Ew. Anyway, it doesn't matter. My bots will take care of this. And since I shouldn't need to defend much, let's make sure that the bots have a little bit of extra juice. Oh, hello! Hope you don't mind this. I don't mind this, if you don't. Go away. Don't hurt my bots. There we go. Also, some of this is superfluous, like you, and you've already been placed, but you are superfluous. This could be done twice as fast if I only had all my lovely bots here. Also, it's pointing the wrong way. It should be going down and not up. It's alright, it's probably easily solved. Is it easily solved? How do I quickly change the direction on all these things? I don't know, I can't just take the whole thing and spin it right round, can I? But what if I could? Ah, Samurai Jack. Oh, is he an accurate Scotsman? He's got nothing on Fat Bastard. Definitely the most accurate Scottish representation seen in media. Golly gosh, look at this. It's actually working. It doesn't have excessive fuel in it when it doesn't need it. How have we done on our consumption is worth thinking in the nuclear sense. In the past, our... I don't think they're all called nuclear, are they? Uranium? Ah, here we go. Everything's called uranium. So we produced 260 fuel cells, of which we have used a staggering 8 in the past hour. How about the past 10 hours? We produced 1.6 thousand fuel cells, of which we've consumed 48. We've produced 162 spicy rocks. The production of spicy rocks... Well, it's random, isn't it? But it seems to be forming a similar pattern. Basically, that's just how efficient uranium is. The amount that I would have to consume power-wise to put that to the test is gargantuan. And not our problem. Okay. How many belts is this going to be making me? Also, I missed a spot here and there. Don't think I care about this a little bit at the side, or do I? Get in there. Leave no stone unturned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not bringing back 6 belts here. I'm going to merge the outer belts together because those are going to be the weakest. And then it's all coming back as 4 yellows over here. And would you look at that, we're right next to the power grid, so I can just plug you in. Although you are notably undefended and you will create pollution and cause attacks, which is a problem. So what's a man to do about this? Are you dead or alive? Kind of look like both. Don't open that door. Oh, they were alive. Were they getting ready for an attack or something? I don't know. And I suppose I don't really much care either. Okay, it's not scrolling through my designs anymore. There we go. A lot of useless stuff here. There we go. Let's just keep our country safe. I want to protect the copper as well, though, but oops, put it away. Let's not overthink this. They aren't going to be big or scary attacks. Oh god. Even a handful of oh, it's not a handful. I've got all my electric things, all my big attacky things here. This is really just a deterrence. Although I do worry about the. Actually, no. I've got an idea. I've got an idea for the artillery. It combines a bunch of ideas. Multiple Spidertrons laden with artillery shells. That's the idea. You've got the walls, right? Yeah, there we go. That way I can just settle down over here and pour the artillery out of my Spidertrons into the guns. The problem is I can only really carry... What's your capacity here? 80? 4 and 4 times 10. Yeah, 80. So at best, that's like 300 odd artillery shells. I hate to say it, but I think there are more than 300 odd biter bases here that I'm going to have to concern myself with. I don't really hate that. That's a lot of biters to kill, and that will thrill me. Okay, it's a pathetic defense, but really this should be all I need for now. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Now to do the unthinkable. And just lackadaisically link these together. Probably is a nice blueprinted solution for this somewhere, but this will suffice. Actually, why would I even bring you over like that? I need to go in this direction. Down, across. Boy, this is going to be hideous in a lot of ways. Train enthusiasts the world over trying at this. Well, not my problem. Come, let's go. How do we get you back in here? Well, we got a good old super force build, but I need you down and along here some way, somehow. We'll have my bots back home, take care of a bunch of it for me. That lessens my workload, and a lessened workload for me is a happier me. Do I have that landfill? I got 8 landfill on me. Insufficient for this. I will bring you along here one way or the other. Come, just a touch. And where are my corners? You're a corner. Don't. Oh, you don't work unless this corner isn't here already. And sure, trains are fun and all, but just think how expensive they are. Can't be having those kinds of expenses for my very lean factory. Also, despite being 4 belts, this is cheaper than running red belts. Red belts are that much more expensive than yellows. Massively expensive, in fact. Hate to say it, but I do need to extend this all the way down. I do hate to say that. Yeah, I don't care about it being precise. Otherwise there's a risk that I could just burn down my own belts here. How many belts in those belts compared to the tracks? Hey, remember, tracks need steel. Steel is expensive. You are right, though, right? I am definitely being facetious here. You're gonna need defended as well. Ugh, this temporary wall disgusts me. It's okay. It's only for a short while. Even so, let's just make sure they're not going to do any hanky-panky of getting around here either. And let's make sure we keep our eyes on the situation. Missing transport belts. That's a scary thought. I thought I had a bajillion of those. And I do have a bajillion of those. I think it's just that the... Yeah, it's just that they're outside the log net. Right, well, let's go, Spidertron. Let's bring all this iron back home. It's more than we can even use, truthfully. I wish this was wider so I could automatically walk along with you thanks to the belts. Hold on, I see you're missing spots. Come on, no slacking. I wonder how the copper's going to feel after this. Once steel keeps up, copper is probably going to be utterly munched because the low density structures. But then again, without science flowing, it might not be a problem. Ah, science is flowing. Well, not much science. Not yellow science. Not the all-consuming advanced yellow science. You didn't connect the first belt to the splitter. You're right. Don't know when I'll be back there, so let's go and fix that now. We're just a stone's throw away. Be mindful of grabbing your bots as soon as you can, because as they run around, they do consume more power, and eventually they run out of power and move along very slowly, which is sad to see. Oh, should there be a preference for this? It doesn't really matter, does it? Half and half. One of these days you'll dry up anyway. Right, what about this? Get rid of all the wall stuff. Throw down my miserly amount of landfill right here. Actually, this whole wall could more or less go away, but you never know. You do not get the oil back when you tear down a flamethrower, and there is no way to pump that oil out of it. So if you are managing your oil down to the 100 units or so, then do keep that in mind. It's a 100 oil commitment for that. Yet again, betraying the Factorio idea that mistakes can always be rectified. Try and keep the patch balanced and draining. Yeah, I plan on doing a 4 whatchamacallit over here. In fact, we have the power to do that here and now, don't we? If I just eradicate you, and then we grab you, a solved problem, and a perfect split. At least I think it's perfect. Can't imagine how it couldn't be. Where's the extra copper going to go? Probably going to go down the underbelly of this, and then feed into 2 sets of copper mines here. That way I can boost myself up to 4 red belts of copper. Although, actually I don't think that'll be necessary. Most of the copper goes into green chips, and green chips are going to be externalized soon enough. Basically once the artillery party is done. Alright, so along they come, underneath the nestled glow of my solar field, which I think looks a little funky on stream. Like when I move across like that, for you, does that look kind of weird? It does on my preview streams, that could be a scaling issue. Recht. Steel, steel, iron, iron. Yes, yes. We don't need my guys to do this anymore, we're inside our home base for that. I want to keep you a little segregated from all this, but I'm not sure I gave myself enough space to do so. Not that it matters, we're not going to have other ores come down here and up to there, I'm sure. This, I am quite certain, is the final injection of ores that the base will ever need. And if I'm wrong about that, then yeah, I get to expand more. But since we've done almost all of the science, some of the most expensive science is actually yet to come. The white science in particular, that we need for minions. But it's not a substantial amount of it that we need. Not enough to care about, I wouldn't say. Alright, there we go. Splitter, split. Yes, there's aliasing on the solar. Alright. Not that it matters for anything. I think at this point I can get rid of this preference. So now I can shift priority to steel once again. Now if there's any overflow from here, and there won't be at that rate, what I really need is an 8x8 for these. Do I have the wherewithal to design that? 8x8 is complicated. Man, it is real complicated. Can't I do a budget 8x8? Because this one isn't getting eaten enough, and this one's getting eaten too much. Why don't I just do this in a very, very simple way? Just condense them into red belts. Ooh. Hey, now there's an excellent idea. Then I can just 4x4 them. Ooh. That's a very, very good idea. I don't like the idea of ripping all this up, but let's rip all this up and do exactly that. I'm going to cut it off at the source here first, let all of this drain, and then we're going to do exactly that, because it's a brilliant idea. A very, very good idea. That's what online blueprints are there for, LOL. I don't know, I think the challenge of designing your own 8x8 is an interesting one. You gotta do this idea of, this is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and you gotta make sure that there's, you gotta make sure they're all combined equally. I'm pretty sure it has to come out. There's no way to do it all within this, although maybe there's a way. Anyway, definitely not a challenge that my smooth brain is up for. My lobes would not be able to handle that. Huh, these just stopped, but, oh, of course they stopped. Anyway, we can get rid of you. I would honestly like it if you went out like so, just to give myself more space here. Go, my bot friends, go! I don't even have red splitters on me. It's okay though, we have the power. I'm sure I use red splitters somewhere. Like here. No need for any priority splitting here either, just blip and blip. And then wherever I have reds, you... Actually frees me up a bit of space here, doesn't it? Oh, we don't need that. And just like that, it gets condensed down nicely. And then you're gonna get the same treatment. Let's just get rid of all of this junk. I don't even mind deleting iron ore, because iron ore actually has a use inside my logistical network. It gets thrown into concrete, which people have given me a hard time for. A lot of hard time for. So away all that goes. Was that my only 4x4? I need that back. No, we got some here. Yoink. Grab you here, and upgrade you as well. Hideous, I know. Like, what's even that space for? But now I end up with 4 balanced, and it's even perfectly balanced, I think. No matter how things go in, they come out balanced. Oh right, I don't even need this. And then all this can just be upgrade planned. No. Get rid of all of this nonsense. Truly all of this nonsense. I say bollocks a lot on stream. People might think I'm saying something rude. Bollocks means nonsense. I often recall back to the guy who said that he's glad that I keep things family friendly on my stream because it means his kid can watch, but he has had to explain to the kid what bollocks means. And I hope he accurately told him that it means nonsense and didn't tell him something else. Because that would be bollocks. It's one of the nice things about being British. You just use words and make up words as you see fit. I mean, who's going to tell you otherwise? Even better when you're Scottish. It's one thing I really love about bots, is being able to just play around with your base like this. No manual putting things down and picking them back up like a scrub. If I didn't have it already, I would definitely be enjoying the You Are Doing It Right achievement now. No need for any of this or any of that. That is disgusting. What a waste of underground belts. Can't wait for Super Force building mode, where I don't need to care about this small pole being in my way. What is it meant to be? I think it's like Control-Shift Ghost Placement will force an item down and delete anything that dares to get in its way. An exciting time for all. I feel like I'm making a mistake. I got an overwhelming feeling of you're doing something wrong here, Jake. Maybe. It's not impossible. We'll see it in action soon enough. Well, for one, nothing's flowing here. What's that all about? What it's about is this being outside of my my log net, but we can patch that hole and naturally bring over our extremely crappy power poles, which are inside the log net, or are they? Yeah, probably. Hello, as you were talking balancers, your 4v4 balancer is a bit wrong. It's missing a piece. Really? What is it missing? I thought it was perfect. One comes out here and ends up there and there. Oh, I suppose it does kind of come back on itself when it comes out of there, doesn't it? What is it missing? One goes to there and to there. And there and there. It's missing one splitter. Is the splitter meant to come out after these two bits? Yeah, I think it is. That shouldn't be the end of the world. It doesn't really matter if it goes in before or after the undergroundy bits, but yeah, you're right. Oh well, surely that'll be of no real consequence. Surely. Even so, I'm going to fix these. Ew, I can't just copy and paste you here. Not without deleting these first. I miss you already, Super Force build, and you don't even exist yet. Where else do we have that issue? Here we go. We actually just do that, and it is within the build area, so huzzah. Now, let's see our production flow good and proper. Certainly hope it does. What is your problem? I just joined you up to the net. Aha, that is a real problem, actually. Up's going to come all the iron. Now, will the iron properly flow into the steel? You go that way, you go that way. That all goes into steel, that all goes into steel. Is currently going into steel, which is nice to see. Although I did cut you off temporarily with the splitter upgrade. You come down and around. The only problem is that the steel does not currently come along to here. The thing is, I think am I going to need a red belt of iron? I got 4 red belts of, for steel I mean. 4 red belts of iron is going to make 4/5 of a red belt of steel, so I'm actually going to need this. This is a nice problem to have. Alright, in you come, down you come, down you come, enter a splitter for yellow. You two come together, and then out you pop with a red splitter. Wherever I can find one. I love the pipette tool, I love it a lot. And now, almost unthinkably, we upgrade... Whoa, steady now. Don't get too excited. No blue belts in this run whatsoever. And that should solve a grand number of our problems. So much steel. Something you tend to struggle with a lot in Factorio. There's very little demand for steel in the early game, but once you hit that mid-game, you find that all the nice stuff wants steel. You want to upgrade to Assembly Machine Mark II? Ah, that's steel right there. You want to get anything involved with rails? Oh well, rails look so cheap until you realize you need steel for them. Want to build locomotives? Steel. Engines? Steel. Flamethrowers? Steel. Many of the advanced sciences, steel, steel, steel. You want robots? Steel. Roboports? A huge amount of steel. Well, now we actually somewhat have it. Your top steel line isn't connected to the output properly. I was planning a trip back up to double check, but a good idea. Oh yeah, that'll do it. I'm not even going to fix that, you guys fix it. There we go. As if we didn't have enough steel already. Glorious. The idea of your steel actually backing up seems unthinkable. And it is unthinkable, it's not actually going to back up. And half of it is going to go into the buffer, but the buffer will eventually fill up. It filled up once before, it can fill up again. And with that, the engines flow once more. The flamethrowers flow at full speed. The greens are long since backed up. The only thing the factory really needs is to now properly focus on everything it needs for an explosive solution. I've kind of boxed myself in for this, and I must keep in mind that explosives are hamstrung on sulfuric acid, which is on sulfur, which is on petroleum, which is struggling. Hey, you're still making me some fire. So I need oil. I also need this thing to hold and not, you know, break horribly, but I'm sure it'll be fine for a wee while. Where's our next batch of oil coming from? I'll tell you where it's coming from, where we already had it. Speed modules. Where the heck are my speed modules? I guess my efficiency modules have just eaten them all up, right? You know, that's enough. That's enough of you. It's never enough of you, though. That's right, you only get them once these guys have had enough. But I'm pretty sure a bunch of speed modules went into the log net. Because I had a bunch, they would have gone somewhere. Bots, I demand my speed modules. That's a terrifying thought. Where'd they all go? Shouldn't we be bringing 2 lines of red steel down to the buffer? No. Like I said, I fill about 4/5 of one red belt of steel, because steel condenses iron down 5 to 1, and I'm putting in 4 red belts of iron. The assemblers ate them. Oh, you're right. They absolutely did. Every last one of them gone. Right, well, I don't need that many more assemblers, surely. But I do need those blues, abadie. So let's cut out the middleman a bit here. And let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks of you. And just shove them in there. And that's going to make us, well, some more of them. Nice thing about the top tier assemblers is they do work faster. So my glorious plan here, that probably won't be enough. I would like to give them more, but I can't dunk more in. My glorious plan is I'm going to up my oil production here by about 40% by shoving in 2 speed modules into each of them. That's going to have to be a stopgap until I grab the crude oil out here, because there's no other easily attainable oil. And like I said, I want to have a proper artillery welcome to these guys. I mean, yes, I could set up the oil here and pump it and bring it down and around, but I'm working with stopgaps for now. Got a lot of stuff here that I no longer need because I'm not building walls. I need to think about what I'm really going to be building for my artillery. Right, how many have I got? I've got 20, and I need 22. Can you mix and match modules, or do they all have to be the same? There you go. You can mix and match them to your heart's content. Generally speaking, I don't see any value in mixing them, because you usually just want to do one thing. However, you can use beacons, and by inserting modules into beacons, you do half of that module's effect over an area of effect. And before you start licking your lips, that does not work with productivity modules, but it works with efficiency and with, what's it called now? Speed modules. Let's take out our lovely economically approved modules and replace them with these. I feel like that said I needed more than I had, but maybe I misread it. Seems fine. Used them all up. Away you go. And now these things are actually going to be pumping out at 40% extra speed, but at double the pollution and energy consumption. And we can actually see it right here in fluid production. Here's our crude oil, and it went up from about 6,000 to... where are you going? Where are you going? Should go up by 40%. And there's our steam consumption. That's the... let's see, through the day we don't use steam because solar power gets us through, and then at night time steam is used. Ignoring steam, this seems fine. There we go. Crude oil up from about 6,000 to 8,000. Those numbers add up. Is that a 40% improvement? Feels like a 33% improvement. Did I miss something here? Well, God knows. Point is, that might slightly alleviate some issues. I feel like you maybe shouldn't be grabbing every drop of oil. I need it for other things right now. Thinking about it though, you don't really consume that much oil, do you? Maybe what I can do is call Planny on the amount we're making here, because it's mostly what's hamstringing us right now, is the oil. We need it for plastics, and more than anything we need it for explosives. Could there be throughput issues? No, there are definitely not throughput issues. There may or may not be inertia, but there's definitely no throughput issues. Right, there's no way I'm going to need more than even 400 of you. I'll just cap it. I don't want you constantly gobbling up my delicious oil. They're working as hard as they can to make us all the petroleum they can. But even so, I do need to up my production over here. Oh yeah, though, this is sad. Plastics are struggling greatly due to lack of oil. Maybe, just maybe, I'll limit myself to the amount of rockets that I already have. Limit myself to 2 full stacks of... Oh, but you're out of it already, aren't you? That is sad. That is very sad. There you go, enjoy your full stack. I'm always happier when you have some kind of backup of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep the walls on you as well. Should you really have all those belts? We might need it down the line. Feel bad limiting you as much as this, but I can't really afford it right now. Those explosives need to go towards artillery. I mean, they don't need to, right? The cost-effective measure is just to walk around with Spidertron and kill all of these. It won't cost me anything, unless I use these explosive rockets, and even then it's going to be cheaper than artillery. But people demanded artillery. That's such a sad, low amount of shells, though. We need the oil. God, do we need that oil? Without the oil, it's a very, very sad artillery situation. Why don't we... Ooh, I'm starting to hatch a bit of a plan here. Yes. It's not a great plan, but it is a plan. Why don't we pump all of this oil back home? It's not very far to bring it back into the network. Then we set up a defense here and set up the artillery here so that we have a bit of a last stand with the oil. Alright, I like that idea. I mean, there are better ways to go about what I want to do here. I'm just kind of having fun with the situation. And never has there ever been a problem with that. So what am I going to need? I'll certainly need some pump jacks. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16 I have will certainly do. Get rid of some of the junk. I shouldn't need fish ever anymore. I'll need laser turrets. I'll need flamethrowers. I will need some cliff explosives. I won't need these roboports, but I'll keep them on me. I want to be back up to 50 robots if you don't mind. Shouldn't need much more by way of power poles or small poles. Just generally clean up my inventory quite a lot here. I'll need a bit more pipe to grounding. Love to see this huge buffer of pipe to ground. Ooh. Okay. Spidertron, you've got the walls right. Yes, you do. I'll let you keep some of those, but generally I think I have too many belts. Well, we get the walls, we get power, One other thing that I will probably want is a pump, maybe a couple of pumps. And I never remember where I make my pumps. Here we go, I made them very early for some weird reason. Alright, let's go. Let's go and have a bit of an artillery party. I will also want... I might make another couple of Spidertrons for this, although Spidertron won't be necessary. I will, however, want... the thing is, I can't afford to run a lot of these, so I might just have 4 of you. Let's go. Oil train, yes. Oil train, no. Trains, no. Why would I want trains? When I've got belts. Belts are like trains, but better. They need no power. I think we grab a lot of little hamsters and make them just run on those wheels. It's an interesting thing to think about. What are the physical limitations that we know of in the real world that Factorio Guy has solved? He's obviously solved perpetual motion to keep these conveyor belts going at all times. Let's not think about just how skilled he is that he can lob grenades, fire a gun, construct a rocket silo, and shoot weapons whilst dealing with biters and actively researching. Or the belts are solar powered. No, because they work during night. They will work during permanent night time, no less. That is too much power and not enough gun. Right, let's get this started. Oh, all of that stone patch, I might want that. Also, was kind of off by a bit, but first and foremost, let's make sure we've got a bit of space to work with. Stepped out of Spidertron to switch my weapon over to my my rifle. I didn't like the idea of having my flamethrower out because a flamethrower can shoot with spacebar even if nothing is targeted. Like the shotgun, and that can cause some problems. Like accidentally setting fire to your base. I think the fire I set to this forest will not be accidental though. There we go, how's evolution? 9.1? That's time, not evolution. Yeah, almost 9.2 already. Doesn't need to sleep or eat. Maybe he just has a lot of coffee. Let you guys get out of here. Now this is going to draw a lot of aggro, so I want something resembling a lot of defense. Let's start by setting these things down. There's no fun way of putting these things down, just... The aggro generally shouldn't come from this direction, so that makes it a laudable target for throwing my oil out in that direction too. Good, good, good. Underground pipe as much of it as I can to afford more space and fewer targets. Want this as far out of the base as I can afford. Well, calling this a base might be a bit of a stretch, but it's going to be something. Like I said, I want redundancies here, so if one of these go down, I want an alternative. even one might not be enough. Give me some wall. Give me all the wall. Do I want to use my wall design here? It's maybe a bit too rigid, and also a bit too light for what I want to do here. Let's start with the Flammerwaffen. Maybe right. Maybe I want nothing but flamethrowers around here. Hell, we're gonna have all the oil we could ever need. So how about a pure line of flamethrowers for everything that wants to come my way? Not like I don't have the flamethrowers, so go on then. We'll treat ourselves. If I burn down this forest, is there going to be anyone who really cares? That's another question. My power pole might care. So maybe the power poles are safe. Oh boy, that could be a little dangerous. Let's definitely keep these power poles safe then. Is this the same man that won't pay for substations? It is exactly the same man that won't pay for substations. Substations are just an absolute extreme. There's a slight issue with you. Let's hope nobody decides to start nibbling on you. If there are any of these inside my reach, I don't want them being accidentally flambéed to death. There's so much wrong with what I'm doing here, but it doesn't matter, it's what I'm doing. I missed a spot with you, didn't I? Up you come. Gonna want some... That's okay, it's just Behemoth Biter doing his thing, which is ravaging me on my walls. There we go. Now these ones, they're fresh, and I don't mind giving them efficiency modules. I will mind if they get destroyed though, and I lose the efficiency modules. It's immediately going to start causing a bunch of pollution. Should make sure that this is going into you as well. All a bit of a waste if these poor flamethrower turrets don't actually get access to this, isn't it? There we go. Do I even want to buffer here? Couldn't hurt, could it? Right, now... Gonna suck to be these guys and getting access to power. I also don't like where I put them. I'm gonna bring them out, let's see... 1, 2, 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3 spaces. Boom. Hope I have enough turrets for this. And finally... I think there's going to be blank spots here. Oh well, far from my problem. world is he doing? Ah, there we go. Cobra X is done. So essentially my science is done. Good stuff. Missed one turret there. I'm putting my... well, failing to put my power poles where they won't be attacked, because they're not going to take any splash damage because there's one bit of space between them and the turrets. Corners remain really weak. Alright, this is a horror show and a complete distraction. I shouldn't be doing this, but I feel compelled for some reason to do this. Besides, look at this forest fire I'm going to be able to start. That is definitely going to get us the Pyromaniac achievement. All we need is a little bit of fire, and then the fire rises. Of course, if they cut me off from power here, I'm very dead. That's why I built a redundancy. Although I didn't make a redundancy for my redundancy. I think they're already starting to build up here for an attack. They could smell the pollution. One thing I need to do, though, is bring this home. And I need to make sure that my artillery... What's your range, artillery? Oh, that is so sad! It doesn't even reach anything because I don't have any artillery range enhancements. Oh, man. Oh well, we can see a little bit of it in action then. If I can just put it as close to the edge as I can. Closer? Nah, it'll draw way too much aggro if I put it out any closer to the edge. Although they are pretty tanky things. Oh well, the thought was there. Right. You guys don't need power, but you do need artillery shells, and I need to bring this... I need to bring this fuel home with me. Did that actually reach? No, sir. And pipes are not fireproof, so there's a reasonable chance these things could die to the fire. Good bots, they know what they have to do. I guess a little fire break around them would make a lot of sense. Biter revenge attacks from burning forests really aren't a biggie. No, but the biter revenge attacks from artillery are absolutely a biggie. Problem is, there's not that many to kill, but at least you'll still get to watch it. And maybe it's for the better, because I don't have a lot of artillery currently. That is a problem that needs to be solved. Although it wouldn't be too hard to research a little bit of artillery shell range. Whoa, it starts out at 2,000 cost. That's quite a bit of space science. Well, a solvable problem. These forests. They helped me so much in the early game, and now they serve to betray me by getting in the way of my building patterns here. Even if I dragged it out, I'll still be eating a whole lot more of it. I could probably drag it down and along here without aggroing the biters much at all. The important thing is just to link you up with there. I also probably should have put a pump in it at some point as well. Enough of this. You come back to me. My bots can take care of my aggravations here. I can tell by the little icon on it that the oil is indeed flowing. And don't mind me, biter friends, there's no reason for you to get aggroed by a bunch of pipes lying around. Might be a reason for you to get aggroed by this, though. Listen, it's for the good of both of our nations that we have this little no man's land. See? Everything's so much more peaceful now. And I left one of your little homes standing. Can't hold that against me. Oh, that's dangerous. I think behemoths can kill you guys in one hit. I think, though, I'm not entirely sure. I've not run the numbers, which is a common theme for what I'm doing in Factorio. Can you show the time? Yeah, sure. 1 day, 4 hours. Pretty slow pace, honestly, but I slowed right down once we'd launched the rocket. There wasn't much incentive for me to go all balls to the wall. And also, lest I get tired of repeating it, I'm not a very good Factorio player. But I did want to get this challenge done, and it's incredible how much of a motivator that can be. If attacks come over here, I'm almost certain biters are going to burst my bubble. Whoa, what is that? How in the world did you even sneak in? You must have come along here, down here, snuck in through here. Well, that's what I get for not sealing off my wall entirely. I barely have enough of these to fix that. Shove down a few more. That should be enough, because there's no way they're even getting this close without aggroing these. And the only ones that should come here should really be... There'll be a few small pollution attacks, but nothing that these can't handle, I'm sure. Biters can spawn in the fog of war, even behind your defenses. I don't believe that at all. I'm not playing Minecraft here. Said Jake after a biter sneaked in. Oh right, I was meant to link that up. Too distracted by my little biter friend there. Trying to make a name for themselves and succeeding. I feel like I'm bringing problems to myself by linking you up like so. Not linking you up like so. It's all temporary. Of course, I'm not using any pumps yet. I really should use a pump. It's okay. The pressure will keep things good. The inherent pressure in the system. And it's hard to see, but there is a little point here that needs just a little bit more pipe. Cue somebody thinking that I should have pipes on my hotbar, because I keep opening up the inventory for them. I'm not good at managing hotbars at all. Not happy with this. Do I have undergrounds? I do. Okay. go. And now we're practically at the home stretch, but I cut you off somewhere. There we go. And just think how horrible this situation would have been to set up with trains. The answer is not really at all. Trains are pretty good, especially for something like this. There we go. Now that oil can join in over here. Since I have no real use for it over there, I will pump it this way. All that oil gets to flow on in. I'll also pump it from the other side. However, I do want to make sure that my flamethrowers get top priority for it. Before that, though, let's bring some artillery back. We've been long overdue some actual artillery fighting, and we're going to get it now. I have a regrettably small amount of artillery to shower on the biters, but what I do have, I will throw at them. And yet you have fish on your hotbar. Goddamn fish, of all things. Show some respect, that fish kept us alive in the early game. Monumentally so, it deserves a space there. In fact, it's a shame that I don't have a single fish for it. Then again, it would clog my inventory, so I'm a little bit yeah about that. Right. Get rid of some of this garbage. And grab every artillery shell that I have. Wow, that is such a sad, tiny amount of artillery. All because of lack of explosive shells, which is all because of lack of plastic. And we've only just started rigging up some more oil. Maybe I should put speed modules on those things, rather than efficiency modules out here. Alright, never mind. We head on out. Well, now I see another problem. I didn't actually link this up. What a mistake. Do you have artillery remote? I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be enough artillery to deal with even the tiny amount of artillery range that we have. But no, I don't have artillery remote. You need speed modules. You need pumps. I'm working on it. There's 1,000,001 videos out there about very impressive artillery barrages. Mine will not be joining that rank. It is going to be terrible. I also didn't bring the gubbins. How many artillery pieces can these each hold? Yeah, I don't have inserters. I have the makings for inserters. Oh, you can each hold 15. Well, there we go. Back to the hand-feeding meta we go. Give me that back. Yeah. There we go. This is the answer to the biter menace. Pure automated destruction. Except it's too expensive and I can't afford it. I just love the surgical precision of the strikes though. Thump. And they mass for revenge attacks, although this isn't much massing now, is it? But I set this up so that there's no way they'd be able to come and do anything about it. Oh man, I over-prepared on defense and just do not have the artillery for it. How sad. But at least those fires are going, which is something we do somewhat need for the achievement. Oh yeah, there we go, there we go. Come and save your home. And I know it's hard to see under the thick cloud of smoke, but the fire, it slows them down, but largely the fire is there to burn away the chaff, then only the behemoths get to the wall, and then these laser turrets annihilate the behemoths. But you can have this an order of probably two orders of magnitude more intense than this. Well, let's get that oil flowing, shall we? I'm not worried about the flamers not getting enough oil. They will definitely get enough oil. Or will they? I mean, the pump takes all of this as priority. Nah, you can see right there, they're maintaining full oil. And the fire spreads, and the pyromaniac rises. Oh man, this is good, but it needs more. You can see where the radar scanned, or maybe we scanned, this attack here, then swiftly cut it down where it stood. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Okay, but it obviously needs refinement. Look at all these undestroyed biter bases, because our production back home is insufficient. We need more explosives. Although look at that, we kind of have petroleum gas in the system now. Oil will hopefully flow in here reasonably. You can manually target artillery to destroy 3 or 4 bases at a time. Yeah, I can do it more efficiently there, but... And that's pretty close to hand feeding, and we're far beyond hand feeding now, surely. Probably would have been, I think we would have been done by now if we just ordered Spidertron to walk around and kill all these. While we wait for our oil to deal with some of our supply and demand issues... wait, how's the fire going? It's only destroyed another 300 since I last checked it, but look at this, there's a whole lot of forest for it to destroy. Should be okay. Alright, let's solve our Spidertron problem. The problem is that the Red Baron Spidertron we have right now is awfully lonely. And it's going to be a long time waiting for the artillery to be ready, so we might as well set up another way to go and kill the biter bases, which even after improvement, this is not going to be able to reach. So what's that going to entail? A few things, actually. Oh yeah, unbinding map drag is how you do some good shelling. Currently, shelling requires a lot of clicking, and that can make you accidentally do map dragging, so it's better just to have autoclick.exe or even just click and drag. Your research is empty too. Well, there's nothing we really need to research anymore, is there? The atomic bomb. Well, for the achievements, we do need to research everything. But right now, I want my economy focused on killing. And making a killing. What is this sad? Where half those stones go? They do even get split here before they get focused, so bricks are also being consumed. I suppose the stones, right? Stones for walls? No, actually the stone buffer is full. Where in the world are all these bricks going? Ah, right, we need to re-buffer our electric furnaces. I will not need any more electric furnaces. I cannot conceive of this need, so I'm just going to cut you right down. Not a buffer at least. Good to see plastics flowing at long last. Getting white science and then going for some infinite upgrades, a good way of burning resources. Indeed it is. Oh my days, look at that. Petroleum gas is actually sticking there. It's even backing up in the pipes. Oh, wonderful. Explosives are a bit slower to make than I thought, though. I don't think the sulfuric acid is such a big deal, but what do explosives need? Water, sulfur, coal. I made a very... Water, sulfuric acid, and coal. No, sulfur, not sulfuric acid. I made a really bootstrap thing in here, but it might be a better idea to make a proper load of explosives, especially if I want to be going for a lot of artillery. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with artillery, right? Probably just because one person asked for it. Maybe because that sad display that I did earlier makes me feel insecure. That must be it. Well, this is a very, very ugly setup. And I don't bus sulfur, but I do bus coal. Perhaps things could be solved by busing my sulfur and having a proper artillery setup over here. Yes, it's the right thing to do. And we shall do it. Alright. And I haven't forgotten about Spidertron getting some friends, but I want to at least set this up a little bit. Okay, right, I think I can shelve a lot of these things that I had for just pure expansion, so go away mining drill, efficiency module, speed module, my walls, pump jacks, my turrets, most of my clip explosives, my big power poles. Alright, just shove a lot of that away. And you know what? I can shove these wall blueprints over to this kind of doesn't quite exist in my inventory blueprint area. Then I can grab all of my goodies back. Hey, my normal inventory, which has its own fair share of crap. Goodbye batteries and gear wheels and... We're not fighting right now, so I could actually put you back into your Speedy Gonzales outfit. I like using the Big Bertha mod for an explosive super long-range cannon. Haven't seen the Big Bertha, but... I'm not a big fan of mods like that because part of the Factorio experience, in my view, is solving complicated problems with fairly rudimentary resources. Of course, I'll be the first in line to moan about the lack of... Hang on. I'm gonna bust my sulfur, so I'll just bust it right here. Let's make sure the coal is coming down. In fact, why am I doing this from my Spidertron? I can do this from my radar. Ooh. There you go. What are the numbers for this anyway? For making explosives. Explosives are... There you are. Sulfur and coal in equal measure plus water. That makes things nice and simple. Just means that you two are going to come together like so. And obviously there's no need for some fancy splitting here, because this is the end of the line. Why would we need anything more than that? I'm pretty sure I had water along here somewhere. But we're right next to water here anyway, so there's no need for any fancy crap. And I'll copy-paste you, that way you remember the efficiency modules. I have no idea how many I'm going to need here, I'm just grabbing all I can. Is that gonna reach? Yes and no. There's not too much nuclear influence on my explosives here. I wouldn't want to destroy my own factory. There we go, in goes the water. It's not a particularly fast thing, so I'm easy-ozy using you. And then out you go. Now this is purely for making artillery shells, so I don't need to bother with anything other than what brings us closer to arty. Let me think. Explosives are made 2 and 4 seconds. Explosive cannon shells need those 2, but are half the speed. So this is 1 to 1, isn't it? No, it's not. It's 1 to 2. Yeah, because you produce twice as fast. In that case, this doesn't quite work out if I don't space them out, does it? Because I'm kind of in a... Oh no, not even that. It's 1 to 2. I would need this to be considerably more spaced out. Or I can just bust them, right? Bussing them works fine. Well, belting rather than bussing. So... Where are my explosive shells? Oh, well, I mean, you're made over here, right? But that will soon become redundant. You can pick them up off of here. Grab you, copy you. 1, 2, 3. This is quite fun. I haven't designed anything for my main base in a long time. And what makes it even better is that I don't need to fuss around with much at all. Right, you take from here, and here, and here, and here. And I don't know why I'm doing this manually like a chump. I've got bots. So there we go. Now explosive cannons get their explosives, but now they need steel and plastics. And good thing we solved the plastic question. Bring it all up here. Where's the steel? Where's the gold? Okay, along you come. I'm sniggering because there are so many cases here where I said, we don't need anything fancy because this is the end. It's the last thing we're ever going to produce on the bus. Wah, wah, wah. And then lo and behold, there's another thing that we need to put on the bus. But now I'm out of space. This is the end of the bus. Well... no, there's nothing I could conceivably need to make more of. Except I do need the rocket launching ingredients. However, that's already a solved problem because the solid fuel into rocket fuel will be made over by my refinery. The parts that I need for the rocket control unit are right here and here, and will just be shoved over here unceremoniously. And the last thing is, oh, it's low density structure, which we already have there. And the things that are needed for the satellite, didn't I already set up satellite production? Or am I imagining that entirely? Hey, do you have any satellites? No. Because I don't think I'd researched white science by then. They will be needed, although not in high quantity. That's all the more reason to have it made in my mall. My mall, which noticeably is out of little shop things. Well, fortunately I have the power. I have the bravery to bring back slavery. What's the space I put between them? 1, 2, 3, right? Or was it 1, 2? It's 1, 2. Still don't really understand why I put that 1, 2 space, but I did. Now, you don't make anything, and these shouldn't demand anything. There we go. Ah, they're still bringing over the stuff here. Oh, would you look at that? We actually got another achievement today. Use 400,000 iron plates per hour. Don't mind if I do. I just clean up this crap. You are going to make me the satellite. I thought satellite was an intermediary, but now it's become a production. Oh, they moved it out of intermediate because production modules don't work on the satellite, but the error message says only works on intermediates, which it was, so it didn't make any sense. All of these things we produce except the rocket fuel. Grab the items you need for it, and very heavily limit production of satellites. Also, you're going to need to be a stack inserter because you're going to have a lot of things to throw over there. Is there even enough space for all of this stuff in one chest? Yes, there is. Anyway, get to work. And again, if we try to do this, only used on intermediates. And even that's not true. You can't use it on filling or emptying barrels. I think you can use it on everything else though here. Yeah, even on fuel reprocessing and Covarex it works. Where is the output for the explosive rockets? The explosive rocket output? You mean the explosive tank shells? The output goes straight into artillery right here. Right. We ain't done with you guys yet. For one, I haven't even powered you. Wait, how did that not even reach half of you? Was I too far away? Okay. We're also going to need your inputting. Is this too many? I don't know the ratios here particularly well. Oh, right, you mean the output for these. Yeah, no, that's actually a very good question. Where are they going to go? Well, it seems like a good question, doesn't it? On the surface. But that's your problem, surface level thinking. Is that actually within the build zone? It is, good. The ratio is 1, 2, 3. Really? 3 artillery? That's a lot of artillery assemblers, perhaps even too many. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it takes 15 seconds. But it uses 4 of these things. And 8? Oh god, you also need explosives. Huh. Yeah, well that comes with its own set of problems now, doesn't it? Right, I've had a brainwave. You guys will not be making me explosive cannon shells. You are going to be making me the artillery shells. There we go. And that means that you are going to be thrown over to here, which of course comes with its own problems. So I'm just going to grab all of this and shove it one bit over. The ratios will be off, but you know what? Stuff perfect ratios. I'm not a perfect player. That way you can still get your explosives, and you will get your explosive shells, meaning that you only, I think, need radars, right? Yes, radars are not difficult to make, and perhaps more to the point, radars are very cheap and easy to make. So we're going to do something. Grab me that and shove it over here. Busing radars, what a joke. Also, actually that's not the right place for you. No, it is perfectly. I can have you one away because I can have long hands take care of this. Long hands. And I think there's a gap or two in the power, which is easily solved. And then once you come over here, I don't actually want you requesting explosives or high explosive shells, but I do want you requesting not 50, but maybe 10 radars each. I don't like the idea of that radar thingy of mine not working at full capacity. It should work hard like the rest of my place. And then the question becomes, where do these output to, Jake? Where indeed do these output to? Oh, you bastards. Oh, but that's okay. This is inside my base, so that piece of pipe is swiftly replaced. Yeah, where exactly do you output to, huh? I will have to admit defeat on one thing, and that is my beloved small power poles. They can't exist here. On that note, I actually need you to move back by a couple of steps. Should still be within the network, though. You know what, this whole thing is a mess. I want it to look neat and tidy. Get rid of all of that, and what we're going to do is have that. Look at that. The only thing I can take out the Behemoth Biters with in my main base is fire. And while it does work, it's not a great solution. We really need some lasers here. Well, do we? I mean, even if they break on through, I've got friends in relatively high places for that. Right. Input comes from there. And output goes into yonder. Not a very eloquent solution, but it's our solution. Why are you inputting like that? No, no, no. Turn around. Oh, you get power from down here? Oh, well, that's convenient. I thought I would have to divorce my my beloved power poles. No, they'll make a comeback yet. No, and yes to 10 of you. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Paste, 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 paste. There we go. How could this possibly be wrong? You know, let's not be a monster. Throw you over there like that. Alright. The ratio is definitely wrong, but it's fairly compact. And altogether, I quite like this. It's also quite low on the energy usage. All of these are nicely moduled. The problem is maybe with radars. I'm not sure if I buffer a lot of radars. I got 500 in the buffer, and there's no way that they'll be slower to make than they are consumed here. Because at worst, I'm eating not a lot of radars, and they're produced 2 a second, I think. Yeah, they're very easy to make. Alright, splendid. There we go. Now my artillery shell production has vastly increased. So when we come back, we should have a lot more to play with. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not very well situated for blowing everything up. But perhaps we could have a little mobile artillery setup if the Red Baron had a few friends. Of course, how do we go about making a few friends? You were already hard enough to make one of. Do I go back to my good old temporary setup? I think I do. Do I even have space for that? We migrate you over somewhere like... so. I don't think I need this extra space anymore. Are you even connecting? I don't think you want to connect to the bits up there. That is just not right. Give me a drop of that stuff. I will force you to connect. Game's had enough of my my small pole shenanigans. There you... Maximum 5 connections reached. Unthinkable. It's going to look like ass on the view here. You know something's up, but at least now you have the power. And now I can play around here. Boy, how I've missed having these. Right, I want a couple more Spidertrons to follow me around. Now that shouldn't be too tough. In fact, some of the stuff I could just slam down a requester chest for. So, what does Spidertron need? Actually, there's a few ways to solve that. One is to do that. That'll tell me what we do and do not have available currently. So I obviously don't have efficiency modules. I don't have enough RCUs. It shouldn't be a problem getting the low density structures. Actually, this thing's going to fill up with low density structures. But I need some rocket launchers, portable fusions, exoskeletons. A bunch of the stuff I should be able to make though, right? No need to scramble around for the ingredients like a chump. Exoskeleton, portable fusion reactor. What's the other things poor Spidertron needs that I don't have? Rocket launchers. All the goodies that Spidertron could need. Now this is nice and all, but where's the hand-feeding element to it? I swear I've lost my soul somewhere along the way. Is there a reason that we haven't used trains yet? Because belts are good. Perhaps even better. Right, can't imagine I need a whole lot of rocket launchers where I'm going. I think these stack to 10. That's already plenty. I think you also stack to 10, but we're hungry for them, no doubt. Do I buffer electric engines? Probably. I buffer all these items. It asks for 720 processing units. That's a lot of processing units, but these things are expensive. Right, if we just get rid of the low density structure requirement on this, and I take all the LDS, I shove all the LDS in here, and make you request all the LDS. 100. Nah, like 1,000 of them over here. I do still need some RCUs. Can't copy paste like that would cause problems. If I could make my bots put efficiency modules on these, then all the better as well. But at least the bots can take care of this. I don't like the idea of these things running at their high power consumption, even though nuclear is just not even feeling the dent from this. Nuclear's barely on even. The solar panels are working flat out, and nuclear is just lifting a pinky finger with regards to adding to my power. Alright, it doesn't actually tell you to get what you need to get. And now the goodies for Spidertron will be brought over here. And we're going to make you a couple of friends. Although there is a vital ingredient, Efficiency Module Mark III. That requires a lot of reds, a lot of blues, and a lot of Efficiency Mod Mark 1s. But as it happens, I have Efficiency Module Mark II here that I'm never reasonably going to use, so I might as well pick you up. And there's a bunch of Efficiency Mod Mark 1s, although it's probably not enough. I don't know if there are more in here. I can just go and grab them from the source, it's no biggie. Or is it a biggie? The nice thing about telling your bots to do this is that they will take it from the lowest priority area, so just give me like 500 of them. And while we're at it, I need, I don't know, let's say 1,000 reds and like 500 blues maybe. I should need blues and reds in equal proportion, just make it 1,000 each. And then my bots will work hard and I won't work at all. Look at that, logistic bots. Now that the logistic bots are fully hard at work, more are being added, thanks to their little assembly machine here, which adds them in, if I have too few logistibots. Taking into account that belts require no power and only minimal resource input, they outperform everything by a large margin. Yes, you can reach limit of their convenience, but they will always be the most efficient way of transferring things. Not necessarily. They are quite expensive on the UPS. Or so I've been told. I haven't put that to the test, and I've got a mega base that doesn't dip below 60 FPS. So I guess I'm talking out of my arse because I don't know one way or the other. Okay, well we got the efficiency modules as well. Just the train of bots coming along. Surely bots are quite UPS efficient, just grab good, move from A to B. They barely interact with many of the things in the game. Fire and acid and physical attacks, and I think that's it. Look at that. Behemoth Biter was right up against my wall for a dangerously long amount of time because I don't have anything to finish him off with. But it's not really a threat, it's just a, oh, I need to deal with this at some point kind of thing. How do you do a mega base without a city block? You just keep building and building and building. There's nothing special to it. Right, so I need efficiency module Mark IIs. Oh, I also could do with them being powered. Got speed modules to that. Where are all my speed modules hiding? Oh, they're in here, aren't they? Oh wow. Wow, you don't get enough of them. Let's increase this. Saves me running over for the speed modules. I want these things running faster. Okay, ain't no way, no how that I need more of you, so you're done. How about you? 9 of them? Each Spidertron requires 2, and I generally want 1 inside each of them, so it's 3 each. So we could also say that you are done. Thank you for your contribution. How about legs? Spidertrons are quite expensive on the legs. But also, I've got you now, so just to speed up the creation of these, because they're agonizingly slow. Right, Spidertron and legs. You need 4 pairs of legs, and I like to put on extra legs on you. Maybe 2 pairs of legs each, so we'll say 6, meaning I'll need 12. And I've already got 13, with the 14th coming. Which also works out. That should be just fine. Just shoves a lot of these things back into the logistics network, which might be good or bad. But either way, we're going to win. This might be too many of these. Oh, wait, how many efficiency modules do you need? 2 of the Mark IIIs. Well, there's the goodies to make a bunch of them. Which probably means that these guys don't need to keep on working anymore. I'll have them do their last batch, though. Then I will steal their last batch and tell them their work is done. Thank you kindly. Wow, I made way too many of these. Well, at least I can make tons of Spidertrons down the line with them. City blocks are immensely ugly. Well, I like the soul of a handcrafted base. I guess if I created my own city block, I wouldn't begrudge it. But if I didn't, I would probably begrudge it. Right, should be able to somewhat make Spidertron now. Let's just dump all of our stuff aside from what we need. And let's get rid of this logistics request now. Just give me all that stuff and all that stuff. And then we need our F mods. Yoink. And yoink. And here comes Spidertron. Here comes Spidertron. Right down Spidertron Lane. By the way, game, you stole... Well, let's not say stole, but you certainly took a bunch of those rocket control units that you don't deserve. Give them back to me. Who in chat would like to be our Spidertron entourage? You don't have to be them, you could just come up with a name for them, but we're going to have at least 2 of them. And I am not accepting Spidertrons that don't have good names. Oh right, of course we're not getting a lot of these because they're agonizingly slow to make. How could I forget? Well, somewhat easily sorted. Yeah, again, it does not remember that I want the speed modules added here. I don't need a ton of them. Okay, good. They're not going to make a ton of them. I think that's it for you. Right. One more Spidertron, and I still have enough for another Spidertron. Scary in a way. Oh no, I can do this. I can do this a bit nicer. Oh, I think I'm handcrafting the rocket control units. Not on my watch. We don't. Wait, where are they going? Who the hell's taking my? Oh, I think they're bringing them over to me. I thought they were stealing it for someone else. No, I deserve these. Single mother, the heavy Canadian. So heavy he needs 8 legs to keep him up. RCUs are the most frustrating ingredient in the game, I would dare to say. They're so slow, and they're not even that expensive, just so unbelievably slow. Reminds me of another Canadian. Alright, that should do us fine. I shouldn't need more of these anytime soon, so let's just shove all these goods back into the log net. And don't worry about the goods going into these very unsorted yellow things. Yes, there are much nicer ways to sort out your goods. But the way I see it is that when a good is demanded, let's say one of these blue chests, let's not even make it up. Let's take this for example. You there. You request iron, gears, and electronic circuits. Now we have all those buffered into red chests, but if any of them ever just get thrown away into these long-term storage chests, it will prioritize taking from here before it takes from one of the red chests. So that's kind of a nice bit of lazy sorting. Of course you can eventually get to the point where this is just so shoved full of crap that you do want to sort it, and I usually do, but not today. Today, Spidertron time. Also, I need a name and a color for you. Oh, perhaps I made a mistake, because I do need Spidertron to have some goodies on them. Like portable fusion reactors. And I didn't do that. However, I should have the wherewithal to make some portable fusion reactors. Of course I do. There's one more, and I will want one more. Which just means that. Oh, wait, I'm sitting on 6 of them? Oh, I must have shoved them over there without even noticing. Oh well, not to worry. Put that on. I think two legs on my entourage each. Or am I just trying to cheap out here a bit too much? The thing is, I want my entourage to be able to fight back a little bit. So my thinking is, in addition to my lack exoskeletons, I'm going to want to get some electric engines so I can make an extra pair of legs. Yeah, that's good. I also need a whole lot of batteries. Go figure, I forgot those. Although, do I really need batteries? What are they going to do that requires batteries? I've got all these spare energy shields, so that's kind of cool as well. Suppose I could take out a couple of these to hand over. Why don't I just design one and then copy and paste it along? I want you to be like that. Still have space, and that space would be nice for some batteries. 2 battery Mark IIs. Yeah, I think we can work with that. It's kind of expensive to make, but that can be arranged. There we go, and... Don't have any blue chests? That doesn't seem right. Oh yeah, because a lot of my stuff got dunked. There we go. And with that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh dearie me! Let us go! As soon as I had more than 2 of those, I knew something was up. So much for thinking they'll never sneak around. They absolutely did sneak around. Look at him get their long-desired revenge against my wall. Alright, there we go. There we go. And you're not connected to the network as a whole, so I'm going to need to fix that. Easily sorted, at least. Wow, I haven't had a breakthrough in forever. That'll bring them over here to fix this. But yeah, the problem is they can just sneak around my open wall. And maybe I should close up this wall. Except I don't have any wall on me, do I? Oh, I don't. That's what I get for causing myself problems. Alright, Spidertron, I need some wall and some gun to fix that up. Maybe close off our wall now. It's all temporary. It's all too temporary. All this waddling around. Get back. Finish off that wall. Finish off my Spidertron entourage, and then we clear out what's inside here. All the while, how's artillery production looking? Production of all times, artillery. We've now made 206. So that first batch of 43 that we spent ages making, we've very swiftly eclipsed it. That said, it spiked up and then dropped down. The problem is still plastic, funnily enough. Are we actually getting that oil in? I guess our hunger for oil is just too much? Or did the oil pipe break somewhere along the way? Doesn't look like it contains much oil, does it? Don't know when or how that happened, but I need to go and fix that as well. Just creating problems for myself. What do we like? Right, grab that. Make sure Spidertron has walls in her. Take all of that, shove it all there. Grab a few more for myself. Got a miserly amount of power poles, but I always would like a few more on me. Yoink. Yoink. I'll get you guys sorted out, don't you worry. I really do not need a lot of these things. One thing I do want... actually, forget that. Could I copy you, paste you, and pretty much copy this and paste that. And then make you actually the Mark II battery, and then you demand what you need for it, and then output a small amount of them. Then I should have everything I need for you guys, because I have excessive energy shields, maybe not excessive personal laser defense. So many nice little things I want to build, but they're all expensive at this point. Maybe I have drone coverage everywhere now. That is expensive. Why still use efficiency modules? Because there's no need to waste the power or generate extra pollution. I have them, I like to use them. Oh boy, they love chomping away at that pipe. But it's so trivially replaced that it's not a big deal. I'm glad I did end up in researching improved firepower. I might actually improve that a little bit yet, since we are dealing with Behemoth Biter now. Alright, you're making those nice and easy. I think they stack to 20. Would make sense since you stack to 20. Can't imagine needing more than 20 of them, they're quite expensive, but let's have 40 anyway. That takes care of all of that. Alright, fix wall, fix oil. I think that oil got taken out relatively early. This is you in your fast mode. Oh, right, I didn't actually put in the extra legs for you because I'm sure there was a good reason for it. Anyway, out you come and in you go. We're only going to want one more of those energy shields as well. Weird that that of everything got destroyed. It's so far away from everything else. Ah, perhaps it was fire. That would make a bit of sense. I might have missed a bit of the forest and caught that with a fire. We can also admire the damage they have done to this forest with fire. Seems that the fire petered out around here. I don't know if it peters out, or if it doesn't handle off screen, or if it just had a gap between that and the trees. Why did my bots not take care of it? Do I have bots? Did I throw my construction bots away somewhere? Because I'm not seeing them. Scary thought. Anyway, there we go. Now this oil can pump once more. Alas, the fire left some of the forest left standing. Yeah, it doesn't kill everything. I don't know the rhyme or reason behind it. Yeah, I don't have my bots on me, evidently, but where in the world did they go? That I don't know. Alright, be that as it may, there's something I absolutely need to do. I need to clear this out from of all of its disgusting biter kind. I'm going to grab my entourage of Spidertrons and make that a reality. So just about everything they need. And what little I still need is easy to make. In fact, look at that. I have the makings for 10 more personal laser defense. Probably also make some more energy shields. Oh, did I actually seal off the wall? You know, the whole reason I came up here. You gave them all to the Roboport by the shells. Ah, yeah, that I remember. Well remembered. Oh god, that means I need to do this by hand? This ain't right. No self-respecting engineer should be doing things by hand. It is freaking gusting. What do I have? I have like a space between there. Well, I can make things marginally easier by doing this. Oh, this is Scrub City. There we go, at least we're sealed in again. That was a cocky and costly mistake. Well, actually, to call it costly is an over-dramatization. There was no real cost associated. Speaking of, we don't need these flamethrower turrets here anymore. They have become redundant, as has this wall. It all goes tumbling down. Except not you. I need you. It's like we never defended this in the first place. So one of the things I rather like is just whatever you do can be undone. So no matter what you do to the land, apart from nuking it, you can just make it like you were never there to begin with, and the bots take care of that with a ruthless efficiency. Ever use Bob's Inserters mods? Nope. Like I say, I only use quality of life mods, and even then it's a very, very small list of them. No, there's one exception. I've used Cargo ship mod, and I'm not super sold on it. Alright, how many of you have you made? Plenty. I don't think we need any more of these. However, I want to switch you out a bit. Make these instead, please. And then instead of you doing that, you can do this. The setup for energy shields is very similar to the setup for batteries. What am I thinking here then? I'm thinking, give me that back. I'll still give you 4 oh god, not the crappy batteries, heavens no. The good batteries. And then I should be able to just copy, paste, paste. And then look at that, keeps all that over. So they get 2 levels of shield, 3 guns, 4 batteries, 2 legs, a portable fusion reactor. That does make them slower. That should be okay. And I think... that was not what I wanted to do. I always forget the controls for this. Even though it says on mousing over. Roll left click to select you. Wait, what? Do I even know what I'm doing? I think I need to map it to the other one, don't I? Okay. Shift right click to reset. Set to you. And then... Control left click and you will follow me to the ends of the earth and beyond. And then we shift right click to reset. You still follow me. Shift right click. You follow me. Hey, there we go. And now I can still reset you, lock you onto me. And there we go. Okay, so what were the good names for these now that we've actually got them set up with what they need? I don't give them rockets. I don't like giving the automated ones rockets, it just doesn't seem right. They follow awfully slowly, but I hope you don't hate spiders. I need a good name and a colour. And we can't have mixed colours like red and white, even though that would be great for the Canadian. Spider Mastermind, grey. Great idea. We can keep with the female theming. Alright, one Spider Mastermind. Someone said Professor Layton. Layton doesn't feel like a good Spidertron name. Layton wouldn't go out there and commit such incredible genocide. Oh right, there's a slight problem with you. We need space for these. Okay, I have a funny feeling that I've made way too many of these already, so let's just finish off the ones that we do have and call it a day. Doc Ock! Ooh, I like that. Is there a K in Doc Ock? It's not something you often see written down, is it? And I want Spock, The Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan. Where's my card? Green. Denied. Professor Latron. No, you know what? That's something I like a bit more. That bastard. There we go, there's our entourage. Doc Ock, Fat Bastard, Spider Mastermind, all taking care of business. Right, all this can go away as well. Have you finished doing what you do? Looks like you... Oh wow, I think I chewed through all my processing units actually. I might be to blame for that partially, given that I am drinking up way too many of them. Wait, give me those back. I got way too much garbage in my inventory overall here. How does this keep happening to me? Sacrilege to keep a deconstruction planner for my small poles. You go away, the lights. I swore one day I'd set down lights in my factory proper, but there's just always so many other things that I want to be doing. There we go, that's a nice, considerably leaner inventory. Alright, only other thing to do is to make sure that I am fully kitted out with personal laser defenses. Alright, now one other thing. What do we want you guys to carry? I think the only reasonable thing... I mean, there's a lot of reasonable things I could have them carry. Like, I could have one carry just walls and power poles, and one carry the turrets, and one carry landfill or whatever else. But I feel like there's some unfinished business. Can't copy and paste this between the Spidertrons, because if I do I will overwrite their names, I believe, as well. Although I could be wrong about that. But I'm probably not. Flamethrower? That does make me think that my own flamethrower is a little low on ammo. So bots, bring me some more flamethrower stuff. There we go. The artillery shells are so heavy that the bots can only drag them one at a time. That means they are heavy. They're heavier than nuclear reactors. They are heavier than rocket silos. They're heavier than Spidertron. No, they're as heavy as Spidertrons. I think Spidertron can also only stack to 1. Where are my arty shells? There we go. Also, I don't need 3 extra rocket launchers on me for whatever reason. A bunch of stuff that I can just ditch here nicely. Ooh, well, my God's name, do I have assembly machine Mark IIs? Where did they even come from? That ain't right. It's kind of good to see the radar machine constantly working, because it needs to spit out radars for the artillery shells as well. That coal situation is actually a little sad and needs to be upgraded. Are you inside the logistic network? You are not. And that's actually going to be another problem for my poor starved plastics. Fortunately, that shoves you inside the network. I just need to power you up. I don't even need to go to the coal mine to fix it. I do, however, not approve of the setup currently. What I can do is grab, say, this magnificent setup. Shove it straight on, make sure it goes out the other way. Vadoomf, vadoomf, vadoomf. And I can't see a reason that this won't solve my... Don't you do... Oh! What? Where in God's name did they come from? What was that all about? We're walled off on all sides. How did that happen? Did I get the stealth update where biters learn to swim? Not only that, right? No, God, where did they come from? I was trying to think maybe there is a biter base within my walls. Oh, I see. They walked down here and over to here. This is the problem. A problem that I have ignored for a very long time, but perhaps can no longer afford to ignore. So they walked past a lot of junk, completely ignoring it. Hats off to them and their ability to ignore. I don't even want to fix this myself, so I'm going to set this up to do it for me. You extend out to there. You're going to extend out to there. That was cool. I am impressed by that, biters. There we go. My guys will gradually take care of that, and I will finally need to extend this wall out. Yeah, so they would have walked down along here. None of this would have offended them. They would have actually liked this lush forest, solar panel for good clean energy, but they did walk through here. You can tell there's little holes in it where they probably had to bash down the trees to make space for themselves. They might be LARPing at that point. Right, let's make sure that you are connected up here. And I'll also connect you up here. Yeah, someone will get that done. Now, you. Made a mistake with pathing over there thanks to Spidertron jiggling around when we move. There we go. You're not getting in ever again. And you know what? I want that forest to burn. I've got an achievement that I need, so... There you go. Have that. No half measures here. We burn the whole thing to the ground. Ooh, can I use... Okay. I was hoping I could check the debug command to see where they were trying to settle. But it's also possible they're trying to settle over here from here, so they were going da-da-da-da-da. Not unthinkable. Yeah, the biters have brought this on themselves. I can't believe they'd do such a thing. Alright, what was I doing when all that was going down? Because I did manage to lose my train of thought. How are you not connected to the power grid? Because you're not connected to the power grid. Otherwise, this'll be fixed by my bots. I'm not lifting a finger to help out with that. I already did enough manual building for one day. Look at what they've made us do. Right. This calls for revenge. It's the only reasonable thing to do. From the bottom to the top, we are going to expunge this area of biters entirely. In fact, we're going to do the whole thing, and that includes using some artillery. I need to make sure that I have enough rockets on my person for this. I also need to make sure that I gave you all batteries, right? Yeah, all their trunks are finalized, so I can ditch these batteries. Don't worry about them being slow, it's actually good. This is also no longer necessary, I'm happy to say. So I can get rid of that. There we go. Gives me space to build other things if the need arises. Do I have a satellite over there? I do! Good to see the satellites are actually getting made. Scary to think that I might actually make space science one day. But then I'd need to do rocket launches, and that's another thing to set up. Oof. I never did bring in that copper, so I'm not too worried that the copper is slowing down a touch. Yeah, that's just what happens when science is operational, it's no big deal. This can go away as well, just shove it all back into the network where it belongs. I'll not cut off my entire factory by getting rid of these power poles. I do want them connected up like so. Redundancy, redundancy, it's good for you. Right, is there anything I'm conceivably missing? I have my portable fusion reactors to buff up on power if need arises. I shouldn't need extra roboports where I'm going. I've got radars, so I should need to throw down radars. Well, the biters spawning there really confused me. Not aided by that guy who said something along the lines of they can spawn in the middle of nowhere. That spooked me. It's like, I thought for sure I knew biter spawning mechanics. And then someone comes and sweeps the sweeps your expectations away. My bots, that's what I needed. Interestingly enough, I might be able to request them off the lognet if any of them were shoved away. If I say 50 construction bots, will you bring them to me? Funny that they're still bringing you artillery shells, but I guess they were cleaned away from here, weren't they? There were 50 construction bots in the lognet. How many more construction bots are there? 40 more and a bunch of log bots. That I don't... actually, they're probably in lognet over here, right? No, they don't get buffered. You get buffered for some reason. That's because I want you every now and then. The logistic bots are a different story, though. I go and I demand the logistic bots as well. Get them all brought over to me. And then I just shove them straight into here. Because if they're sitting in chests, they're not working, and I do want my bots working. Drink up all that nuclear power that I have. Coal is still broken. Oh, that's what I was doing when I got horrifically distracted. Thank you. Everything would have dried up if that were ignored. Right. Honestly, I would quite like to have two loads of coal come down and along here. But since I don't have boilers to worry about, I guess one red belt should see to all of my needs for now. So... get you along here, and let's not do any fancy crap. Are you all within my lognet? Yeah, barely, but yeah. Wait, really? No. No, you are not. It's not really lognet at this point, it's something else entirely. It's my botnet. I wish it showed how far out this extended when you build it like so. It's going to lead to it being a little off in places. Go and grab 3 splitters. 1, 2, 3. And then out you come as some red belt. That looks to all be upgrading. Goody goody. Yeah, that's a little awkward, but upgrade, upgrade. And this poor, sorry excuse of my mining spot, all completely gone. So away it all goes. And there we go. The new era of a red coal belt is upon us. Don't. If and when these ever get connected up to the network. There's going to be a tiny little gap in it. Alright, that's fine. Just copy and paste 2 max range roboports. That would have been a clever thing to do. But as this run has shown, clever is not the aim of the game. Right. Pick up rockets and get to work. Do we even make many of these anymore? There's no longer competition on these, so I can actually re-enable a healthy buffer of explosive rockets. So. Red Baron, how many rockets would you like? It's not unreasonable, actually, to give you 3 full refills of rockets. 1, 2, 3. The rest can be left here, and you'll continue making me those. Nice. Again, I wish I could sort this. Right, time to take ultimate revenge on the biters for what they just did to us. These guys might be a little slower, but that's kind of the idea. I have faster speed and more shields, so I draw aggro. They have fewer shields, but they actually attack back. And their lasers are every bit as strong as mine. It's just, you know, I've all of them and they have a few of them. So that means when I'm treading on through, they can pick up the slack and zap the ones that are enamored by shooting into my fairly hard to deal with shields. This is just the test run. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Because anything that we kill around here won't stay dead for long. They will come back. But all of this area is now to be cleared. And you guys contain 80, 80, and 80. We have all the artillery shells. Put a rocket request on the Red Baron. It's not a bad idea. I just don't like the log net on spiders in general. It's hard to really explain, but just something seems off about it. Right. Come on, fat bastard, Spider Mastermind, and the other one, Doc Ock. We got work to do. Okay, good. I thought I didn't have repair packs there, but yeah, I do. Just in case anyone takes a wee bit of a scratch. These little baby nests have nothing on us, and we're quite confident that they're not down here because we have radars scanning. Move in for the kill, and if I get bogged down, they just come and sweep up any that's left behind. That's good, that protects my rear flank, something fierce. Do you call it a flank on the rear? Also, my god, look at what they've done to my power pole! This is a just war. Not until all biter kind is dead can our children rest. A little screeching of their wee worms. I know, it doesn't seem even remotely fair for them, does it? But that is not my problem. In fact, one thing I can do is just kind of zigzag this. But the downside is the, shall we say, the less enfeebled? No, other way around. The more feebled ones might have a little difficulty catching up. But they still do cover the flank. Dibba-dibba-dibba. Oi! No, no, no. Worms are the ones I really want dead. Oh, we are actually dealing with behemoth worms now. I'll see if I can't look at one of them from a distance. That's a medium worm. Behemoth worms are no joke. Oh, those things hit hard. Silly question. Have you considered rail artillery? Now, I love rail artillery. No question about it, I love it. But we haven't set up anything for rails here. And aside from getting the Trans-Factorio Express achievement and maybe setting up a green chip railway, I have no intention of setting one up. Besides, I might have an idea for the Trans-Factorio Express. Alright, round and round we go. I suppose one disadvantage of the personal lasers is that the range is kind of crappy. Oh, I love seeing that light up in night. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, what's the range on these things anyway? 15, yeah, we're outpaced by worms or even some of the better spitters. No, that's a medium worm. Damn, I'm on the hunt for a behemoth worm, but I think we'll only see those from an expansion. All these pre-existing nests won't have them. Uh-oh. Why do you not have... Oh. How in the world was there a gap there? I just clicked and dragged. You telling me there are other gaps in this? It's okay, as soon as that pipe is put in... That's worrisome! Look, the behemoth biter is almost through! I forget that, he is through! I'm kind of far away from dealing with that. Alright, alright, alright. It's easily solved. Don't panic, just deal with the situation. Go, little repair drone, go! But hey, now we can see the Behemoth Biter. 3,000 health. Attacks 1.2 times a second. A range of 2 on his attacks. Resists 12 explosion damage and 10% on top of that. Resists 12 physical damage, 10% on top of that. My gun does 9.6 physical damage, so he is immune to my damage. He's not immune to that. Get out of here. There we go. Double check your defenses before you just run away then. Anyway, thank you for the backup. Poor bots. How many bots even died there? Kills, right? Oh no! 2 construction robots died to that breach. Alright, good. I did not want to jump back for that minor distraction. I do want to see some Behemoth worms, though. Like I said, I need to find an expansion for that. The F5 mode is kind of cool for this. It shows where they want to expand. So this, for example, is somewhere that they think is hot territory. So there's a good chance expansion parties are going to try and get to there from here. We can also check to see if any have tried. Not that we can see. But there are a lot, and I mean a lot of eligible places for the biters to expand right now. Oh yeah, worth noting, Behemoth does heal damage as well. So you can't just do hit and run attacks. Doesn't look like my little follower bots do all that much, but they do what matters. They do the cleanup. As it should be. I'm the one charging in there with lots of lasers. Now, if you're not familiar with this game and you're looking at it thinking, you know, you end up mass-producing sprockets, you mass-produce electric chips, you even mass-produce advanced bits of machinery and artillery. Can you just mass-produce Spidertrons? The answer is yes. You can just mass-produce whatever you want. It would be a monumental undertaking, but if you want 100 Spidertrons or 1,000 Spidertrons marching out in unison to kill everything, that is absolutely an option. It's worth keeping in mind that the raw cost of one Spidertron, even without its gubbins, the what do we even call them? The equipment grid, is 1,000 iron, 7,000 copper, 580 steel, 516 processing units. The rest of the stuff is pretty trivial. So that's 15,000 plates, maybe more. It's a lot of plates. Alright. I don't really want to touch around here. Well, you know what? We brought over the artillery. Let's put the artillery to use before we clean up the rest. It's actually quite pleasant to have a mall for Spidertrons and equipment. Oh yeah, don't forget the fish. How could we forget the fish? Right. I did bring chests with me. I hope these chests don't accidentally get shot, because they're the ones that are going to hold all of the artillery in them. But now, instead of like 12 or 15 shots out of each of them, I'm missing you, Spider Mastermind, yoink. They're going to fire 48 artillery shells each, and that's still not a lot. Right, when you get really industrious about your genocide in this game, we're talking tens of thousands of artillery shells. But I haven't had the time or resources to make that a reality, and it would be wasted here because I don't have the range for it. But I do want to hear and see the destruction. They have, because they have radars in them, they actually unveil territory wherever they go. And look at that, that was 3 worms and a nest for 1 strike. And that was 1 nest and a bunch of little wormy things. And all the idling ambient biters assemble for this revenge attack. And those revenge attacks get pretty dicey. Oh man, there isn't a boy in the world who doesn't find this exciting. Surely. I might not be big into trains, but I might be assembling in a few in big numbers now. That's okay. Nothing we can't handle. Nothing we can't handle. They did get to do a little bit of damage there. I'll have my bots take care of that. Ah, ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Like a Junjiitis shark. How many did Alpha make in the multiplayer? We had the biggest artillery factory I've ever seen. Oh yeah, this is the power of fire coming in here. There are a lot of them, but so many of them melt to the fire. They barely make it to the walls. This corner is very, very weak. It doesn't have good fire coverage, but you know, I'm sure we can handle that. Ka-chung, 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 boom, boom. It feels so good. It looks so good. Artillery might be the single greatest thing they added to this game, at least until they add Z levels for trains. Come on, come on, what's that little baby revenge attack? You want to give me time to activate the fire? By all means. And let's see if we can actually see it there. Kind of hard to. But yet, the fire is melting all of everything that isn't a Behemoth biter. The Behemoth biters get to the walls. They're still taking heavy fire damage, but that's where the lasers go and finish them off. In fact, the laser has so little to do, it's taking out a big spitter at the back there. Zappity zappity. Poor little medium spitter at the back there. Oh, hello! Ah. Well done. For all of that fruitless assault you did, you broke one of my walls. How will the factory ever recover from this financial loss? Again, though, this is baby stuff. You can have this orders of magnitude larger, and it's so satisfying for everything except for your PC. It can really melt when things get intense there. Anyway, that's as far as our artillery can actually reach. I'll still leave it there because it'll take care of any expansion groups, but we're going to have to manually do a bit of cleanup here. It'll take a wee while, but we will get it done, and then this land will be ours forever. We have it completely sealed off. There is no way for the biters to make their way back in here, so this is the last groups of bases that they will ever have inside my territory on the west side. And I'm actually left thinking, do I even need the east side? I'm going to be setting up my green chip production so that we can actually finally start taking a bite out of Mass Production 3. And we'll grab some other achievements as well. But first... not in my backyard. Do not suffer the bug. I've always said behemoth. Behemoth? There's no Y in it. It's a behemoth. Behemoth. Madness. There we go. The behemoths might have been a bit of a problem. Now let's try you. The behemoths might have been a problem for one Spidertron, but for 4 Spidertrons, augmented with lasers and shields and explosive rockets. Oh man, they all come crumbling down. And I can check my Spidertrons at the back are taking practically no damage, even in the thick of it. Actually, is that true? It is completely true. They're untouched. We've taken a little nibbling, and that stands to reason since we draw all the initial aggro. Ah. Therapeutic genocide. Isn't that just the range the artillery auto fires at, but they can shoot further with manual targeting? Oh yeah, but that's too manual. You know, speaking as the guy who got through half the game with hand feeding, manual targeting is really nasty on the pointer finger. It's a lot of clicking. But it is more efficient. As with most things in this game, doing it manually is more efficient, but it doesn't scale well. For example, I could ensure that my shots hit multiple bases in one shot. Alright, looks like we're slicing it off here to take care of you. And then we take care of you, and this land is... How does that song go? This land is our land... something something... I don't know how it goes. It sounds kind of fascist, which is probably why it pinged into my head here. Whilst I eradicate these bug people. What I like about this game is that we're fighting disgusting bugs here, but, you know, the viewer is going to see different things. What I see here might be different from what a Serbian or a Greek sees. Alright, let's stop for a little bit of fix me up. One of you guys took 1 scratch of damage. And back in we go. Oh, there's a Behemoth Worm. I want to check your stats. Behemoth Worm has 750 health, resists explosions, fire, and physical damage. He has a range of 48, which I think is the longest range for anything outside of artillery in the game. He outranges lasers, bullets, fire... And that acid splash is enormous! 691 damage of acid per second. If you stand in that in... almost any armor, actually, you just die. I'd like to show that off, but I'd like to keep this a deathless run. It's what I would have said 24 hours ago. No wonder you're trying to build a spaceship, you've crash-landed in the Balkans. I've never been to the Balkans, but I live so close to them. Some might say that Hungary's a Balkan country, but you'd probably get deported for that. And I like to think I'm keeping a low profile here. The only people knowing of my existence are the evil people at Hungarian Customs. Right, upsie daisy. You've been to the Balkans. Oh yeah, I went in Croatia! It's hard to think of Croatia as being a Balkan country, it was just so nice. I didn't get a whiff of genocide in the air. Well, whilst thinking about genocide, we have committed genocide. There are no more bugs behind North Wall 1. North Wall 2 is a separate matter entirely. I'm just going to do a quick zigzag to make sure that they aren't sneaking around here. Although you can cheat. If you use the debug mode, you'll be able to know if they're here because it'll be valid expansion territory and they'll be used red circles. But we're not cheating. We're going to check it good and proper. Also, little biter island there. How cute. Alright, come on, have at. Oh yeah, my senses were absolutely clogged by Croatian cheap cigarette smoke. God, I hate fags so much and it was just everywhere there. Sitting down for lunch or going to the bar. Here's your ashtray, sir, because of course you want it. Everyone comes to Croatia to smoke. Disgusting. What about all the gun impacts on the brick walls? Well, yeah, we can get that in Hungary. Get that in Poland. Can't think of anywhere in Sweden that had that, but Sweden's got no soul. Like, Sweden is like a ginger, there is just no soul there. How's life outside of Sweden, by the way, Nix? Do you not feel homesick? Now go back and have your jelly sausages and sunset at 11 AM. Oh, it's so disrespectful. Sweden did a lot for me, right? Sweden did a lot for me that I didn't deserve as well. Oh, this is a bit nasty. That did almost 10% of my health damage. Oh no. And I think it did about 100 damage on one of my backup Spidertrons. They only have 300. They only have 3,000 health, so definitely need to stop and heal up after that. I'm being facetious. clearly, but might go over some heads. True, I was in Bosnia with girlfriend and smokers were everywhere. It was overwhelming. Why do they love it so much? Smoking rates in Sweden are rock bottom, but that's a smoke screen. The reason smoking rates are so low in Sweden is because everyone does snus there. But snus is fine, right? Snus doesn't stink and clog my lungs unless I'm really up close to the person's mouth, in which case what am I doing in that person's mouth? It is pretty vile though. Ugh. Keep getting asked, oh, don't you want to do snus? Oh, snus is lovely. And it, from what I can tell, it's taking off in the UK. A lot of my UK buddies taking up snus. Even the ones that weren't big on smoking before. But I will never suffer the Swede. Not that way, not anyway. It's just... I know it seems like a bit of a stomp fest, because it is a bit of a stomp fest. We're going around, these are the strongest the biters can ever be, and we're just looking at them and they die. But after the oppression of the early game, it feels so good to put them on the other end of the boot. Boot to the head, if you will. This is what I decree in my will. I wonder if I can automate this destruction. There we go, I'll do no input because I need to grab a drink anyway. I didn't pierce into them aggressively enough, I think. Again, hands off the keyboard here. This is just Spidertron doing Spidertron things. The Red Baron, the Fat Bastard, the Spider Mastermind, and the Doc Ock working together in tandem. Oh, this is actually working out quite well. I'm quite certain there's no cocaine in snus. I suppose I haven't checked, have I? This reminds me of something. It reminds me of a dot matrix printer, actually. That's, I mean, not the best thing ever to be reminded of, but nostalgic if nothing else. Just going back like... Oh man, those things were all my school could afford back in the day. Ah. If you ever wonder where my tech illiteracy comes from. I grew up in a very, very rural part of Scotland. Generally 10 years behind the rest of Scotland, and Scotland's already 30 years behind the rest of the world. Oh boy. Oh, that's hard to pierce through. I was a little low on aggression last time. This might be a little bit too much aggression. I really don't want to lose any of these Spidertrons because they are still incredibly expensive. So if my automated destruction here does seem to be close to doing me in, I will call them out. One of the biggest issues is acid. Acid slows you down and it stacks. Oh, there we go. They all fall down in the end. One sweep back to make sure the stragglers all die. Glorious, but expensive on health. Fortunately, repairing health only costs the repair packs, and those are practically free. Oh yeah, good point. It's not immediately clear. This grey bar is Spidertron's health. The purple bar is Spidertron's... Wow, I guess we burnt that forest down. 6.6k out of 10k. I don't know how much of this burnt, but probably quite a lot of it. Yeah, purple bar is energy shield, grey bar is health. Oh, wow. Actually, hold off a sec. Spidertron is knackered. The recharging all those all the shield hit points has really knackered my Come on, words, we can do it. We're a team. There we go. My internal batteries got absolutely shafted by that. There you go. Fortunately, the portable fusion reactors are really rather powerful, so we'll get that power back soon enough, but pushing into these final bits might be a little bit much for Spidertron and the power armor to manage. Forget all the science per minute benchmarks for mega bases, we're doing Spidertrons per minute. Oof, Spidertrons per minute would be a tall order. Just the ore extraction rate required for that would be insane. As you can tell, we have not been stressing ourselves out over our... Oh, you know what, I will actually just take it easy here. I'll let the backup Spidertrons do more work. They've got loads of power in them. Yeah, I haven't been stressing myself over the rate of science production, which is normally what people benchmark their bases on. Because there's no need. The science is not the hard part here. The hard part's getting those 20 million green circuits. And cleaning this area out is a big part of that. Because I'm going to start my... well, I'm going to start serious progress towards that achievement once we've cleaned this out. 9 million copper here. Wasn't there more copper that we went... Ooh, yeah, you! Oh god, why have I not added a tag on you? 9 million copper. Between these two, that's 2/3 of the way towards the ore needed for the achievement, but ore extraction rate is a different matter. It'll dry up before it ceases being relevant. The speed, I mean. I think my train of thought died somewhere along there. Too busy thinking about killing these biters. Death to biter kind! This has become my backyard, and as we say, not in my backyard. God, I love the explosive rockets! Pretty chunky area of effect on it. Like, the explosion there took out all the adjacent bases. Is there research to speed up mining? Yes. It doesn't... Well, it does speed it up, yes, but the main thing is that it gives you more ore extraction in total. So if there's 10 million ore in the ground and you have 20% bonus, you get 12 million ore. And as it happens, we have 20% bonus. It's right here. Mining productivity. Wait, we've got 30? Oh, even better. So yeah, you get 30% more ore, but you also get it at a 30% faster rate because it builds up a second bar of ore extraction. It's a really, really excellent tech to dump everything into. It also scales really well with oil extraction, because oil is infinite, and then you can just get more infinite. Alright, this is, I think, the last major biter base inside my backyard here. By the gods, there's a lot of them. And I think there were behemoth worms here. Or maybe that's just big worm. Don't change the fact that there are a lot of them, sire. Oh, that reminds me, Stronghold Definitive Edition, or whatever they want to call it, came out, didn't it? Has anybody played that? I have absolutely no motivation to play it, because I've already owned Stronghold 2 or 3 times. Including my first copy that I got from Asda's bargain bin for about £6. I just looked at the cover. I still remember picking it up even, and that would have been a lot of years ago. Picked it up, looked at the cover, and went, ah, this looks interesting. Build your own capsule. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Little did I know it would end up being one of the best PC games. Definitive Edition is good so far. The problem is, the base game is good, right? Stronghold, the original, and of course Crusader, were amazing games. What I want is something that makes me want to pick it up and play it again. Does it add some nice quality of life? Does it add some nice game modes? Does it fix some of the things with skirmish? Does it fix anything in general? Does it allow me to use the old version of the Advisor and not the ugly new one? If all the answers to these questions are yes, then I might be considering picking it up. Alright, there we go. Now an area that is roughly... Oh god, how big is that compared to the old base? I'm going to use the old hand on the screen trick. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 34... About 15 times the size of my original base has now been liberated and defended. I was kind of slow about it, and there are cases where this defense might not hold, especially if the pollution starts seeping out a lot. But my pollution is not really a problem. Look at that, it's barely doing anything. Kind of wonder why there's so much pollution here. Did I speed module you? No, but I haven't burnt enough trees. Let's see if we can fix that that tree achievement while we're here. This forest is gonna go. Good hustle, perhaps even excellent hustle. In you go, I want my batteries back. My megabase all-time production is 344 million green circuits. Well, you clearly weren't trying for this achievement. In fact, Nix, are you going to give this a go? Because, I mean, there's been a lot of you running your mouth about Factorio. My megabase, my achievements, compare your factory lit to my glorious Swedish base and you'll find blah blah blah. It's been a long time since we've seen a good Nix stream around here. How about Nix takes on Deathworld? Doesn't even have to be 100%. Just go 100% up to There Is No Spoon. An easy 8-hour stream. Pretty much a lazy afternoon's work. Show us all how it's done, Nix. Kalpa said he'll never ever do it, so I need someone else to goad into this. He just says, nah. Can't believe what I'm hearing. Right, how many trees is this? It is about 1.5, maybe 2,000 trees. I need another big forest to set fire to. Ooh, nice big forest up here. Also need to make sure I'm not setting fire to any of my infrastructure. And I do have infrastructure here. Does anybody know if big electric poles are fireproof? I'm going to assume that they're very not fireproof. Wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? Also, look at this forest just begging to be burned down. Why is this an achievement? There's not a lot of criticisms I can levy against Factorio, but one is that the achievements are incredibly uninspired. Not that that's a big deal, right? Who plays for achievements? Two, I actually think the music isn't very good. Sorry, whoever composed Factorio's number, but I don't really like it. It's incredibly samey and just kind of dreary. And maybe that's what they're going for. This is all meant to be about expansion of Factory, but I don't like it. Lazy Bastard, yeah. Lazy Bastard is an excellent achievement. Very befitting the game. Right, tell you what, I'm going to make a fire break right here, because I think this will be enough forest. That's going to give me all the wood I need for my additional wooden power poles, because I need more of those. I found a mod that added the StarCraft 1 and 2 soundtracks to the game. Very fitting, quite enjoyable. I don't even run with game music on at all. Look at that, set to 0. So I don't want to hear it, so we just keep Factorio music gone. And I like it that way. I'm glad that the humour of my remark was not lost on you, King's Gambit. There we go. If that doesn't get me the achievement... Actually, that's going to overkill the achievement. No! No, let's not burn down more forests than need be. Oh golly gosh, what do we do? What do we do? End this madness. Save the trees. Alright, we got the achievement, but now we must double back on ourselves. We must save the forest. And the best way to save the forest is to destroy the forest! There we go. That's how you do a fire break. Hope that doesn't spread from there. No! There we go. Whew! Good old friend of nature. That's me. Is the other forest still burning down? Chewing our way through these achievements, though, we are now at 30 out of 38. Very few remain. I've almost got my Circuit Veteran 3. I might just go back to the base and get that. Okay, looks like this fire just exhausted itself. This is horrible. I don't know if these trees will absorb any pollution. Probably not, but it also caused a big fat chunk of pollution around here. But the trees that I let live will take care of that. Very sad, very self-defeating in a way. Looks like you missed a spot of burning forest. What? I did? Where? I turned off my debug mode for certain information, so I don't see pollution numbers on the map anymore. I just see overall polluted chunks. Oh! Okay, no, that burnt itself out. That's no big deal. That is such a sad-looking forest. The funny thing is you can plant concrete underneath it, and trees will remain even if you concrete their ground, so you can have these very, very, very sad-looking trees sitting around your factory. Are they sad, though? I mean, aren't trees happy to get all that carbon something-eyed to, you know, swallow up? That's their food, right? Man shows incredible understanding of nature. Yeah, all burnt out. Right, we need to chew through some more achievements. I want to get Circuit Veteran. I'm not too fussed about Computer Age, but Circuit Veteran I'm so close to, so let's go and deal with that. Actually, we're not going to be dealing with Diddley if I don't get the copper coming back in. Look at that copper slowing down to a crawl. That's no good. But maybe not something I need to stress about right now. Forget this circuit stuff, right? I'm going to go and get the main achievement. Trees take their carbon from CO2, so yes, greenhouses sometimes add extra CO2. In this case, it's going to dissipate before they really notice. Need to pollute more, feed the trees. And I don't know if plants can be happy or sad, but you'd think a tree that's just bathing in CO2 is going to be a pretty happy tree. Then again, these trees do die. But you know, we get old and die, doesn't stop us having happy lives. I got a little darker than I wanted it to. Right. The setup here is awkward, but the goal is necessary. What the heck is this? Not enough logistics storage available. I don't see that often. It doesn't seem right, but whatever, just have more... No, that's definitely not right. There's tons of logistics storage. How could they possibly complain? Pollution is surely on the down. Yeah, there's not much pollution to speak of, really. This wall could become a problem. Nah, we'll get this dealt with eventually. Besides, these are covered by logistic bots, which do have access to loads of repair packs. So yeah, this can't conceivably be a problem. Oh, or is it? No, it's fine. There's still 10 construction bots. None of them have been... I thought there was only one constructor bot left, but there is not. There's plenty. Good to see my splitter for taking away the copper is working. Back in the day, splitters could not sort by item, so you had to get creative on how to split these, but I think as a response to bots being overwhelmingly powerful, splitters were made very powerful. Ew. Why is that there? Oh, I know exactly why that's there. Well, it's not there anymore. Right, righty-tighty-tighty. What do I want? What do I want? I wouldn't mind some rails, which might be a big hint as to what I'm planning here. My beloved bots, bring me like 1,000 rails, please. Is 1,000 enough? Give me like every rail I have. I got work to do here. And there aren't really rails over here, are they? I've got to take them from the buffer. I have to do the Trans-Factorio Express, which involves building not an enormous rail network, but a sizable enough one. I'm really looking forward to the optimization of... Oh, hello. Well, that's not what I was going for, but I'll take it. That's practically all the rails, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Looking forward to the optimization of robots coming in the next update. Recht! You are going to be my one and only train. That's the promise that I'm making and probably later breaking for now. So, I need to do something with you. Can I move this around such that you're not going to be troubled? Maybe. Maybe. I know. It's unbelievably hideous, blah blah blah. We'll get it done. Nobody's even saying this. I'm hearing the voices in my head here for this. But they are correct. There we go. Now this is going to be more than a little awkward. The game doesn't do S-bends well, that's for sure. Also, the way these snap is rather unpleasant. Okay, because I can just bring you over like so. So this can go away. One, two, three, four, blip, blip. There we go. We got on track like a pro. We will continue our tracks like a pro. Super Force build. Why do you not exist yet? I want you. Ugh. Oh, and any bit of landfill I put down here is going to be permanent. Ew. At least give me a hint as to how to turn you. That looks about right, and of course there's nothing for it but just to go blump, blump, blump. Don't worry about the offshore pump, by the way, it will still work, even if you landfill around it. Now it's just a water well pump with exactly the same output. For all the sense that doesn't make. Could I like turn you around a little earlier? Ho 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 ho! Better poke this out the other way, it'll make it a lot easier to tell what's what. Having all these Spidertrons is actually a bit of a pain for base management, because they keep getting in the way of what I want to see here. Ugh, god, this is hideous. How do I just snap you into here? Poorly, that's how, but we're on to something. Weird audio issue there. Ups a daisy you go. Get this junk out of my inventory, please. That's right, we come to the point where even blue science is just junk. Yeah, you know, on reflection, rail building, rail management, pretty awful. Right. Righty, tighty. Did I ever research how to make a station? I think I did. A station is made out of... Wait, didn't I automate these? Did I automate signals? Ah, okay, in that case, I need to go and grab me sticks, steel, iron, circuits. Sticks. Steel. Iron. I'm doing this manually because I think it's slightly faster than asking my bots to do it. I can't make them read my mind. I don't even know which would be fitting for a left-hand side drive. Ångström trilobite. Yeah, no thanks. Right. I want to check one important thing. Excellent. I need a requesto chest. I need to put it here. This is going to request every drop of wood I have. 1,000 is insufficient. 4,000 wood. Actually, I don't want to be working right now. That's enough. Now I just need to tell you to go to there. And put you on automatic. Alright, great. Now let's get rid of all that wood that you have. I don't know if this will work, but we're going to find out. Go there. Oh right, you still had some fuel in him. Well, not anymore, he doesn't. Come with me. That would have been the easiest way to clear him out. Now you sit down, sit tight. Electrospark locomotive. Your job is to go there, then there. Now, is this gonna work for Trans-Factorio Express? I have no idea. There is sadly no way I can tell to check what the length of this route is, and I don't know if you have to actually do the routine or not. But it's something that came to me when I was looking at train signals in this game. It's like, will this count? Will the game have a problem with me just making them temporary setups? It is a long journey to go, right? It doesn't say it has to be a non-temporary one. Well, it's not triggering yet, and I do think it would have been lengthy enough by now. Maybe you need the fuel in you to operate. You got a problem here? Oh, now it's going to wait 5 seconds in each of these. That's a shame. I was hoping that I'd be able to just do it by going up and down, but I'm pretty sure it's just planning the route that gives the achievement, not doing the route. It even specifically says... Oh wait, no, I've got a number here now, don't I? Ooh, it tracks it. Interesting. Have a train plan a path for 1,000 tiles or longer. I wish I'd looked at that now. Okay, you appear to be waiting there for ages. Alright, that was clearly not the answer. 1,000, huh? Okay. Then there's a much more obvious solution to be had. Do you link to anything important? You don't link to anything at all. Right. Bots, get rid of this abortion. Let's make something of beauty. Let's tap into our roller coaster tycoon abilities here. Is this still inside our lognet? It's inside my lognet. But not everyone's lognet. That's okay. I can take care of what the rest cannot. No! I needed that. Well, I wanted that. Alright, step back, get me the landfill that I'm sure I've been making tons of. Also, what am I doing using my organic legs like this? Help me out, Red Baron. Grab me a bunch of this stuff. Also, kind of good to see these filling up. My voracious appetite for stone might yet be dealt with. This works like that one Minecraft achievement, I believe. Minecraft has achievements? Well, I guess so. Nobody would go onto the internet just to lie now, would they? Give me that. Not quite like that, though. Give me this, delete you, and you. There we go. Well, let's get to work. This doesn't sound like my job. Actually, they're going to have a bit of problem since I stole all of the rails, but they can have it back. I'm not... Oh, no, there they go! Yeah! Also, no! I just noticed a problem with this. And it's you. And to a lesser extent, you. How are you even there? You already link up. We don't need to worry about redundancies. It's alright. It's okay to say you're jealous. Nothing wrong with jealousy. It's a perfectly human emotion. I'm gonna give these rails back, though. I don't ever intend on building more unless I go mad and start thinking I want a railway for my chips down the line. Take these filthy things off of me, Logistibots. Thank you, please. Ah, some bits of it are outside of the... outside of that. That's okay, I can take care of the wee bits that are missing. I'm very jealous my brain doesn't work like this. I think life would be more interesting if it did. Yeah, you make lots of friends with law enforcement. There we go. How's that for your Trans-Factorio expressway? So. So. Is there a way to automatically tell a train to go back to the very same station that it's at? I don't know if there is. You're fueled up. Anyway, you need to go to that station and then go back to that station. No, it doesn't want to go there. Do I need to add another station for it then? I don't want to, but whatever, here you go. Oh, and I need to make another station, because we don't make stations around here. Newbie Edge 1. I'll leave those station names. These are people that contributed towards this game's development, I think. That's what I choose to believe, at least. Don't even bother with much. You know, it's kind of sad that they're so far away. Why have everything be so far away? Why can't we just come together like so? Cyclone Husker. Oh no! Mistakes were made! I shouldn't have given him options. Slow down! Slow down! Alright, so mistakes may have been made, but that's alright. Mistakes are how you learn. Kind of. There we go, just get rid of all of this stuff. Especially the bottom parts, that's where the mistake was made. Now, you need to go forward. How's this going to work, actually? Because I need to force you into another loop. I think what I need you to do is when you're coming up here, when you make this turn, I need you to go one little step further before you turn back around. Wow, that didn't do it. I guess one little step even further. Curse you, sulfuric acid. You may have done so much for me, but you're not doing it for me now. Then, when you curve back around... Huzzah. Forward one as well. Then when I copy you, which again I need to shift copy, we don't include this part, and we go... Uh-oh, there's more that we don't include. Keep getting hold shift at this point. Say no to the pipes and no to that. Damn these pipes and damn this water. Couldn't I not just turn this around a bit? I feel like there's another way to do this better. Well, maybe there is, but this seems to work fine enough as it is. I don't know why I have sulfuric acid going up there. Now I remember. It's for my nuclear project. Alright, now where was I? Probably also on getting rid of this water, because it's just getting in my way. Oh, you were there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. And there's no guarantee this is going to work, by the way. Now, can I do something that brings you back down in a horrible, horrible way? Because I think I can. Or rather, I don't see a reason that I cannot. No, this is guaranteed not to work. But how? Well, this is a bit of a problem, maybe. We're going to do this until it works, by the way, so if you are sick of looking at this... Ah, there we go! Guaranteed not to work. Oh, oh god. How's it going? I will concede I don't understand how this works, but... the downside is you do need to refuel at some point. So, whenever you stop off at... which one is it? The Swedish-looking one. I need you to wait for 5 seconds to get some fuel. And you are just going to run forever and use up all of my my wood. God, you are hard to click on. You gotta guess which railway it's coming down as well? Alright, we'll catch you here. I want to make sure that fuel of yours is okay. There we go. You are going to keep going until I run out of wood. I'm going to be honest, I thought that was an absolute abomination of tracks, but it's pretty spectacular to watch. And it's apparently using the shortest route. I thought it would have bypassed all that but there is no shortest route. Right, it can't make a snap 90-degree turn here like easy mode Transport Tycoon. Are any of these rails not getting used? I wanna watch you. Close up. Oh yeah, Christ, it looks like a Final Fantasy final boss attack here. This is Ultima Railway. Oh, true. Got to hand it to being called the Cyclone Husker railway station as well. Again, it doesn't... Is there any way to see the length of that route? I'm curious about... Oh, well, no, there's a very easy way to find out, isn't there? It is... Wait, 808? No, it's 808 pieces, but each piece is 2 length. Probably. So that's something like a 1600 length route. Alright, and then all the achievements we need to get fit on the screen. Research all tech, kill by a locomotive, well it's going to be that one. 20 million circuits. I would quite like the red circuit veteran thing while we're here. But I don't want to do much for it, if you know what I'm saying. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to grab a splitter, shove it here. I'm going to grab a stack inserter, which I am too lazy to do anything other than pipette tool my way towards. And then I'm going to grab you and shove you here. Damn my own bots, you're not meant to be working right now. There we go, give it power, and there we go. We've buffered plastics now. Why would you buffer plastics, Jake? Well, I want to get that red chip achievement, but I don't want to do any of the work for it. So rather than me doing any of the work, I propose that someone who isn't me does the work. And I'd laugh and say this is time for chat to do their stuff, but not today. Chunk. Grab all the stuff you need. Plop out what you do make. Grab yourself. I'll just grab both of it. Actually, you don't need the other one. Where's the red thing? There you go. Grab, put them there. That sounds about right. And now I'm going to grab you. Going to make you snap absolutely. And that way I can just go... It doesn't stop here, does it? No, there's no end to how nasty I am. However, let's find... Actually, I don't need to find them. I can tell my Logistobots to find them for me. I don't know where my beacons are, game, but give me 20 of them, please. And would you look at that, I already have speed modules. And I've already got those beacons. Remember, offset these for bonus application. There was no need for me to do this manually. And unthinkably, they don't actually reach the power, but I can just Control X and Control V. And then the bots just have to bring them all back and put them all back. And if this doesn't get me, you know what, we can track it, can't we? Track, no longer track that track-related achievement. Is that actually going to go up sufficiently? Yeah, I mean, these are much faster than the ones we have already. But I think it just tracks the past hour of production. So if I look up circuits in the past, it's per hour, right? I worry that it's going by the amount that we've made previous here, so if my factory isn't operational, then it's not going to be fast enough. Oh god, it's not going to be fast enough because I don't have enough copper coming in. Unthinkable. Maybe I do need that copper expansion after all. What's he thinking? What is he thinking? He doesn't even know. But that's not gonna cut the mustard because my reds are way too few in production thanks to my lack of copper. So I'm not gonna get this achievement until I do set up that copper mine. Meaning this was probably unnecessary. But you know what? Everyone loves more reds, so it's gonna run anyway. Are they even hitting the things that are making the chips? These? Oh yeah, they've got a range of 3. They weren't where I had them before, which was quite funny, but only a little bit. Yeah, what's your problem? Well, your plastics remain their own kind of special hell. I think I'll disable you for now. I'll turn you back on later on. Because I need to bring in that copper, or else we are not getting anywhere with this. Ah, but copper requires me to actually get some stuff for extraction, so I need some fresh miners, productivity modules, a hell of a lot of belts. Yeah, I have some, but that's not a hell of a lot. I'll grab like half of you while I'm at it. Half of you. Get rid of these belts. Get rid of some of the other junk that I don't need. And then let's make sure that I have 100 miners. And at least 300 efficiency modules. That's 3 per miner. And the Logistibots scramble to do my work for me. I wouldn't have it any other way. I've already got the splitters. I may need some additional undergrounds. So bots bring me 300 undergrounds total. Probably excessive, but that's what I'm taking. Let's see, is there anything else I'm going to need here? Well, a fat stat of transport belts. Give me 2,000 of them, please. And by 2,000 I mean 3,000 of them, please. And where are they going to get those from? They're also still bringing over more of the... Wait, that's weird. It looks like they're taking them over to you. Are they trying to bring them more than they can manage to bring? Something's off about the movement of this. I think they are trying to bring more than they can. If that's the case, set it to 80. I haven't seen that before, but let's see if this calms them down a bit. Huh. That's strange, because the bots don't have that behavior on your character. So they're trying to bring more than they can, turning back, and then trying it again for Spidertron. Weird. And again, I'm playing this without mods, so... A rare oversight by Woob, or am I just doing it wrong? Probably best not to explore that idea. Am I doing anything right? Red splitters. You know what? I never carry enough red splitters, so let's just grab a stack of them and get to work. Now, without biters appearing behind my lines anymore. This forest used to be so important for maintaining pollution. For a long time, it stopped the biter nests up here from triggering attacks. And now, how the tables have turned. Woomph. There's such an inevitability of that slew of fire. There we go, I don't have enough radar coverage over there. Oh, this entire wall is now superfluous. Our other outer walls take care of everything. It's something nice about having this, just in case I've made a mistake, left a little biter pocket, or if they break through and I lose all of this. But honestly, I should have some confidence in what I've just set up, and I do. So away goes all of this, and all of that. And you. And you know what, let's do some fishing. That is the best way I know of to do fishing. No, there is one slightly better way. Can I do it? Observe. Oh, well, that was mostly off screen, wasn't it? Let's observe better. Let's make a less than natural harbor. Well, go figure, now they're never gonna bleeding swim over to it, are they? But this is how you can set up automated fishing. Come on, you damn fish! Come on. I'm being outsmarted by the bleeding fish here. Come on. I want to seem clever here. There haven't been a lot of moments for that in this run. There we go. That's how you do real automated fishing. What a waste of time. Asselcur says, I can't believe 375 people are watching this. A common sentiment for my streams. There we go. Still better, 303,000. You can still see lingering pollution from the fire that we started. It just goes to show the amount that produces. Anyway, I was trying, also that dock there is there permanently now. I was trying to get rid of all of this because we don't need these anymore, and I once again forgot to grab an additional personal roboport. You can go crazy. I mean, as many squares as there are here, you could put personal roboports and have an enormous personal moving army of bots. The trouble is, they drink so much power, so you would seldom be able to have an actual constantly usable amount of robots on you. So don't try and make your base like that. But it's nice not to have to do this manually whatsoever. Fish on the hotbar. You know what, I'm going to keep one on me. Just to annoy people that notice how little I use my hotbar. Jake, the oil is now disconnected. Was I a little too gung-ho in what I ripped up there? More than a little. There we go. Actually, precisely a little. Well spotted, though. God knows how long it would be for before I noticed that. And if you're watching this thinking, gosh, how could you keep track of that? Like, what's stopping you accidentally doing that? You can set up circuit conditions that put out a siren call when something is awry. Typically, it can be used for if your nuclear generators are low on water. It can alert you telling you, hey, there's not enough water here, you should go and fix that. But if I wanted to, I could set up periodic checks to make sure that oil is flowing, and then it would set an alert saying, hey, your oil is broken. But that's effort to set up. And you gotta remember, we're playing lazy bastard here. Oh, this is the forest I should have burned down. Keeping my copper from me, this is not going to be very ecological, is it? You, come with me. Just do it again. Finally just going to auto-trash my wood. Now whenever it gets inserted into my inventory, it just immediately gets shoved over to trash. It's less watching, more listening while I play Civ, and I was laying into Civ earlier. Well, whatever, not my kind of game. Actually, it is my kind of game, it's just not my game. I think we have space for a little bit more of this, do we not? Oh no, we've got this hideous little appendage here. Let's put an end to that. Put a start to this. Some utility to this, I think. Don't want to miss a square after all. What in the world are you doing there? There we go. Didn't even take a minute, and it's all already built for me. Also, you can also come and join this. Maybe I can split you in like so. It's also relatively not very harmful to the trees. We're about to change that, but for now, I can feel somewhat good about it. I feel like something isn't flowing here. There we go. Trees, the real enemy in Factorio. Well, you got a love-hate relationship with them when doing this lazy bastard Deathworld stuff. No trees means your pollution just spreads constantly to the nearest biter nest, and that can be hell on high water to deal with. You know what? You just kind of getting a what? Where am I going to connect you in, by the way? I think I'm going to take you all the way down. All the way. I don't know if it actually blueprinted that. I always mix up the blueprint rules for in Fog of War. Yeah, can you believe some chumps build trains for this? Not believing in the eternal power of the self-propelled belt. I believe there's a mod that adds a requirement for belts to need power. Probably made by a bitter train enthusiast. Can't get over the idea of perpetual motion being real. The idea that I'm still using yellow belts at this stage in the game is a bit uncouth. So you're going around the right way. Yeah, messed up something there. Certainly messed up something there. But I want my corner piece back. Because I need to do a bit of cornering around here. Of course, I haven't made this easy to tell where exactly, but I think that lines up. Debug mode, help me out. It certainly lines up. There's my corner. I shouldn't need another corner until I get to about here. Do I really need 4 of these? I guess so. You're only going to supplement this after all. I'm not so sure about having you that close, actually. I always like to leave a 2-tile gap between my belts. It just seems proper. 1, 2, 1, 2. Boop. One, two, 1, 2. Boop. And then you just come along here, and then eventually you're gonna go down and feed into them. Which means I probably want you to head down the ways at some point. Plonk. That's a 2 gap. Good. I flipped that the wrong way around, and now I'm wondering what else did I flip the wrong way around. Not you, thankfully. There'll be holes here, but I can fix that as I travel along the belt, making sure everything works fine. Case in point. Flip, rotate, in. It would be easiest to join the original 4 copper line, make it 8 and balance to 4. I'm going to condense it into 4 red belts. And then balance for... Do I want to extend my copper creation? I'm not sure I do. I actually think two red belts of copper is going to be everything I need for the main base. That's not the case if I continue to make greens inside my base, but I don't intend to. I intend to outsource my greens production. Green chips, that is. They are the biggest consumer of copper. In fact, we can kind of see that. So, out of everything I've ever produced, I've produced 3 million units of copper. And 1.2 electric circuits. And each electric circuit is, what, 1.5 bits of copper? So, 2/3 of my copper has gone into electric circuits. That's an easy way to think of it. It's kind of ungodly that so much of one good goes into one place. In fact, another way to look at it is copper wire. I made 3 million copper plates into 4.8 copper cable. And that's a 1:2 ratio, so almost all my copper plate went into cabling. Well, it stands to reason. Those poor fire turrets continuing to do all the defense. I'm starting to come around on Flame being overpowered. It may be expensive, it is expensive, but the idea that I'm keeping Behemoth Biters at bay with my original... I'll just build this myself. My original fire turrets that I had way back at the start just seems wrong. That's my super force build when I need it. Come on now. Okay. All seems to be going correctly, in the correct direction. The throughput is a bit of a problem for the bots right now because they can only charge 4 at a time at these little charging stations. So all the bots are levitating in the air, watching their own energy dry up. And then 4 at a time they go zippity zippity zip, and then off they go. At least the recharging speed is really quick. So your bot throughput is kind of commanded by the amount of these that you have for them to share and charge on. The bots are a little bit stupid on how they charge, but that again is getting fixed in the update, and they're going to be a bit smarter about going to other places to charge up if they can. Electric poles are in the way of the belt. I recall that being the case. Is that still the case? Yes, right here. Away you go here, you go there, and there. Oh, well, would you look at that. Super force build. Why aren't you here? Also, what the heck? I thought I fixed you. Flip, turn, round. It'll be super obvious if any of these are missing down the line, at least. But there we go. That should be the last ore expansion we ever need to do. And even saying this was needed might be a little over the top. And my own bots can take a day off. You are going to be condensed down into 2 red belts. Incidentally, this here will also be condensed down to 2 red belts. And let's not do that. This can be done better with upgrading anyway. Aw, poor guy. Let me help you out. They do make these cute little noises after all. Very endearing. Hard to tell without some light. There we go. There we go. And actually... I am contemplating another load of copper here, even though I just said we won't need any more. But... I don't know. Really, I only need a 4 to 2 here, don't I? If I insist that that is all I need. But just in case, the thing about the 4 to 4 is it also works as a 4 to anything. So I can just slam you in there. And then, you know what, I can just upgrade all of this, it doesn't really matter. But this is a hideous setup that should be done away with by now, so away you go. Get rid of these outer bits. I'm left wondering if there's any upgrades that I missed along the belt line, and for all I know, some of this is throughput shorted due to yellow belts along the line. Significant disadvantage with the setup that I have here. It can be quite difficult to tell what's what with the belts. As soon as they showcased Super Force build, I wanted it immediately. Oh yeah. The specific example they had with driving a railway track through a solar field is an exact issue that I had. And yeah, seeing that just making me think, God, why do I not have this right now? It is painful. Oh, no, resist the urge. Once we outsource the Once we outsource the green production, all will be well. But now there shouldn't be any problems with iron, or copper, or even steel. It's all backed up. How's the fluids doing? How are the fluids doing? Even the oil is backing up a little bit. Wow, when we filled back up on sulfuric. Oh, well, this is excellent. Maybe I really should start making some of the rocket launch ingredients. In fact, that's exactly what I will do. I don't want to crack any light until I've made my light into rocket fuel. Rocket fuel, rocket fuel. How are we going to do that? First of all, I'm going to get rid of you. Actually, I don't even need Spidertron around for this. Take a step away so I'm not doing a funny spider dance. Right, first and foremost, let's cut you off. All of our cracked oil is going into this one storage tank first. Well, cracked oil and all other oil is coming into here. Then this oil is going to... Oh crap, I forgot how it works. I think you make the solid fuel. And it's a 1 to 2 assembler ratio, although the new assemblers are faster, so it might not work that way, but I still think 1 to 2 will be fine. Don't want to disturb the resting ground of my beloved ship here, but maybe, just maybe, we could give the guests a more concentrated experience of the crash. Don't need anything other than light oil to make rocket fuel, which is lovely. You don't even need water like you do for cracking. Right. That'll work nicely. So I'm going to pump you straight into here, because this is exactly where I want you to be. You're going to be making solid fuel. The reason we make solid fuel out of light oil is because it's twice as effective. And I said it's 1 to 2, right? So... is it 1 to 2? Let me run my numbers again. Making solid fuel is 2 seconds of crafting time. Making rocket fuel is 30 seconds, but requires 10, so you might as well see it as 3, 2 to 3. But this is a little faster. Even so, let's do it 2 to 3. That means it needs a setup that's very much like circuits. This is also a problem that I've already solved, and I'm just making the problem for myself again, but it's part of the fun, right? So, dip, blue ship for you. And you absolutely do not need any kind of speedy insertion for this. And you're not making engines, you're making rocket fuel, da-da-da. That, what? How the... In my head, I hit rocket fuel for certain... Wait, what? Ah, I see what I'm doing, I see what I'm doing. There we go. Wait, what? How am I not, Ah, okay, okay. When hovering over the item request slot, you don't actually copy-paste what you've copied there. So when I was dragging it along, I was copying over the last thing I copied, which was red chips. Fancy that. Now, I would not be caught dead using anything other than a humble single small electric pole for this. Grab this and just go chunk, chunk, chunk. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, so let's just make a bunch of them. He says that, and then he starts to think, the space is a little tight. Really, really tight. Just having 3 of these doesn't feel right. That's not a very Factorio number. I need to bring the oil back up here. This isn't going to be pretty. It's okay, we're not here to look pretty. We're here to be functional. There you go. Also, these probably want access to power some way, somehow. We can do that. You guys need to shove yourselves into requesto chests. I don't mind making a butt ton of this stuff, by the way. There we go. Other than that, the rest of you all get 3 chests apiece. Whoops. Gonna have more of this fuel than we even know what to do with. Alright. That'll work. Aside from you just barely being outside of logistics area. Disgusting. I'll just shove you over there and call it a day with regards to that. And that only just brings it in. This build is offensive, says Fish Lips. I don't care if he's hurt. I've been hurt a lot today. And look, I just got hurt again. Right, so the light oil, which I almost backed up on with my dilly-dallying, goes through here. That's all well and good. So the light oil goes into here, and the light oil will only further be pumped out for cracking if and only if there is not enough, if there's enough light oil in here. So enabled condition is light oil is greater than 20,000. Seems pretty spectacular to me. Some people think managing fluids is hard. What is wrong with these people? They dropped on their heads. I had a cinder block dropped on my head when I was young, and look how I turned out. Yay! Okay, there we go. I will eventually need this rocket fuel, and now I'm just going to produce it in an amount that I don't even know what to do with. And at a glance, it seems like everything's working okay, perhaps even a little too okay. But at least it'll chew through that. Yeah, this is Stellaris music. I use a couple of tracks from Stellaris because I think they're very fitting for this. This still isn't fast enough. Blue chips, blue would be useful for doing this. If I just had blue belts towards the end and a blue splitter here, at least then the overflow would work out a bit better. But honestly, I'm not worried about it. He says, thinking about it. Is he sure he's not worried about it? Nah, he doesn't care. The green chips will be made elsewhere, so it really is no big deal. God, this is nice to see. Look at them go, and they barely produce any pollution, and their energy consumption is nice and low as well. All that to get me that rocket fuel. This stuff is completely wasted on you to use productivity modules on. You're saving so little. They do stop a bit, but that's because these guys are actually too fast, if you'll believe it. They produce that rocket fuel too quickly. Actually, if they do it too quickly, why even limit these things? Why not limit break? 1 to 1. I like it, and it's what we're going to do. Damn you. You go away. Ugh, double damn you. You have become a problem. A problem I must solve. Observe. Bill 1-to-1. Ah, but unlike the others, this doesn't have 2 output chests. Witness even more of my resolve. Take these ghastly contraptions back. There we go. I like it. I mean, it's hideous, but I like it. That way all of them are going to fill up 3 boxes of these, which is more than enough for every rocket launcher I will ever do in this run. And we didn't have to infringe upon our glorious resting site for our old ship. Normally I like to pave it, but I've not been putting down any paving. I don't think I'll start now. And the cracking continues, and I'm honestly surprised that the oil situation is enough for a base like this. Our starting oil plus 1 expansion of oil. And I didn't even speed module up. The oil expansion is going well. The only reason for that appendage was because I can. Well, I could, but look at this. Previously I would have had only 11 of these set up. 11 is not a Factorio number. 11's not an anything number. But 12... 12 I can get behind. Still not as good as 16, though. Anything that's 2 to the power is better. There we go. Now I overproduce on the solid fuel, but that's hardly a problem. It's the easiest of the rocket launch ingredients to get by a long way. Anyone who thinks rocket could... Well, that's unfair, right? This might be what's needed for the RCU, for the fuel. But this is needed as a precursor. As opposed to say... Well, no, by that measure, low-density units are even harder, because not only do you need smelting and double smelting, you also need the plastics, which also includes all of this. And making the rocket control units requires these, which again needs all of this and this. So yeah, I stand by it. Rocket fuel is the easiest of the rocket ingredients to make. Okay, with that, there is no way that I can think we can reasonably improve our base here. He says, suddenly unsure about himself. You know what we actually need, and we haven't used so far? Begins with B and ends in uffer. My buffer chest's at. There we go. One problem that this base has... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's only 25. Logistic request. I demand a buffer of artillery. You can put 48 in a chest, so request 48. Copy this down and make it however many times I have these for. Hopefully that's a row of 25. One off. Donk. Donk. Now whenever I come back to the base, I have all of these ready to roll wherever I need them. And God knows where they're going to go, but I do want to be able to solve my problems with yet more artillery. Actually, what's the range on one of these artillery things? Get rid of pollution, it's cramping my style here. If I had you put down there, what's your range? How's the new copper going? Oh yeah, I said I would check this and I didn't check it. This is kind of what I was hoping for. It's absolutely struggling to be squeezed through here, but that's the point. The point isn't to maximize the amount of copper that I'm using out of the mine. The point is to make sure that I always have 2 loads of copper going down the main line. And once I do external green production, all of that copper is going to go into the endgame stuff, the reds, the RCUs. So the next meaningful thing we do is actually start on that blasted mass production achievement. Well, you look at that. That would be a good answer to some of the biter question, but not all of it because of you. Damn deserts, they really let pollution spread quite a bit. Alright, I was thinking about having you to clear this out with artillery, but it would be meaningless. We wouldn't be able to see and enjoy it, and they would just keep putting in more expansions to deal with it. Also, what is this? That's a blueprint I think I put down. Try shooting the artillery manually. I guess no one's seen it, have they? Could I reach anything from there? No, there's nothing I can meaningfully shoot with the artillery. Someday we will. What are these funny looking buggers doing in my turf? Get away. There we go. It was the last vestige of when I was planning out some... I think it was when I was planning what kind of nice tileable solution I could have for my nuclear. That gives me a thought. Can you cross 2 nuclear bits with an underground pipe? Oh, that is just a tease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 clearance, but the 10th? No comprende. Yeah, I know that manual range is longer, but the point is to automate it. And if we're not automating it, then what's the point? I have a funny feeling I'll need more plastic somewhere. No, actually the plastic should hold. Especially since I've got a buffer of it. Yeah, excellent. Okay, is there anything else to do before we actually get started on the production of greens and working our way towards mass production? God, this is not a lot left, is it? Minions requires space science. These two will be quite trivial once I do my greens externally. This is the long one, and this also requires some space science. So yeah, the main thing is to get started on mass production 3, because it's going to take a while. Then we'll grab the other two naturally once we have our first outpost. I suppose one thing is to make sure that I have enough goods for the outpost, and that's going to require a lot of smelting. And I think at some point I said, oh, I don't need any more smelty stuff. No, I'm going to need some smelty stuff, so you guys get to work on that. Which might, and probably will, create a stone issue, because you eat my blocks, but as long as I'm not eating up stone for... Yeah, there we go. Right, there's no way I'm going to need more... There's no way I'm going to need more landfill than that, so I'm going to cut you off from your access to it. I will restore that if I see fit to build more than 12,000 units of landfill. And whilst we enjoy our train doing its magical mystery tour, I think we're going to hang up our sciencey boots for tonight. There was quite a lot of expansion done today, quite a lot of genocide. We quadrupled the amount of Spidertron, we clawed our way through a lot of achievements, and now the Elite 8 remain. The Elite 7 remain. Man, feels good reflecting on all the things that I've achieved here. But we're not quite done. This will resume, I think, according to my schedule, tomorrow. I can get behind that, although I was already at this for 7.5 hours today. Like I said, I'll wait for the dredge update before I get to that, but until I am back with more streams, which should be DDR tomorrow morning, so cheers and cheerio. Don't tell me that was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh my god. Clearly losing it.